Section 0 of The Powers That Prey. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Chris Pyle. The Powers That Prey by Josiah Flynt and Alfred Hodder. Introduction. Criminologists have thought it more important to photograph the outcast's facial angle than to see the outcast and his world as he himself sees them. Having determined from the start that the outcast is an inferior, they have looked for stigmata of degeneration in him and have found what they looked for. They would have found stigmata of degeneration in any other body of men whom they examined with a like pertinacity and preconception. They have found them indeed in practically all of the men of light and leading known in history. Men of science and romanticists have used the outcast as a point of departure for the aesthetic imagination, and have taken it for granted that he is not so interesting as they can fancy him. They have construed for themselves two stock characters, a simplified human brute, an epitome of the stigmata of degeneration, half-witted, cunning, sullen, furious, and an abstract mathematical detective who sees the human world as a magnified chessboard and solves problems in check and checkmate. It may with great safety be said that both these stock characters belong to the realm of intellectual opera bouffe. People in the underworld differ more in their circumstances than in their psychology from people in the upper. In both worlds there is a majority disposed rather to bear the ills they have than to fly to others they know not of, and in both there is a minority to whom the ordinary lot of their class is simply intolerable. In the upper world this minority become the plungers in the business, social, and political spheres, the entrepreneurs who assume great risks on the chance of great returns and are reckless of disaster, whether to others or themselves. In the underworld this minority become the gambler, the thief, and the harlot. In both worlds the minority want honor and power in their own world, and in both they obtain their success by a combination of enterprise, intelligence, unscrupulousness, diligence, and sheer rude power of will. The unscrupulousness in the upper world may consist only in a bold stand against public opinion to gain an advantage, or in the violation, in case of need, of the conventions of a class. But it must be remembered that the underworld has its conventions as well as the upper, and that a levy of blackmail is regarded in the side streets with the mixture of indignation and admiring approval with which a ruthless manipulation of stocks, or a particularly audacious stroke in politics, is regarded in society. If Huxley is right in his contention that there is a fixed order of things which sends social disorganization upon the track of immortality, as surely as it sends physical disease after physical trespasses, then a correct understanding of the underworld and its relations to the whole body of society is a matter of prime importance. High life in the underworld consists in the doings of the personages and potentates of side streets, and the most significant feature in their life, both to themselves and to the rest of us, lies in the league between the powers that rule and the powers that prey. The Platonic idea of the case is that between detective and criminal there exists a natural feud like that between the shepherd and the wolf. The similitude is perfect in but one respect. Both wolf and shepherd live at the expense of the flock. High life in the underworld is a maze of tolerances, private contracts, understandings, courtesies. The shepherd and the wolf not infrequently kill and eat their lamb together. The powers that rule take tithes. The powers that prey by permission and surrender part of their plunder for the right to walk invisible. Nor is this league a mere accident or a simple exhibition on the part of the powers that rule of total depravity. Without the league, the governing body would be helpless to perform their official duties even so well as they at present perform them. It is not true that the powers that rule protect in part the powers that prey in order that, on the whole, they may keep the powers that prey in check. It is true that the condition of their being able, on the whole, to keep the powers that prey in check is that they, in part, protect them. A community wholly policed by men of perfect integrity would lie at the mercy of its criminal contingent. A policeman or detective protects the spot he stands on, and so much of the street as he can see and can reach with a bullet from his revolver. His actual presence at the commission of a crime is an accident against which great precautions have usually been taken. And apart from his actual presence, he is only less helpless than another man to trace the criminal. The real detective in a community is the whole body of well-disposed citizens. The official detective or policeman is mainly serviceable in making the arrest, and even the vigilance of the whole body of the well-disposed is to an extreme degree insufficient. The professional criminal does not consort with the well-disposed. They do not live in his world. They are not familiar with his face nor privy to his goings and comings. They have no means of knowing when he is broke, and when he is flush. It is not to them in his moments of unreserve that he makes his indiscreet confidences. The only men that know who has committed a given crime are the criminal and his associates. The really effective detectives in the great cities of the United States are the unofficial detectives, the spies and traitors in the criminal classes, and the official detective who does not know where to lay his hand on such a spy or traitor, and how to lay it on heavily is practically useless except as a watchman. The following tales are records of incidents in the workings of the League. A reader who looks in them for monsters of hate and wickedness, brought to the point of arrest by monsters of intellectual astuteness, will be disappointed. He will find in them the history of certain inconspicuous events, of some of which he will have read notices in the public prints. He will find in them the inner history of the adventures of waifs and strays, who at their best needs must play a losing game, who with all their energy and pride of life are doomed to pay, who almost never die rich, who end oftenest dead, who have the world abidingly against them and never greatly concerned, even when it does not know them for what they are, to protect their property or life. It is this element in the rogue's tragedy which justifies, aesthetically, the blackness of the role assigned to the detective. He that striketh with the sword shall perish by the sword, or rather by 1,000 swords. End of section 0. Section 1 of The Powers That Prey. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Chris Pyle. The Powers That Prey by Josiah Flynt and Alfred Hodder. In the Matter of His Nibs. There were 2 James Dysons, one of eminent respectability in a small city of the Empire State, the other one of the boys in the naughty city of New York. These 2 gentlemen never met, though they possessed a metaphysical identity with each other and an alternate existence. When James Dyson of the little city went to the metropolis to purchase goods, James Dyson of the naughty city received his letters and answered them. In particular, letters from Mrs. James Dyson of the little city, in reply to which he insisted very properly on his eagerness to return to the delights of her society, and added certain instructions demonstrating that even during his absence his thoughts were of the moral welfare of that community. In return for these courtesies in the metropolis, when James Dyson of the small city revisited his accustomed office, it was his practice to sign and forward to the naughty city certain checks in payment of bills which his metaphysical double had contracted, some of them for ponderable goods to be delivered at home, several of them for imponderable goods such as the naughty city notoriously affords. One evening in April, James Dyson of the naughty city found himself possessed of a roll of greenbacks and of a handsome watch, which bore a striking resemblance to a gift officially and oratically presented in February by the Chamber of Commerce and the Bankers' Association of the other city to their eminent and universally honored and esteemed fellow citizen, James Dyson, who, by a timely exhibition of public spirit and self-sacrifice, lamentably rare in this day of pecuniary ambition and short-sighted greed, saved the prosperous community from a local panic. The roll of greenbacks James Dyson of the naughty city diminished from time to time in the course of the evening, with the manner and gesture of never mind the change. The watch he consulted toward 6 o'clock in the morning with an intellectual intensity, and decided in a moment of lucidity remarkable under the circumstances that he had made a night of it and would take a Turkish bath. When he had emerged from the bath and had breakfasted, he remembered that he had an appointment in Newark at the hour of 10, and that the ideal way to go to that place is to take the trolley, which he did. The conductor, who was an artist in words, requested the motorman in polite reference to the electric fluid to be good enough to turn on that juice. Burke Ryan was a gentleman who took his fun where he found it, and to whom the universe owed a living. A certain portion of his fun he found in the naughtier delights of the naughty city, but he had received a good education and read Tacitus and Livy in the Aboriginal, and was a connoisseur in scarf pins. In the intervals of his pleasures he collected what the universe owed him, and if he discovered it for the most part in the pockets of other people, so much the worse for the other people. A man has a right to his own. At the time when James Dyson was making a night of it, Burke Ryan saw his watch chain and surmised his watch, and took stock of his roll of bills and his manner and gesture of never mind the change. Also he recognized that by a singular exhibition of astuteness, he himself had that day at the races lost the larger odds it was mathematically possible to lose, and that it was up to him to cut and cash with all promptitude a number of the coupons on the securities to which his creditor the universe had given him a right. One of the coupons that was obviously due lay for safekeeping at the end of Dyson's watch chain in Dyson's waistcoat pocket. Burke had discovered this fact at the moment when Dyson had returned his watch to its resting place after having consulted it with an intellectual intensity. Dyson's manner of handing out his bills Burke had looked upon with a near approach to moral indignation. There was an offensive lack of principle in throwing away money that the universe owed to someone else. When Dyson entered the bathhouse, Burke also entered it. He had not wanted a Turkish bath, but he took one out of complacence. What he wanted really was to touch the little sum which was coming to him, and to go to bed. When Dyson lingered at breakfast, Burke also lingered at breakfast, though with a growing impatience at the prolix etiquette of modern times. Not so many 100 years ago, a baron of the underworld in his position would have taken shame to himself. He would have advanced upon Dyson openly, and tapping him familiarly on the breast, would have explained that he had taken a fancy to certain insignificant trinkets, of which he doubted not their actual possessor, whose attention as a connoisseur he claimed for a glance at the elegance of his stiletto, would be delighted to make him a present. When Dyson entered the trolley car, Burke also entered it and took a place beside him, although he had no business whatever in the city to which that gentleman was going. When Dyson slept, his watch transferred itself to Burke's waistcoat. When Dyson woke, he discovered in his trousers pocket the two longest and deftest fingers of Burke's right hand. Burke was at once so obliging as to withdraw the fingers, and with them the remnant of Dyson's roll of bills. The etiquette of modern times ceased to be prolix, and the scene became as medieval as Burke could have wished. Dyson seized Burke by the shoulder and spoke his mind with a medieval vigor and idiom, which it would be an anachronism to record. There were 2 women and 20 men in the car. The 2 women expressed the judgment of their sex upon the situation inarticulately, each at the top of her voice. The 20 men, with one impulse, lurched toward Burke. Burke had no stiletto, to the elegance of which he could call Dyson's attention as a connoisseur, but he produced a remarkably handsome razor, to the elegance of which he called Dyson's attention, and the attention of everyone in the car. Everybody, Dyson in particular, evinced a sudden interest in reaching the street. They fell over themselves in their eagerness. The women forgot even to scream, and one of them forgot the way to the door and used the window. The facetious conductor said the reason he got off was that he wanted to see what Burke's razor would look like from a distance. The last to desert his place was the motorman, whom Burke's approach seemed to afflict with acute insanity. As a preliminary to jumping off, he turned on the full current, and when the car bounded forward at full speed, he leaped. He did not wait to hold by the handles and steady himself before his feet touched the ground. He just naturally got off and did gymnastics. When he was picked up afterward, he explained that he had been in a hurry. "Stop thief!" yelled the chorus in the road. "Go to hell!" grinned Burke. "Find a telephone," said one of the crowd, while another called on a man on a bicycle to catch that car, and explained that there was a thief on it. When they explained also the nature of the thief and of his company, the bicyclists guessed he was tired, and that they might catch the car themselves. "If any of you gentlemen wants the loan of my wheel, he can have it," he said generously. "But for me, today's Friday. It's always bad luck for me to catch stolen trolleys on Friday." None of the gentlemen wanted the loan of his wheel. None of them wanted even to risk a pistol shot by riding forward and attempting to keep Burke within hailing distance. The car was speeding along a stretch of deserted road with the first house by the wayside a half-mile off. Everyone preferred to assure everyone else that Burke must leave the trolley soon, for he would overtake the car ahead of him. Though what difference it made, when once he was out of sight, whether he left the trolley soon or not, nobody could suggest. He did leave the trolley soon. In front of the one house visible stood a horse and buggy, which he halted the car to borrow, saying that he needed them in his business. A minute afterwards he had disappeared. In the meantime, James Dyson discovered that he had lost his watch. It was distinctly understood in the front office that the force is the servant of the public, and that every member of the public, whether a big man or a little one, was entitled to receive the best attention the force could give. It was distinctly understood also that this theory was in the nature of a party platform or declaration of principles, and was well enough in its place, but that its place was not in practice. In practice there are differences to be observed. The chief had found it necessary to become well-to-do on his savings from a small salary, and he had achieved this seeming miracle by exercising the virtues of judicious discrimination and friendship. He had never soiled his hands with bribes. He had never done nothing not morally right, savvy? But it was undeniable that he had discretionary powers, and undeniable that he used them. As nobody will suppose that he used them to comfort his enemies, and to discomfort his friends, It must be found natural that he received a just return for benefits bestowed. When James Dyson of the naughty city discovered that he had lost his watch, the first step he took in regard to it was admirable. The first step, to be Irish, was to stand still and meditate on what his metaphysical double should say to Mrs. Dyson of the other city, in particular if the affair should reach the newspapers, and the omniscient reporter should employ his inalienable right of pertinent scandal. He could see the headlines as he stood there. Prominent citizen on a bat. Decorous Dyson's double life. Revealed by robbery at end of spree. Bold thief at large in Jersey. He could likewise see the altered countenances of the friends and fellow citizens who had glorified his double in presenting to him the watch and money so scandalously parted with. He had an exquisitely tender sensibility for what concerned his double. He felt for him as for himself. He escaped with all possible haste from the witnesses of his mischance and declined to give his name. Dyson's second step was to seek out the front office and obtain a private interview with the chief. And here for a moment he made a blunder. He had the temerity to demand a favor before he had founded its indispensable basis in friendship. The chief paused in the midst of his scrutiny of a pile of documents. Official business was suspended everywhere within earshot, and Mr. Dyson listened to the voice of authority. The chief was a man of wrath. His speech was rude, and his figures of rhetoric unconventional. "No, I will not. You will not take your chances like anybody else. I will keep nothing quiet. Every dashed upstate son of a hayrick thinks he can come down here and play the goat and go back home and forget it. And my town's tough. It's you Hoosiers that come down here and turn yourselves loose and make it so. And it's me the newspapers roast." At this point James Dyson of the naughty city was inspired to remember that James Dyson of the good little city owned a block of delegates at the state capitol, and was high in the good graces of a great personage. He recited his titles to respect, and mentioned the great personage. "I don't care who you are or who you know," thundered the Olympian in a passion of rectitude that made him superior to grammar. "I don't owe you money, nor anybody else. You can go tell him so. I'm not put here to do favors. I'm put here to execute the law, and you bet your life I'll do it." This was diplomacy. There are forms of speech in the great republic which it needs a long initiation to interpret, and James Dyson was initiated. The chief had the most exalted friendship for the great personage Mr. Dyson had named. It was the custom of that great personage from time to time, when he suffered with the spleen, to speak his mind to the chief with an unreserve which made the chief's eyes water with affection. When Mr. Dyson had withdrawn from the front office, the chief made the telephone wires hum with hurry-up calls to trusted lieutenants with names suggesting that gifted race, whose people can govern everybody except themselves. When Mr. Dyson returned with his credentials, his reception reminded him that Mr. Dyson of the other place was not the only man in the naughty city who is blessed with a metaphysical double. "I've already moved in that matter of yours, Mr. Dyson, an accident that might happen to any gentleman." "Even to an upstate son of a hayrick?" said the facetious Dyson. "I will have your property delivered to you at 9 in the morning at your hotel," said the chief. "And in the meantime, if there are any little corners of the city that you would like to look into, I shall be glad to place a competent guide at your disposal. I might find some things that would be of service to me in directing our home interests. I am actively employed in local affairs," said Mr. Dyson. "Happy to be able to do anything for you I can," said the chief, offering the glad hand. "A pleasure to have made your acquaintance," said Mr. Dyson, accepting the glad hand. This also was diplomacy. The rest was business. The chief's face and bearing when he met his lieutenants were a hurry-up order personified. He named a dozen powers and potentates by their noms de guerre, and indicated their customary places of resort. His instructions were figurative. "Rake this town with a fine-tooth comb. I want 'em here by 1 o'clock. If they don't understand kindness, pinch 'em." There is a wireless telegraphy in the Underworld which is quite as effective as Marconi's, and was soon noised about among the guns that there was to be a round-up at the front office. A number of gentlemen who felt a delicacy about intruding upon the chief, even in the way of friendship, incontinently made themselves invisible. But the majority of those that he had mentioned were copped out. The detectives were as much in the dark as to what was up as were the guns, and the latter consoled themselves with facetious remarks as to the object of the approaching interview. "The chief wants to ask us to break a bottle of sham, or to notify us that he has shifted the deadline further downtown, so as to give the likes of us a chance to turn an honest penny," said Billy the Bruiser. And McLeod remarked, "Perhaps he is going to let us rubber over the recovered stolen goods museum to see if we recognize any little trinkets of our own." The interview took place in the chief's private office. Curly, he said in confidential tones, addressing the man from Frisco, what do you know about that touch that was pulled off over in Jersey this morning on the trolley? Somebody got a thimble, watch, and a roll of dough. First I've heard of it, Chief. I don't know nothing. It's up to you, McLeod. I'm dead about it too, Chief. Just got out of bed a little while before Curry found me. How about you, Billy? Dead too. Keeps me busy keeping track of touches this side the river. Well, a touch came off, and I want the thing cleared up. I'll give it to you fellas straight. The touch never should have come off, and it's up to me to get the gun and the things. I've got you up here to read the riot act to you, and you'd better read it to the rest of the gang. I've been easy on some of you blokes, 'cause I know you've got families here, and want to stay with them. But I'll tell you on the level that if you don't cough up that gun, I'll put a deadline around this whole town. Now you can take your choice. That's all I've got to say to you, but I want you, McLeod, to wait a little. The consultation with McLeod was short but significant. Rudrick, I might as well give you the truth as a steer. The sucker that was touched is a friend of his Nibs. You know who I mean. And his Nibs is hostile. It's the second time he's got a grouch on, and I've got to put up a good front. If the thing don't go right, I'll be in a hell of a hole, and I want to know if you'll pull it through. I can't get that gun inside of a month if you blokes don't help me, and I've kept the sucker here in town on the plea that it'll all be over in a day or so. Will you get the push to cough up? Anything doing afterward? I can't make no deal with you, Rudrick. You know that well enough. I've been pretty square with you and the push, ain't I? Well, stands to reason I ain't going to get a grouch on you, and the push do me a favor, don't it? All right. 48 hours you said, didn't you? If it's only 24, you won't object, I suppose. It'll make my rep all the better if it's only 12. All right, so long. So long, Rudrick. Rudrick McLeod was a product of the city of tall buildings and tall talk, the Western metropolis, he sometimes called it, and sometimes shy. His passion for the town was only less pronounced than his passion for his profession, and he had arrived at that stage in his development when the name of his birthplace had been incorporated in his personal appellation after the manner of powers and potentates and nobility in general. He was known to the initiated as the slick, shy gun. His business engagements were so far-reaching that it was only infrequently that he was to be met in the city of his name, and there were periods when, on account of another community's interest in him and demand upon his time, he was compelled to deny the town the honor of his presence for years at a stretch. But he always spoke affectionately of the place, and it was a well-understood ambition of his to be buried on the lakefront. In appearance he would not necessarily have been picked out for an inhabitant of Chicago. He had, to be sure, the Chicago businessman's plunging walk. He was always in a hurry. His ability to interest other people and other people's money in his enterprises may possibly also be characterized as a Chicago trait. But in other respects he fitted into the life of New York or any other great city, with as few rough edges to be polished off as probably any man of his temperament and training. An innocent little histrionic gift that he possessed and exercised commonly enabled him to pass with an acceptable acquaintance for almost anything, from a successful lawyer to a sea captain. But there were those in whose presence he frankly admitted that he was Rudrick McLeod, and what are you going to do about it? He was some 45 years old, tall, well-built, clean-shaven, with a face which was described by knowing ones as the obvious mug of a crook. By those who did not know, it might easily have seemed the intense look of a preoccupied and rather hard man of affairs, when on the loaf he sauntered through the streets unobtrusively, sometimes greeting his friends and sometimes not, taking in the sights. Certain wiseacres claimed that he was rubbering, and attention was sometimes called to that greedy look of his eyes. But this could not have been proved in a court of law. If he passed a friend whom he found it convenient not to recognize after the ordinary forms of greeting, he gave a peculiar guttural cough, sometimes called the thief's cough, or made a noise with his lips such as goes with a kiss, and it was frequently his misfortune to have these signs misinterpreted by denizens of the front office. But he had very convincing explanatory powers, and seldom found it difficult to square misunderstandings to the satisfaction of all concerned. On occasions, particularly if he had been hitting it up, he made no attempt to explain or to excuse, but suggested that the front office come out and get its face put in. McLeod was almost as popular at the front office as he was in his push. From the strict moralist point of view, his record there was bad. But there were some things esoterically to his credit, which the moralist does not understand. The chief himself had more than once declared that, if Rudrick had only had an education, he would have ranked among the salubrious men of history. It was the opinion of Rudrick's intimates that he had made a mark, enviably high, without taking his doctor's degree, but of course they judged him by a standard of their own. The chief's liking for Rudrick was appreciated and respected. In the days when the chief had been struggling for honor and promotion in the street, it fell to his lot to arrest certain gentlemen of fortune, who protested vi et armis, which is hieroglyphic for with knife and fist. The chief might never have come out of the scrimmage alive if Rudrick hadn't happened around about that time. The chief, to his credit be it said, never forgot this coincidence. It has been said on good authority that, if the thieves of a town could be persuaded to become its policemen, and to act on the level, the appropriations for municipal defense might be very greatly reduced. Certain it is that they have a sense of the thing necessary to be done, a theft having been committed, which our municipal and private detective organizations have failed to improve upon. "How much time we got, Rudrick?" asked Billy the Bruiser. 24 hours. He just wants the thimble and the roll, ain't that it? No, he wants the gun, too. His nibs is hostile, you see, and this yap from the country's got pull, and it's up to the chief to make a splurge. Will he let the bloke go? Didn't say nothing about that. Perhaps he will after he's let the yap rubber at him. I don't give a damn whether he does or not. It was a bungling job, and the bloke deserves a stretcher. Besides, see all the trouble he's given us? He'll queer the whole of us if we don't get him. That's right, commented Billy. No one bloke's got any business queering the push. If he has got to take a stretcher, then he has, and that's all there is about it. Same thing happened out in Chi once. Old Frisco Slim touched up one of the big jewelry places, not knowing it was in the Eye's deadline. We had to cough him up. It'd have been a case of drill if we hadn't. Well, I tell you, Rudrick, I'll screw my nut downtown and rubber around, letting the blokes know what's doing. You'll put the people up here next, will you? All right. Where'll we report? Up in my rooms. The two men separated and began putting the blokes next. Rudrick dropped into saloon after saloon, talking quietly with men sitting at tables or standing at the bar, and pretty soon these men were to be seen coming out onto the street and taking different directions. He talked to them in a language unique for its abbreviations and directness. There were no long explanations. The simple statement, backed up by Rudrick's presence, that the front office wanted to know who made that touch in Jersey and wanted the swag and the gun, sufficed to set going an unequaled detective agency. There were no silly trips to Jersey to inspect the scene of the crime, no long interviews with reporters about suggested clues, and no keeping the wires hot. Guns of all ages and conditions strolled quietly up and down Manhattan rubbering, passing the time of day and putting people next. One would enter a joint, give a cough, and pass on to a rear room where he was joined by those whom his cough had attracted. Found out who got that thimble and the roll on the trolley over in Jersey. The chief is hostile and wants to know. Rudrick McCloud is on the case. Another half-dozen recruits were enlisted for the honor of the chief. A touch is to the underworld what an Associated Press news item or the flimsy is to the newspaper world. Knowledge of it is common property to those who are in the guild. There are 100 touches and more every day of which the police hear nothing, but the underworld knows all about them, who made them, what was realized on them, and where the getaway took place. Gossip about touches is as essential to the underworld as is gossip about marriages and births to the upper world. Burke Ryan could no more forego the pleasure of telling his pals about the touch on the trolley in Jersey than he could resist the temptation to pull it off. He had hawked the watch and invested the greater part of the roll in a quiet little game of poker by the time Rudrick McCloud and the push were on his trail. He had also published widely the details of the theft, only Rudrick and his companions had not yet reached the joints where the story had been told. At the very moment that Rudrick and Billy the Bruiser were agreeing on the campaign to find him, Burke was in a saloon, not over 10 blocks distant, telling some cronies how he had to clear the deck on the trolley with his razor to make good his mooch, and giving them amusing accounts of how the malls dove out of the windows in their haste to give him room. And a sucker that I touched, he went on, referring to the naughty Mr. Dyson, he just sat down and threw a fit. Yelled like a stuck pig. Burke had his friends in the push, as well as did Rudrick, and there was one, Jimmy Ryerson by name, who felt that it was up to him to let Burke know that Rudrick and his push were in pursuit. He had a score to settle with the chief, which had been troubling him for months in his sense of honesty, and he considered the present occasion a good one to discharge his debt. Burke had told him of the touch early in the day, and Rudrick's enterprise had been made known to him not long after. He knew that the majority in the push were with Rudrick, but the opportunity to turn down the chief was too good to be lost, and Burke was advised of his peril. "They just want the dough and the watch?" asked Burke. "Or are they after me, too?" "They're after you, you duffer," said Jimmy, "and they'll have you if you don't mooch. You've been chewing the rag all over town, and somebody's told 'em by this time." "Do you mean to say that they're going to turn me over to the chief?" "That's what they are, and you'll be settled, too. His nibs is on his ear, they say, and the chief's got to square things." "Well, they can go plump to hell. I ain't no sucker to help out that chief. Let him help himself out. I'm going to mooch right." His speech was cut short by the entrance into the saloon of Rudrick and two pals. It was a chase which is talked about still when chases come up for discussion. It began below 23rd Street and ended in a vacant lot near the 8th Avenue Elevated Railroad Terminal, and is probably the only pursuit of a criminal, in whose arrest criminals alone were interested. Trolley cars, cabs, and the Elevated were all used by both the pursued and the pursuers, and a fierce struggle ended the fight. As a last resort, Burke took his stand in a fenced corner of the vacant lot, drew his razor, and dared Rudrick and his two companions to touch him. "It's a case of knockout," said Rudrick, and poor Burke was made the target for stones swiftly thrown and carefully aimed. He stood it as long as he could, his face and hands being cut and bruised and smeared all over with blood, and then cried out, "I cave! I cave!" "Couldn't help it, Burke, old man," said Rudrick soothingly. 3 to 1 ain't fair, but it's business. The chief needs you, and we need the chief. See?" End of section 1. Section 2 of The Powers That Pray. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Chris Pyle. The Powers That Pray by Josiah Flynt and Alfred Hodder. A bill from Tiffany's. The beginning of things was a woman, and the middle was another woman, and the end was miscellaneous naughtiness, casualties, and matrimony. Metaphysically speaking, there are causes other than women at work in determining human affairs, but it has never been found at once indispensable and impossible to take them into account. Miss Sadie Meeker was a young woman who was interested in the market value of things, particularly in the market value of herself. As a money changer at the desk in Major and Fair banks, her market value was just $4 a week. But a woman's real market value, as Sadie well knew, is never what she can honestly earn, but what the best man who wishes to marry her can earn, whether honestly or not. Later she came to think 7 times out of 10 of her husband and the remaining 3 of her children. Before the moment she was conscious mainly that Margie Payne had married a saloon keeper, and Kitty Barwin a part owner in a dance hall. And saloon keepers and part owners in dance halls are lords and landed gentry in the underworld. Margie and Kitty had been Sadie's next friends, and for some time after their marriage she too would have been contented to wed a saloon keeper or a part owner in a dance hall. But Margie, when all was said, did wear her clothes, no matter how expensive, as if they were on the point of sliding off, and Kitty, in spite of her pretty hair, had bad teeth. That is to say, in the underworld a chief of detectives is a prince and potentate, and if Charlie Minnick was not yet a chief of detectives, he well might become one, at least with a woman whose clothes cost money to spur him on. Sadie's teeth were perfect, and she filled out her gown like a dressmaker's model. Her hair, besides, was quite as good as Kitty's, and her complexion was wonderful. After some hesitation she concluded, therefore, with a delightful sense at once of playing for high stakes and of generosity, to become engaged to marry Charlie Minnick. Also his mustache curled beautifully. Charlie Minnick, in his 28th year, had achieved a knowledge how the world is made. This perception is strictly a matter of male intelligence. Women know nothing whatever about it, their concern lying wholly with fictions. He had joined the force with a resolution to be an honest copper, and his high aspirations still clung to him, though they had become modified. He would not be so honest as to be unpleasant. He would be just a little, oh, the veriest trifle, better than his neighbors. This course permitted him to attain the delights both of popularity and of pride, and may be said to be sanctioned by the example of a working majority of the truly great. "I don't set up for no saint," said the magnanimous Minnick, "but there are places where I draws the line." A Pitt or a Lincoln could have said no more. He was capable on occasion of a certain doggedness and intensity of reflection, and at the time of his engagement Sadie had provided an occasion. Margie's gifts from her lover had been diamonds of price. Kitty's gifts from her lover had been diamonds of even greater price, and Sadie was perfectly aware of every woman's inalienable right to possess better jewels than any woman of her acquaintance, if she can induce a man to give them to her. She explained her views to Minnick with vigor and point. She revealed to him the double jurisdiction under which he had agreed to live. He must stand his trial in the judgment of her peers. Therefore Minnick referred to her hilariously as Her Grace the Duchess of Major and Fairbanks, and looked upon her with increased happiness and admiration. A man always looks upon a woman with increased happiness and admiration when she asks the impossible and makes him do it. Well, you wouldn't have me be ashamed before Kit and Marge, would you? The Pearl of Pie Alley couldn't stand ashamed before Kit and Marge. She hasn't got the shape. But I forgot. It's a man that's proud of a woman's shape. The woman's only proud of what she's got on it. Even now they say I'm a fool to tie up with you. They say there's no scale in your job the way there is in Jim's and Bob's. They call you $100 a month man. They say you don't take in nothing on the side. Kit and Marge said last night I was marrying you for your mustache. Kit and Marge, said the alert detective with theatric scorn. Kit and Marge are a couple of clapper-tongued pot wrestlers. You'll make your ears long as a government mule's a-listening to them. Jim married Kit for her mustache, you know he did. And what she says of mine is pure envy. Yes, I suppose, but I ain't talking of mustaches. I'm serious. It means a lot to me. You've got to get me what I want. That's what you marry me for. And you've got to go to the right place to get it. I tell you those. I want to show Kit and Marge the box. All right, laughed Minnick. I'll get you the box. 3 days after this conversation, there was a great social event at the townhouse of Edward Sandys of Sandys and Merton, who served God and mankind to the amount of some millions per annum. They performed their service largely by accepting a controlling interest in undertakings to which the name of Sandys and Merton lent a commercial value. The great social event, with its great display of plate and jewels, was followed by a great cracksman's events. Before the awakening in the Sandys household, after the festival, a judiciously selected portion of the jewels had disappeared. The reward offered was so large that the front office was touched in its tenderest sensibilities. There seemed something almost wicked in declining to supply a man anxious to part with a sum like that, with a chance to hand it over. The instructions of the chief were a model of manly eloquence. Somebody's got to get that dough. Sandy'll throw a fit if he can't cough up, and you coppers got to help him. I ain't going to have the eye people snake in all the loose coin. I give it to you straight. They more'n did us on that Hogan deal, and the papers roasted me. They called me a jaundiced tutelary dodo. I don't know what the blamed thing means, but I won't stand for it. I can't get at the feller that wrote it, but I can make your skins too hot to hold you if he gets a chance to do it again. A town as big as this can find its own guns without calling in private fly cops. You fellows spread yourselves on this case, you take my tip. Get your mouthpieces on the run, bribe 'em, pinch 'em, do what you damn please, but get that dough. And get the gun, too. Some of the county papers have been shouting about this force being crooked. They say that we're only out for the dough in jobs like this, and let the gun make a getaway. I'm sick of this hollering, and if it don't quit, I'll make every man jack of you sick of it, too. That afternoon, an ornate reporter's column in one of the public prints consisted of an interview with the subtle and competent Detective Minnick. It referred to him alternately as another Sherlock Holmes and as a second Old Sleuth. Sadie did not know who Sherlock Holmes and Old Sleuth were. When Kitty asked her, she said they were former chiefs of police, and there were a number of words in the article she could not understand, but the general drift of it she perceived was commendatory, and she felt an immediate access of affection for Charlie, and was sorry she had not asked for a bigger diamond. Charlie was alleged to be working on the Sandys case. His work for the moment consisted in examining the scene of the robbery, in making notes of 17 particulars which he perfectly believed to be insignificant, and in arresting 3 servants whom he perfectly believed not guilty. Of the 17 insignificant particulars, he formulated a theory of the case so ingenious that no man in his senses would act upon it. Happily, he did not make it to act upon. He made it to give to the newspapers. These things he did in order that Mr. Sandys and the public might recognize that he was taking an interest. When he had secured this point, he was perfectly at a loss what to do next, except, as he phrased it, to rubber around, which is technical and esoteric for keeping his eyes and ears open. Everyone else who was working on the case was equally at a loss. Everyone was just rubbering around. One morning while matters were at this pass, the chief handed Minnick a telegram, which was dated Akron, Ohio. It signified that one Bud Denmer, age 36, height 5 feet 11 and a quarter, complexion dark, eyes blue hazel, hair prematurely gray and black, beard solid black, teeth good, nose large and pugnacious, weight 165 pounds, was wanted and was supposed to be in New York. The reward was $500, and the particulars would follow by letter. Women in the Great Republic, at least, are superior to men in everything except the ability to remain in large cities during the hot season. This is almost universal testimony of those who have given the question the greatest amount of attention, and when specialists agree, it ill becomes the uninformed to profess an opinion. The point is that Mrs. Richard Kober was an exception to the general rule. She found it impossible to master the elements of applied mathematics. Even in the matter of the currency, she could never be got to understand that $1 is no better than another dollar, when the first dollar was her own and the second was someone else's. And when the calculation came to concern husbands and children, her incapacity reached its extreme. Richard Kober was fast becoming the head of a profession of which he was proud, but which he disliked to hear called by its right name. He was only from time to time actively engaged in it, and it took him, for the most part, out of town into the beyond. He was understood by his children, and nominally by his wife, to be a traveling man. His absences would last for a few days or a few weeks, and out of the beyond he would commonly bring back a great deal of money or a very bad temper. Once his absence lasted nearly 3 years, and he brought back only a new suit of clothes, a pallid face, and a most unpleasant trick of the eyes. Little Bessie said that he looked like a bogeyman, and little Bobby said he looked like a thief. And both cried out and clasped their hands and ran in great glee to greet him. Mamma afterward explained to them that he had had an accident in the beyond, and had been for a long while confined to the house, and that it had been bad for him to use his eyes. Bessie told them she was so sorry, ever so sorry really, for his accident, and Bobby assured him that he did not look in the least like a thief, but like a dear, adorable papa. When Richard Kober was in luck, he was lavish with his kids, and at all times liked nothing better than to have them tumbling over him. And whether or not he was in luck, there was something their mamma could want that he did not find a way to provide. Bobby may have erred in the letter in his consolatory assurance, but he was right in his main intention. It may be doubted whether Richard looked adorable, but for the most part he looked uncommonly sharp and hard. But in his dainty upholstered flat in Clinton Place he was at least adored. He sang songs and cut a double shuffle for the kids and played at blind man's bluff. And Mrs. Kober possessed jewels that would have made Sadie Meeker's frosty eyes burn with desire. Of an evening it was his habit to spend some hours in brilliantly lit rooms, supplied liberally with mirrors and with round hardwood tables, at which men with diamond scarf-pins and boutonnieres sat and lolled in easy-chairs and called for drinks. Because his own diamond scarf-pin and boutonniere were not conspicuously large, but unmistakably more choice, everybody hailed him admiringly as Buck, and demanded what he would take. One afternoon, while Bessie was dandling a doll half as big as herself, and Richard and Bobby were doing a cakewalk with an energy and freedom of grimace and gesture that made her scream with laughter, the door opened, and a gentleman, who had held a little colloquy with the maid in the hall, entered unannounced. The gentleman was Detective Minnick. There was an instant in which, if Detective Minnick had been a timid man, he would have found the sight of Richard bad for his nerves. That the sight of Minnick was bad for Richard's nerves, there was not the slightest doubt. But there are courtesies in the underworld. Even men who play for stakes as high as life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness permit themselves the luxury of treating one another with respect. 18-carat place you got here, Buck, old sport. Piana. French clock. Turkey rugs. Nice kids. Things been going your way. Don't look as if you've been up against hard luck yourself. Skip, kids. Mr. Minnick and me will be wanting to bill and coo in private. These were amenities. People did not shake hands in the underworld except as a sign of extreme formality. Neither do they look one another steadily in the face except in anger. They glance at one another from time to time and converse at an angle of 45 degrees. Also, a certain gruffness of manner and voice are de rigueur. It was Detective Minnick's profession to bring every man's trouble home to him, but he had the reputation of executing his disagreeable task with as little offense as possible. It was an incident of Richard Kober's profession that he did not like to have people call on him. It always made him uncomfortable until they stated their business, and then sometimes it made him still more uncomfortable. Something doing?" he asked with laconic elegance. "A little matter of my own. I want you to put me next." "What the blaze do you come to me about next for? I ain't next to nothing in this town except you dead ones at the front office." "Read the papers lately? One of you fly cops croaked, and you want to touch me for a bouquet for the stiff? Seen the details of that Sandy's job? Oh, it's that, is it? You can search me. You'll have to guess again if you want to pick a winner. I ain't mixed up in that. I haven't done any work in this town for 5 years. I live here, and you know well enough that where I live there's nothing done. I've got too much at stake. Don't suppose I'd be sitting here rubbering at your wallpaper if you'd done it, do you? But I want you to get mixed up in it. There's 5,000 simoleons reward, and I need 'em in my business." "Who told you I was interested in your business? I got troubles of my own." These also were amenities. The next statement was open combat. "It won't do, Charlie. I give it to you straight. I didn't do the job myself and don't know who did. But if I did know, I wouldn't tell you. I ain't got nothing against you personally. You always treated me square, and I'd go as far for you as another man. But I never yet beefed on a pal, and I'm not going to begin. I know it's done as well as you do. I haven't heard of a reward these last 10 years that you people have copped out that some gun didn't help you get. But you can keep the dough for all me when you get it. I'm a bad lot if you like, but I wouldn't turn mouthpiece for the whole 5,000. "Better wait till I offer 'em," said Minnick intently. "What'll you do for this?" Minnick passed him with one hand a telegram from Akron, Ohio, and with the other fingered a revolver in his coat pocket. Minnick's acquaintances whom he met in the way of business were sometimes spasmodic in their movements. Also, Richard Kober was aged 36, height 5 feet 11 1/4, complexion dark, eyes blue hazel, hair prematurely gray and black, beard, that is to say, close-cut mustache, solid black, teeth good, nose large and pugnacious, weight 165 pounds. "Swell place you got here, Buck. Piano, French clock, turkey rugs, nice kids. I should think you'd hate to shift." Minnick was to be congratulated on the completeness with which he had thought out his case. "I don't want to be hard on you, Buck. I'll give you time all right to turn the thing over in your mind, but understand me. I want those simoleons. If you should happen to discover a way of helping me get them, well, it's been 6 years since I seen Bud Denver in Joliet. I might be so stuck on myself I couldn't recognize him in the street if I passed him a dozen times a day. And I'm the only man on the force that's onto his mug. If you shouldn't happen to discover a way of helping me, that telegram reads cuffs in Clinton Place, jail in Akron, stir in Columbus, free rides between pints, and free grub and lodging everywhere. Dick, you've said time after time that if it ever came to pass again where you had to choose between me and the kids and a gun, you'd let the gun go. And you're up against that choice now," urged Mrs. Richard Kober when Minnick had said so long and taken his leave. "You've got enough money saved up to quit the business anyhow. I have often told you that with what we have in the bank, we could go over to London, bring up the kids respectably, and live decently ourselves. A man like me's no business with kids, Nell, old girl. Nor with a woman either," said Kober wearily, not for the first time in his life up against the eternal difference between a woman's world and a man's. Be it known that in the underworld, as in the upper, everybody minds his own business when his own business is pressing. When it is not, he minds conscientiously and discusses with unction the business of everybody else. Speaking broadly, the only person who knows nothing and can discover nothing of who did what is the detective. He is as well known as if he moved about preceded by a town crier. On all sides of him, the words that it concerns him to hear are vibrating in the air. The vibrations die away just before they reach his ears. That evening, after his pacific interview with Minnick, Kober loitered listlessly about the better sort of haunts of the powers that pray. He was caught up by groups who back mathematics versus confidence and stand to win, and heard the latest gossip about the favorite, the odds offered and asked, the latest news of the champion's condition, the latest arrangements for a fake match of bantamweights, in which everybody who put money on the sure thing was to gain experience at the end of a rally in the 8th round. He heard the last great score at billiards, the last great game at hazard, and received an invitation to make one of a select party forming to work the crowd at the coming Cincinnati Sangerfest. From time to time, in the lull of more urgent affairs, a remark was dropped that Blinky pulled off a good thing 2 days ago at Philly, that had been a tidy getaway the night before on 59th Street. Long Morgan, you know, was added in a lower tone by way of complete information. and that Barney had not been seen for some days and must have something on. Richard would have been too shrewd, which is to say he loved his own skin too intelligently, to put direct questions about the Sandys job, nor would there have been the least reason why he should ask questions. The Sandys job was just becoming a subject of impassioned surmise. 20 times in the evening Kober himself was asked if he knew who did it. 20 times he listened to notes of admiration of the cleverness with which it had been planned and executed, and to the opinion that it was the work of outside talent. Before the evening was gone, he came to loathe outside talent. He was sick of outside talent. He was sick of the neatness of the Sandys job. He was sick of the choice that he must make, and of the evil that must befall him no matter what he chose. For himself he cared really little enough, if the truth were told. But it was altogether true that a man like him had no business with a woman and kids. He had fully mastered his ideas in this connection when he entered the Green Dragon, and the presiding Belial stepped forward and handed him a note. It consisted of but 2 lines and a signature. He had received the precise duplicate of it just as he was leaving Clinton Place. "I want to see you in a hurry, Buck. Pull the ringer at the number given in the other note, L.C." Half an hour afterward he was sitting at the bedside of Lubin Kavanaugh in a house on 16th Street, where single gentlemen were permitted to pay exorbitant rates for lodging in exchange for the privilege of presenting introductions when guaranteed their reputability. When, in obedience to a weak-voiced summons to come in, Richard first entered the room, he perceived an emaciated head fallen back in an ecstasy of exhaustion among the pillows. When the emaciated head had identified its visitor as Buck Kober, it hailed him with a "Hello, old sport," and the man to whom it belonged sat upright, threw back the bedclothes, and resumed an interrupted labor, which was the labor of setting, or possibly, as Richard judged, of resetting jewels. "Thought you might be the doctor with some more dope. He and I are doing a little song and dance together while I fix up this pennyweight job. I'm playing the pennyweight game alone, and he might want to cut in. He'd speculate on these sparklers in his bill if he knew I had 'em. Buttes, ain't they?" The time had been when a sparkler had the same fascination for Richard Kober that it had for Lubin Kavanaugh, but he was in no mood that evening to admire another man's plunder. A wonder as to the previous ownership of the jewels he could not repress. Even in the stir, men make guesses as to the origin of an unscheduled piece of bread, but the etiquette of the underworld forbids inquiry in regard to such matters. "Then it's just a song and dance?" Richard asked, referring to the bottles of medicine on the table and Kavanaugh's reclining position. "That's all. Never felt better in my life. The doc calls it symptoms of pneumonia, but they're the kind you and I had when we made out we was dying of consumption out in Joliet's stir. Remember how we got into the hospital, don't you? You faded away on soap, and I just kept a coughing. There was about 50 of us dying of consumption in that stretcher, wasn't there? What you so blue about, Buck? Dig into that booze there and get a brace on. You and Nell ain't been having a row, have you?" The reference to Richard's domestic relations was merely experimental. Kavanaugh was in such good spirits himself that he could only fall back on the bachelor's chronic surmise when a married friend is out of sorts. "No, it's just a general case of grouch. I get hipped every now and then just as I used to. What can I do for you, Lubin? I got to shift in a few minutes." The two looked at each other for an instant in that quick but piercing way which all guns, let alone pals, have. Merely a week's separation is sufficient to make necessary this preliminary test of a comrade's loyalty before new contracts can be entered into. Kavanaugh believed that he saw in his old companion the same Buck Kober of square deals and no beefs. "I'd let you into the job, Buck," he said. "It was just the kind of game to attract an old single-handed stiff like myself, and I played it alone. What I want is a dop just like this one without the break." And he handed Kober a little instrument nearly broken. "I've got to have a new one by 11 o'clock tomorrow morning, and I'll be dead obliged to you if you'll get it for me. I get it myself, but I got these symptoms, you know, and the push thinks I'm out at that crib in Mexico rolling the wheel. Understand, don't you? See, Buck, if it's dough you need, reach under my pillow here and you'll find a roll. I've been there myself, you know." "That's all right, Lube. 'Tain't as bad as that." "Well, take care of yourself, old man, and if you see any of the push, tell 'em I'm basking in the sun down among the Mexies. So long, Buck." "Well," said Mrs. Kober expectantly when Richard paused at the close of his account of the evening's interview with Kavanaugh. "Well, it's cuffs in Clinton Place, jail in Akron, free rides between pints, free grub and lodging everywhere. I can't beef on a pal like Kavanaugh, Nell. A man's got to stick by his friends." "It ain't a case of beefing on a pal, Dick. It's a case of doing dirt by me and the kids. There ain't one of your friends has stood by you like me and the kids. If you got to stick by your friends, you got to stick by us." It won't do, Nell. A gun's seen his luck when he turns mouthpiece. I watched it since I was a little shaver selling papers in Grafton malls. Be square with the push, and the push will be square with you, and it'll be the better for you in the end. I don't even know for sure that Kavanaugh made the touch, but whether he did or not, he'd know I had split on him, and he'd follow me till he croaked. In an earlier period of her married life, Mrs. Kober would at this moment have resorted to tears or to blandishments. She had learned, however, that there were times when Dick meant what he said, and she was of the opinion, as she studied him, that this was one of those times. She did not in the least give up the battle. A hard man makes a hard wife, unless he kills her, and she had her idea. If she had been altogether wise, she would have held her tongue. But it is not in nature to be so wise as that. A woman is perfectly helpless when she's tied to a man that means to play the fool, she said bitterly. You have to be square to the push, or the push will get even with you. You can do as you like by the woman and the kids. No matter what you do, they've got to stand for it. This statement being self-evident, Richard Kober made no reply to it. He went to bed. Half an hour later, Mrs. Kober put on her hat and shawl and softly left the house. That, perhaps, was a part of her idea. The raid was one of those ordinary manhunts with the game at bay, the details of which even the newspapers have long since wearied of reporting. The flatties in uniform surrounded the place, and Minnick, with 3 fellow huntsmen, went into the building to face an animal rather more dangerous than one of the larger carnivora. The animal, however, was intelligent. Kavanaugh had not the slightest chance of escape, and knew it the minute his door was forced open and the detectives drew their revolvers. "They're good," he remarked in the gambler's jargon, and allowed himself to be handcuffed. His only comment on the capture lay in the words, "Another case of beef." The Sandys' jewels were all found in Kavanaugh's possession, a number of them very skillfully reset, and 2 of the larger very skillfully disfigured. The public prints rang the next day with the praise of the celebrated Minnick, and repeated their version of the unrecognized intellectual profession, which taxes the swiftest and subtlest powers of the mind, and to which society owes its immunity from crime. If a man is built for the profession, the illustrious Minnick was reported to have said, he can cop out a gun as if by miracle. If he ain't, he can sit at table with the man that's wanted and study his photograph and go home a dead one. Every reporter agreed that the celebrated Minnick was built for the profession, and had laid his hand as if by miracle on the man that was wanted. What they did not give him credit for was a gift for statement not greatly unlike their own. Sadie Meeker drew the attention of both Margie and Kitty to the most highly ornate paragraphs in praise of the celebrated Minnick, and enjoyed the proud delight of fame. She had been in some doubt until the newspapers took him up whether she cared for him really, but the reporter's eloquence decided her. When the ring was brought, a great flush of triumph came into her face. The diamond was bigger than Kitty's and prettier. "Oh, Charlie, there is scale in your job," she exclaimed, "and I will marry you, for your mustache." The box was as satisfactory as the store, and a receipted bill from Tiffany's was even more satisfactory than the box. But there were a number of items of which Tiffany took no account. The week that the marriage of Detective Minnick was announced, an incident occurred in one of the side streets of the City of Mexico. Different accounts of the affair appeared at the time in the police columns of the daily press of the city, but the only arrest that was ever made was of the young man who, on reading the items in the newspapers, volunteered the information that on the night of the incident in question, he had seen a suspicious-looking figure loitering about the corner where the injured man was found. He said furthermore that on turning the corner himself he had heard the sound of a bit of scuffling, but there was no outcry. He very much regretted, as he stated to the police, that he had not turned back and investigated, but he was in a hurry at the time and gave no serious heed to the episode. He described the suspicious-looking man that he had seen merely as a heavily built man with noticeably square jaws, and added that he looked like an American, although of this he was, of course, not sure. Naturally, the police tried to find a reason for holding the young man. It served him right for offering information that led to nothing, but his good name among his neighbors, as well as with certain influential city officials, made it impossible seriously to suspect him. At the city hospital, where the injured man was taken, certain papers and checks found in his pocket showed that he conducted his financial affairs, at least, over the name of Oliver Hughes. But the police were much puzzled to find tattooed in blue ink on the left forearm the name Buck Kober. The lettering was somewhat blurred, and the inference of the police was that the man had tried to prick it out with milk. He never regained consciousness, and it was impossible to obtain any statement from him. The wound in his head seemed to indicate that he had been hit with an uncommonly heavy billy. A woman came forward from nowhere in particular to claim the body, but she showed no disposition to supply biographical details. She dedicated her energy to hysterics. It has perhaps no connection with this incident that 2 weeks previously, the following paragraph appeared in various newspapers in the United States. Lubin Kavanaugh, alias New York Lube, escaped from prison last night. He is a notorious professional burglar and has a record against him which takes up several pages of the prison's blotter. A reward of $500 is offered for his capture and imprisonment until the prison authorities can be communicated with. There are those who rate themselves wise, however, who believe that the two trivial incidents are connected, and that a belated item should be added to the bill from Tiffany's. End of Section 2. Section 3 of The Powers That Pray. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Chris Pyle. The Powers That Pray by Josiah Flynt and Alfred Hodder. The Revenge of the Four. One evening, or rather one morning in May, in the Slide, which everybody knows, though that is not its name, a mixed company of men and women were glad that they were young. Therefore they ordered miscellaneous drinks and smoked cigarettes, and listened to three darkies explain, to the accompaniment of three guitars, that they find the Western Union a convenience no matter where they roam, and that they will telegraph their baby, who'll send 10 or 20 maybe, and they won't have to walk back home. In marked contrast with the other visitors that evening at the Slide, there sat close about a table in earnest consultation four celebrities, whom the house treated with distinguished deference. There is a little black book without a title or title page, in which very good woodcuts may be seen of the faces of the four celebrities and of other celebrities, friends and rivals of the four. Also there are capital photographs of the four and of their friends and rivals, and on each of the photographs, as on each of the woodcuts, there is a number, and corresponding to each number there is a minute description, beginning with name and alias, and ending in remarks. This book and these photographs are not dealt in by the trade, neither are they for sale or general distribution by anyone. They are made for the use of gentlemen who commit such portraits to memory as if they were words in a strange language, and who walk abroad with the knowledge thus acquired, in the deliberate wish to make trouble. These four celebrities were persons of varied accomplishments, and of considerable capital and industry, which they placed at the service of an appreciative public. The four were instruments of that fall which it is good divinity and common observation to believe cometh after pride of sapience. Wherever there gathered people whose confidence was greater than their discretion, and who were willing to back their opinion, the four lent them every facility, thereby benefiting them and forming them in the self-knowledge which philosophers declare is the beginning and the end of wisdom. The four were clever with their hands, had mastered in some of its most profitable applications the truth that motion may be quicker than sight, and drew a steady revenue from the desire of mankind to learn by experience. Their fellow countrymen showed their appreciation of talents like these by first enriching the possessors, by private contribution, then from time to time by offering them public receptions, at which speeches were in order, and by tendering them for a considerable period the hospitality of the state. It should in justice be added that every one of the four was of a retiring disposition, and shunned these public attentions whenever possible. This May evening in the Slide they had met by appointment in the way of business. Their business for the moment seemed to consist in the attentive contemplation of a calendar of local shows and festivals, and generally of occasions on which anywhere in the United States in the next 3 months extraordinary crowds would congregate. At any expense of labor, or of inconvenience to themselves, they were ambitious to afford their services to the greatest number of people in the greatest number of places in the shortest space of time possible. The question of the day was, in which part of the country and with what graft the benefit of their services should first be offered. The four had traveled widely and observantly, but not always in one another's company, and there were differences of opinion in regard to the territory most likely at once to receive them with due appreciation, and to respect the modesty which disinclined them to public attentions. Mr. Edie called Mike among his intimates, and Tier 4, number 30896 among his attendants, at a mansion of more than monastic seclusion, facetiously known as his lying-in hospital, favored a preliminary jaunt to a reunion of Civil War veterans to be held in the South. He backed up the suggestion with promises of success, which, on account of his experience and age, he had just passed his 56th year, were listened to with marked attention. "There's more suckers in a day down in that part of the country," he declared, "than there is up here in a week. We've all been in the hill country in West Virginia on circus days, ain't we? Well, the class of people you find there, is running loose all over the South. They take in about one show a season, and when they get to town, they rubber so that they ain't thinking about their leathers at all. Well, I've seen those yaps come to town and throw up their hands at sights that a Bowery kid wouldn't drop a cigarette snipe to see. Put 'em in front of a sideshow's banners, and they'll screw their necks till you'd think they was never going to get 'em in shape again. They work like steers on their farms, and don't see anything exciting more than once or twice a year, and when a big thing comes along, it staggers 'em. The same class of yaps is going to be at the reunion. I can see just exactly how the thing's going to be. Those old soldiers, you know, will come from the country and rubber themselves silly. They'll chew the rag right in the crowd, blocking up the way and making pushes so's a bloke won't need any stalls. Colonel Jim Jams from Kentucky'll see Captain Coffee Cooler from New Orleans, and they'll beller and holler and hand around plug tobacco and fine cut right in a big jam, and Jim Jams'll suggest a mint julep. Then they'll push and squeeze to get out of the crowd, and off comes the touch. You know the single-handed worker, Sneezy Johnson? Well, he told me not more than 6 weeks ago that just such yaps as Jim Jams and Coffee Coolers stalled for him at a gathering in South Carolina better than a trained push. Why, Mike, he says, I don't want nothing easier than getting those people to bite. They're just like sheep. Somebody hollered that the elephants is coming, and they crowd and shove as if they was bughouse. I was amongst 'em when Brian struck Atlanta, and it's God's truth, my hands actually got tired weeding the leathers I pulled up. Now I tell you blokes, we don't want to lose a chance like the reunion unless there's something a damn sight better somewhere else. It won't cost us over 10 days to take it in, and then we can jump west or where you like. You're all right about the yaps biting, Mike, remarked Mr. Burris, familiarly known as Larry. But there's going to be an all-fired big push of guns at that reunion, and you know how those yaps are. They take the bait like catfish, but look out when the hollering begins. Why, they nearly lynched Jerry Simpson and the Michigan kid in a jerk town in Georgia last winter. The two was hitting it up pretty lively, and an old Hoosier woke up out of one of his dreams while the kid's fist was in his pocket, and he went bellowing like a moose all over the shop. If the coppers hadn't jumped in and rescued the kid, the yaps had croaked him sure, and it cost his push 1,000 plunks to spring him from the coppers. There's going to be a big push of visiting coppers at the reunion, too, and if any of 'em knows us, they'll beef dead sure. That's we square 'em, and they'll beef anyhow if the guns go it too strong, and that's just what's going to happen. There'll be such a lot of suckers that the guns'll work 'em hard, and there'll have to be a lot of springing done. My advice is, of course if they ain't nothing better, that we take in the through rattlers on the Pennsy or the Central for the next few weeks, and go it sort of quiet-like till we see how things are panning out. Them passengers on the through rattlers are always good for 25 or 50, and we can give 'em the change and raise rackets. At night we can pull off some Pullman touches. I ain't stuck on this kind of grafting, but it's my opinion that it'll suit us better than the reunion will at this stage of the game. Mr. Wren, with the descriptive monarchy Shorty, agreed with Mr. Burris that the reunion was impracticable, but for reasons which the others understood but did not seriously consider, favored remaining in town and taking in such events as funerals until the season was more advanced. Going to be some big stiffs to work at this month, he remarked appreciatively, and if we don't attend to 'em, somebody else will, take my tip for that. Mr. Wren was engaged to be married to a sweet little thing on the east side, and, his opinions well knew, was not competent to make acceptable suggestions. Mr. Froude, affectionately termed Eddie by an indulgent wife as well as by his 3 pals, proposed a jaunt through the great state of Ohio, and made good his reasons for the selection of this locality with very convincing arguments and illustrations. There's no use talking, blokes, he said. There ain't been no improvement on old Ohio in any state of the Union. She's been touched up right and left, backward and forward, and sideways and crossways, and there she sits still saying, "Gimme some more, honey, gimme some more." Why, blokes, it's one of the phenomenons of the age, as Jimmy the Greek used to say, the way Ohio has been ripped open by politicians and guns and keeps as chipper as ever. Why, them railroad junctions of hers has been touched up for the last 25 years, and they're as good as government bonds yet. Better, by Jove. I don't want any neater graft than floating around them junctions. And I'd like to know where there's another state where you can fix things the way you can in Ohio. The politicians have got the state by the throat, and you know as well as I do that where they get their graft in, guns can too. Now's the time when the circuses begin their rounds, and the thing for us to do is to jump over there, tie up with one of the shows, and just take its dates. I was over there last season with Myers and Randall, and we only had to make one spring, and that didn't cost us over $600. By August we had 6,000 plunks, even money, banked. We couldn't do any better than that anywhere. And I say we hunt up a good sneaking climber, sneak thief and burglar, and jump over there. Do you know what fixtures are traveling with the shows? Asked Mr. Edie. There ain't been any changes. I saw Cincinnati Red day before yesterday, and he said the shows had the same coppers. Some of 'em has come up a little in their commission charges, but most of 'em are asking 20%, same as usual. 15% goes with some of 'em if you ain't on the dip, and are just doing the sure thing act. This conversation took place in the inscrutable, lipless enunciation of the profession. The night festival in the slide was still at its height, and above all the sound of light laughter, of popping corks and shuffling feet. The voices of the three darkies proclaimed to the accompaniment of the three guitars that they had got a horseless carriage and a footman too, and yellow coachmen by the score, that they'd say goodbye to all the coons, 'cause we ain't poor no more. Adolph Hockheimer, mayor at this time of the city of Cornville, was a politician of the school whose first principle it is to let people have whatever they want, provided always they want it badly enough to make a fuss about it. He was not one of those spurious Republicans whose notion of political liberty is that every man be allowed to govern both himself and everyone else according to the dictates of his conscience. He believed in the sacred right of the working majority to indulge in the particular shade of misgovernment to which they have a fancy, and in the sacred duty of the minority to submit, without offensive partisanship except for campaign purposes. In the absence of so marked a preference on the part of the people that they were willing to make a fuss about it, he believed in the right of the governor to please his friends, and in particular his most dearly cherished friend, which is himself. He had qualified himself in general for knowing what the people want, by offering them for years the hospitality of his bar-room. They wanted insatiably to pay infinite nickels for infinite glasses of indifferent beer, which cost him half a cent apiece. They made it impossible for him to take the amount of rest allowed him in the early morning hours and on Sunday by an indulgent license. His apprenticeship in high politics he began when he constructed his first block of tenement houses with thinner walls and less commodious apartments than the law commands. He was obliged to square the building committee. His serious studies he perfected during the period when he humanely rented his apartments to a class of people for whom the law commands that there shall be no abiding place whatever. He was obliged to square everybody and keep them squared, and they showed an equal facility in taking on the required shape and in losing it again. As chief executive of the city of Cornville, he had succeeded an incumbent who had been the candidate of a reform party. A reform party in the United States is usually an acute disorder of the body politic, a spasm or epileptic fit of virtue, very disagreeable to anyone with a sense of dignity. A reform party that has elected its candidates becomes a lingering disease, very disagreeable to everyone, whether he has a sense of dignity or not. In regard to a sense of dignity in the city of Cornville, no positive statement can be made. In regard to its distaste as month succeeded month for political epilepsy as the rule of life, it is difficult to make a statement too positive. The men of light and leading who had objected to other men's getting their little bills jobbed found it impossible to get their own little bills jobbed. The case was intolerable. Mayor Renshaw was a Cato the Censor in every man's street, and no considerable body of human beings had ever professed a wish and stuck to the profession to be as good as Cato. Mayor Hockheimer was elected as the regular candidate to the open rejoicing of almost everyone, and to the concealed rejoicing of almost everyone else, and the body politic resumed a condition of health. Everyone found it possible to get his little bill jobbed, and the new executive, out of whom hitherto as a man of business politics had made money, began to reap the harvest of his long studies, and with perfect mastery made money out of politics. On the morning that the great and only combination circus and menagerie was getting ready for the afternoon entertainment in the city of Cornville, a gentleman in the full jeweled regimentals of a sport, but with a badge on his waistcoat which proclaimed him to be a private detective, called at the mayor's office in the town hall and asked for an interview with his Honorable Mr. Hockheimer. The interview was granted him. "Good morning, Mr. Hockheimer. This is a pleasant day." "Very pleasant, sir, very pleasant. Take a seat, sir. Don't know as I ever saw a pleasanter at just this season of the year." The two men made mental notes upon each other while these original courtesies were being exchanged. The private detective speculated on whether Mr. Hockheimer was workable, and the mayor decided that the private detective was in a very lucrative business to be able to afford so impressive a uniform. "I am the special officer, Mr. Hockheimer, of the great and only combination circus and menagerie, which is to show here this afternoon and evening, and I have taken the liberty of presenting complimentary tickets to your chief of police, and am here now to offer some to you. We should be very glad if you would make use of the half-dozen in this envelope. We shall feel honored if you can find the time to visit the entertainments in person." "Very kind, sir, very kind. I judge from the posters about town that you have a very attractive show." "Yes, we offer the public a varied program. I think I may say very varied, sir." It was strictly to be noted that this exchange of commonplaces was not ineptitude. In the language of the prize ring, it was sparring for an opening. The mayor, who was approached in this manner on an average of twice a week, was perfectly aware that the circus representative's business was not yet transacted. He leaned back in his chair in an attitude of expectation. "Mr. Hockheimer," the detective continued at last, "besides being the special officer of the circus company, I am also the business representative of some of the sideshow concerns connected with the circus." "Just so," said the mayor. "Exactly," said the detective. Whereupon both men looked a shade more thoughtful in order to convince each other that neither had the least inclination to smile. "Among the sideshow interests which I represent are some amusing games which we are taking along with us this summer. We try to have novelties every year, you know." "Just so," said the mayor. "They are harmless little games of chance, you know, at which the visitor to the show may take in 20 times his money, or maybe 50 times, said the detective, who labored to be accurate. "We run the games, you know, more to draw a crowd before the circus than anything else. It isn't at all our notion to make money out of the games, except just to pay expenses. They're, so to speak, a kind of advertisement. We thought," concluded the detective with childlike simplicity, "that we ought to explain this to you beforehand." "What is the nature of these games?" asked the mayor, also with childlike simplicity. "Well, one is a variation of the old shell game that as a boy you doubtless yourself became acquainted with. Then we are experimenting with a little wheel and a pea that we have been led to believe might entertain the boys. The pea goes skipping around, you know, and if it stops at the right place, the boy wins." Here there was a really impressive pause. The mayor's face had become of a portentous gravity. He cleared his throat as if preparatory to the declaration of a moral principle. "There are but 2 other matters in regard to which I need trespass upon your attention," said the astute middleman, who did not conceive it possible the mayor could at the moment have anything to say that would be to the profit of his employers. "It is the wish of the gentlemen who are handling the little games of which I speak to testify their gratitude to your charming town for the hospitality it showed them the last time they were here." This certainly demonstrated a Christian spirit on the part of 2 at least of his employers. The hospitality to which they had been treated on their last visit to Cornwall had consisted mainly in a new and perfectly snug suit of tar and feathers. They wished to distribute $500 among your private charities, and would regard it as a great favor if you, Mr. Hockheimer, who can apply the money with so much more discretion than is at all possible to us outsiders, would take charge of the funds. Here he produced a neat package, which he laid on the desk before the mayor. The mayor's face assumed a look of extreme abstraction. "The other little matter relates only to the subject of police protection. It is the policy of the Great and Only to rely largely upon the local police for protection, paying liberally, of course, for the extra service they request. They find this policy more satisfactory to everyone. I am about to speak to your chief of police on the subject, but thought it more courteous first to address you, particularly as it seems much simpler to make one arrangement for the protection of the grounds as a whole, the main show, the side shows, and, well, all the little booths that are set up along with the main show." "Has the show taken out its license?" asked the mayor with the politeness of a man who can take in an idea without having his skull cracked to make room for it. "The license? Oh, yes, Mr. Mayor, the license is all right. I will consider the matters of which you speak with the chief of police," said the mayor with the grand air. The chief of police was the commander of 15 patrolmen in 1 wagon. "It is a pleasure to meet a gentleman who has had experience of affairs," said the polite middleman, rising to take his leave. "I was happy to see that you were put in office by a majority which promises a re-election." "Hope your show will have every success," said the mayor. "Hope you will have fair weather." "Today, at all events, is a pleasant day," said the detective. "Very pleasant, sir, very pleasant. Don't know that I ever saw a pleasanter at just this season of the year." There was still an hour to while away before the afternoon entertainment in the big tent of the Great and Only Combination Circus and Menagerie would begin. The parade had taken place in the morning, and the visitors to the show were gathering on the grounds. Since early morning they had packed the highways that converge at Cornwall as the spokes of a wheel converge at the hub. Never before, except during the free silver presidential struggle, when the successful contestant had favored its people with a Pullman car platform speech, had the city contained such a motley collection. Crops were promising. The distinguished fellow citizen in Washington had promised good times. The omnipotent stockbroker in Cleveland was backing the distinguished fellow citizen, and it is only once a year that the great and only visits Cornwall. The Yaps, as Mr. Edie had called them, or if you prefer, the backbone and intelligence of a great nation, as the President had assured them he felt them to be, had passed a private resolution that, for the time being, their line fences could be gall-darned. They were going to take a day off. The 4 celebrities were present to lend the charm of surprise to the day off. Mr. Wren, who, on account of the sweet little thing on the east side, had favored remaining at home and working the stiffs, was playing his part behind the counter of a little booth to which he allured the backbone and intelligence of a great nation with cries of 16 to 1, gentlemen, 16 gold plunks for 1, if you choose the right color. It's a mere charity I'm offering you, just to advertise the clown in the show. 16 to 1, beats Brian Hollow. Step up, gentlemen, and try your luck. 16 to 1. The sweet little thing on 2nd Avenue would never have recognized her beloved Shorty in the earnest exhorter beseeching the crowd to take a spin on his wheel, which was the Wheel of Fortune. There was a fervor in his speech and an intense look in his face that, it is to be feared, the sweet little thing had never been favored with. The underworld makes love, more or less, as does the upper world. Like the upper world also, it becomes really in earnest when it makes money. Dod-gas that squirt of a wheel anyhow. So are you behind there. When am I going to win? You got 5 of my dollars, and I ain't won once. The words were deceiving and unnatural, but Mr. Edie's voice was the same in Ohio as in the slide. He was a better tool than stall, as the upper world knew to its sorrow, but tools had no function in sure-thing games, and he was doing his best to make the people bite. Roll her again, I'll chance another. Make or break, win or bust. The old woman will dress me down, but shucks, hard words don't lower the price of eggs. The wheel began to slacken its pace for the 6th time. The little pea lingered exasperatingly near the blanks. Mr. Wren made a slight movement with his foot. The pea moved slowly toward the winning colors. The wheel stopped. Here's your money, sir. See if it's all right before you leave. 10 5s and 3 10s. Make room for the rest. 16 to 1, gentlemen, if you choose the right colors. A mere charity I'm offering you just to advertise the show. Step up, gentlemen. Don't let the grass grow. On your luck. Circus day comes but once a year. Don't push there. Take your time. Time's the only thing cheaper than circus lemonade. The big tent don't open for an hour yet. Easy there, I tell you. You 2 fellas in front, stop your shoving. Mr. Burris and Mr. Froude were leading the innocents to the slaughter. The innocents could hardly wait to be led. They jostled Mr. Edie aside before he could count his winnings, and Fortune's wheel had made a number of turns by the time he broke through the surging mob and made his way to the rear to spur on those who still held back. It was a hot time, such as the 4 celebrities had prayed for. The Hoosier pineth for education, Mr. Edie said, so the Hoosier got it. The 3 stalls had to turn policemen and keep the crowd back, it was so eager to learn by experience. Dollars, in silver and paper, were thrust into Mr. Wren's hand with a rapidity which at times came very near making him forget to halt the fortunate pea at the losing colors. There was grumbling among the losers, but fatuity is infinite and inexhaustible in the ranks behind the first, and people in the rear elbowed those in front of them aside, in their haste to benefit the eloquent Wren. 16 in exchange for 1, and every man convinced beforehand of his natural and inalienable luck. Cornwall did not come to his senses till a few minutes before the entertainment in the big tent began. Then there were remarks more militant than consoling. "Mob 'em!" cried one indignant citizen who had sowed dollars and reaped wisdom and scorned it. The life of a celebrity is hard. There were even numbers of the crowd who suggested tar and feathers, but they reckoned without the powers that rule. "Clear the way here," commanded the chief of police at the head of an imposing squad sworn in for the day. "No crowding." Also, the chief received 10% of the net proceeds. "But, Chief, we've been done," protested a bucolic chorus. "Get out, you milkskins. Go in and see the show." And the chief whisked them aside. "But, Chief," screamed a little German, "I want my money back. I lose $2. Those fellows is slickers, I want to tell you." "Choke it off, Dutchy, you're excited. Take a run around the ring with the baby elephant." "By Gott, I will do nothings of the kind. I go straight to the mayor. Will some of you beeples go mit me?" The entertainment had begun, and the beeples were there to see it, but 10, who had lost heavily, agreed to accompany the German to the mayor's office. They were not influential or prominent, but the majority of them were voters, and the mayor was amenable to reason, when reason took the form of applied mathematics. "Do you mean to say they are running skin games, gambling on the show's grounds?" asked the initiated mayor. "By Gott, that's what I tell you. Von man, he tell me I get $70 for 2. "That is a lie. Also, I lose mine $2. When people lose money, that is gambling. In Germany and America, by God, everywhere." "Gentlemen, you surprise me. I will see that those games are stopped immediately. I am glad you called my attention to the matter. I have to thank you in the name of the city of Cornwall. Good afternoon, gentlemen. It is upon some public-spirited citizen as you that every official who is interested in good government must depend." The afternoon entertainment of the Great and Only was drawing to its close. The chariots were tearing around the big ring on the last lap, the spectators were getting ready to leave, and the performers for the concert after the show were peeking through the curtains of their dressing rooms to see how many had been persuaded to wait for them to do their stunt. The four celebrities and the gentlemen in the full jeweled regimentals of a sport, the special officer of the Great and Only, were in solemn conclave just outside the main entrance. "The chief says the mayor has ordered the game shut down," said the special officer. "Told me to tell you that he'd have to make a pinch if you give the wheel another turn. It's all off." "But we ain't even got our fixin' money back yet," objected Mr. Burris. "We'll be losers if we have to quit now." He threw an accent of really moral indignation into the word losers. "Losers and a pig's eye," exclaimed Mr. Froude. "If you'll stand for the dip," and he gave the special officer a dig in the ribs with his thumb, "we'll get our dough back 10 times over. How much commission have you got to have?" "Seeing how things is running, I can't risk it under 25%. "Will you square the hollers?" "If they don't holler too loud." "Done." It was the crowd that was done. Mr. Eady graciously consented to resume his old role of tool, and the other three hummed the tune of the pickpocket song. "Oh, we are 3 stalls, 3 jolly old stalls. We live like royal Turks. We're on the dip to win our chuck. To hell with the man that works." The band began to play. The flap of the main entrance to the big tent was thrown open. The crowd rushed out, and the four celebrities started to do business. As long as Cornville lasts and reminiscences are permissible, the story of the business that the four did will be told and retold. It was a revenge which has become classic even in blasé gun circles. As Mr. Froude graphically put it, the crowd was simply ripped open. When it had dispersed and the men went over the grounds to clean up for the rush and departure of the evening, the weeded leathers filled to overflowing a bushel basket. The Cornwall Public Prints of the next day's issue estimated that $3,000 changed hands during the short space of time that the four were active. There was beefing galore, but the Great and Only folded its tents and stole away in the night, and the special officer squared no hollers. The life in the slide was at its height. The three darkies were strumming their guitars and vociferating in chorus. "I's got a little baby, but she's out of sight. I talked to her across the telephone. I's never seen my honey, but she's all right. I never seen my honey, but she's mine all right. So take my tip and leave this gal alone." The room was full of smoke. The patrolman of the beat was getting his eye-opener at the back door, and the Salvation Army lassie in full uniform was ostentatiously vending her tracts. The four celebrities sat at their favorite table drinking champagne. There had been toasts to Cornwall, to Mayor Hockheimer, to the Great and Only, and to the crowd. And Mr. Froude rose to reply, "To Ohio, the dear old state." And he struck the 4th of July orator's attitude. "May she keep her junctions open, cherish her fixers, never go back on guns, and breed a fresh crop of suckers every year. Drink it down." In chorus, "Drink it down." And the three darkies, under the inspiration of fate, which does things handsomely, struck into the chorus. "Get your money's worth, I've had my gin and feel mighty glad. Get your money's worth and have a good time, but don't get bad. Get your money's worth, dance yourself clean off the earth. If you want to have fun, bring your razor and your gun, and get your money's worth." End of section 3. Section 4 of The Powers That Pray. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Chris Pyle. The Powers That Pray by Josiah Flynt and Alfred Hodder. The Order of the Penitents. A system of biology which proclaimed the flea a part of the monkey he lives upon would be regarded as at the least paradoxical. A company of gifted monkeys, competent to take a university degree, and to misunderstand the doctrine of the origin of species, might possibly conceive the notion of isolating their parasites and maintaining them for a time in safety and comfort, in the hope that they would turn into monkeys themselves. But the notion and the gifted monkeys that conceived it would be ridiculous. At least that is the judgment of the scribe's common friend, the illustrious Minick. He goes so far, indeed, as to apply the analogy to a kindred science, and to act upon his convictions, which is certainly to be reprehended. As near as can be gathered across his reiterated "you see blokes" and "savvy" and "you hear me's," his idea seems to be that in every considerable company of men there are two organized societies, the society of the professional businessman and the society of the professional crook, and that the latter society is literally a parasite upon the former. The point is that he regards the current theory of the penitentiary as a joke, and thinks any hesitation on the part of a member of the Society of Professional Businessmen to take advantage of a professional crook as ridiculous as a hesitation on the part of an enlightened monkey to dine off his flea. The scribes, the illustrious Minnick's common friends, do not go the length of approving his idea, far less do they think his idea can be made to justify his practice. They are scrupulously careful to hold no opinions that are not so nearly like those held by their neighbors that they may avoid scandal, but they permit themselves to record, and to condemn, the opinions of the illustrious Minnick. This is the preface. What follows is the story. The result of the events narrated in it is that Mrs. Minnick, sometime Miss Sadie Meeker, declares in confidence that her next friends during her maidenhood, Margie Payne, who married a saloon keeper, and Kitty Barwin, who married a part owner in a dance hall, are become dreadfully common. That is not the word she used. What she said was that Margie always was a slob, and that she, Sadie, had done everything for Kitty until she was just sick of it. But the meaning is the same. The underworld does not use the same idiom, but it manages to express the same meaning as the upper. The illustrious Minnick had money to invest, and Mrs. Minnick was mediating a residence in a less unfashionable quarter than theretofore, and a school for Sadie Jr., age 6, in which references were required. It is a matter of course that Mrs. Minnick was the efficient cause of her man's prosperity. It is the theory in the United States that every good woman is at least that, and the scribes, who are scrupulously careful to avoid scandal, profess unbounded belief in that theory. Mrs. Minnick learnt her man the virtues of diligence and self-denial. She put the screws on. In his own colloquialism, she made him hustle for the dust. The reasons why he should hustle were explained to him by Sadie with a clearness and determination to carry her point that gave Minnick no alternative except to do as he was told. Minnick's chief could not have been any more explicit in giving him a professional steer. "I want that apartment up in Harlem, and I want it furnished the way I told you," declared Sadie. "We've been married over 6 years, and I've got tired of hearing what we're going to do when you've got your pile. You've got a big enough pile now to get out of this floor where we've lived ever since our wedding day. I want you to save money as much as you do yourself, but we're not paupers, and I'm not going to live like one, and I'm not going to have Sadie grow up in a district like this. You know as well as I do that people who entertain a little and try to make an impression get on a great deal better than people who live all their lives in holes like this. Kit and Marge will never amount to anything 'cause they don't learn their husbands any style. It's style that goes in this town, and we've got to get a move on. You let lots of chances to make scale go by. One day before yesterday, Curry from the front office was telling me that if he had your front, as he called it, he'd be living near the park in 2 years. Now, I want to live near the park, and I want you to fix things so I can. You want to remember another thing, too, Charlie. If ever we do get on our feet properly, I want you to stop bringing those detectives up to the house. When Curry was here the other day, that lady that we got acquainted with at Asbury Park called, and the thing didn't go right at all. We can't mix up your business with my social acquaintances, and you want to remember it when we get up in Harlem." "I notice you don't object to spending the money that my business brings in," Minnick retorted not unsuccessfully. "After the money is in my purse, it's my affair where it comes from," continued Sadie with increased earnestness. "I ain't ashamed of being your wife, and I don't care who knows that you're a detective, but I don't propose to have the whole front office in my parlor when lady friends are calling on me. And if you'd only hustle a little harder, it wouldn't be long before you could quit the business. If you spent half the time in making money that I spend in hoping that you will make it, we'd be living near the park in 5 years. "Ain't I square with my money?" asked Minnick. "Don't I divvy with you on the level? I ain't complaining about what you do with the money you got. I'm simply telling you that we got to get more." "How much more do we need?" "All that we can get." There could be no doubt about this formula. Therefore, the illustrious Minnick refused himself almost altogether the happiness of Sadie's companionship. The greatest token of affection a man can give a woman after marriage, not before, being to see as little of her as possible and to hustle for the dust. The hours which, during the period of courtship, he had spent in jollying her and in floating round with her, which are the two main categories of underworld philandering, he devoted at present to increasing the scale of his job and to becoming wise. The latter is a most exacting occupation and consists in nothing less than in getting and in keeping in touch with everything in the underworld. The pursuit of it brought Minnick into companionship to which the fastidious Sadie, ambitious of Harlem, conceived a growing distaste, notably into the companionship of Gerald Noker, Esquire, miscalled Jerry, official warden of a place of retirement which was very wise indeed, and of one Timlin and one Culp, official keepers in the nameless place of retirement, and of Thomas Burpee, Esquire, and William Martz, Esquire, two great personages who must have preferred striped clothes because they wore them, and of whom Timlin and Culp and even the great Noker spoke in accents of reverence. Incidentally, Minnick had been able, by his intervention with the warden, to do each of the great personages a favor. Burpee he had secured the much-envied privilege of a place in the Pavilion for the Insane, where the restrictions upon the penitents were less severe than in the shops. Martzy got transferred from the smithy, where the labor is hard, to the feather-picking department, where the labor is non-existent, and had procured him a doctor's certificate which entitled him to delicacies of a sort at table. These things he did for a consideration in current treasury notes, but a favor is a favor in the house of the penitents, and Burpee and Martz, as became great personages, were grateful. Incidentally, too, the illustrious Minnick was a special detective in the cab case of the A&B Railway. He made no progress in the case for some time, except in the matter of lengthening the expense account, which the railway officials subsequently audited and allowed. He and Mrs. Minnick took a little jaunt to Atlantic City, where they stayed a week till the hot wave passed, and till Margie and Kitty became spiteful with envy. The railway officials did not see the expenses of that trip in the account which they audited, but they were there. The railway officials were too much concerned about bringing the guilty parties to justice to show themselves difficult about details. The facts of the case as they appeared in the public prints at the time are these. Harold Deprose, paymaster of the A&B, was accustomed the first of every month to draw a considerable sum in the private office of a Batty and Company, bankers and brokers, which he took up the line to be distributed on the different divisions. He was usually accompanied by one John Bladen, miscellaneous athlete and special officer not in uniform, by way of bodyguard. The evening before the robbery occurred, John Bladen fell into a conversation with two men of whom he could afterward give no description whatever, except that they had ill-kept sandy beards and rough discolored hands, and were dressed in soft hats and untidy, loose-fitting clothes, considerably the worse for wear. The next morning John Bladen was unable to present himself at the offices of the A&B, and he stated later that he must have been given Peter drops. But in support of this statement, he could give the officials of the A&B nothing whatever but his word. When Harold Deprose left the side door of a Batty and Company, bankers and brokers, that afternoon, he was so violently jostled by two stylishly dressed young men hastening toward a cab which stood in waiting for them, that he lost his hold for a moment on the small valise in which he carried his banknotes. Both young men apologized profusely, and one of them, whose high hat had toppled off in the encounter, stooped to pick it up and offered also to hand Deprose's valise, of which, however, Deprose himself hastened to gain possession. "I trust you are not hurt. Very awkward in me, I am sure," said one of the young men, solicitously lingering. "Not at all," said Deprose. "We were rushing to keep a date, but we did intend to take time to look where we were going," said the other young man, bareheaded, while he smoothed the nap of his hat with his coat sleeve. "Ought to have looked where I was going myself. As much my fault as yours," said Deprose cordially. "If you stay to explain, you will miss your date." "Good afternoon," said the young men together, and entered the cab. "Good morning," said Deprose, who made his way to the offices of the A&B, where he discovered that the small valise he held in his hands was not the same, except to the eye, as the small valise he had dropped on the pavement, and that the contents thereof were not the same, nor of equal value, and all of any consequence that he could remember of the two young men was that they both had sandy beards neatly trimmed, and hands neatly gloved. Therefore the illustrious Minnick arrested John Bladen and let him go again, and arrested a cabman and let him go again, and the higher officials of the A&B employed friends and confidants of the illustrious Minnick to keep Harold Deprose constantly in sight. 2 days after the adventure of Harold Deprose and the magic handbag, there was arrested in the streets of a city, which a courtesy toward and even regard for the safety of their friends and themselves inclines the scribes to keep concealed, a clean-shaven, stylishly apparelled young man known to his profession as Millie Matches, number 20547. His nom de guerre he had acquired in the years when he was learning his trade. He had disguised himself as a girl in the time of his slim, beardless youth, and had sold matches on the streets and done other things less permissible. It was because of the other things that the number had been added to his name. He was committed for the moment to a local house of repose, and ultimately, after certain tedious ceremonies, to the refuge of the Order of the Penitents, of which the Great Noker was the official warden. The particular events which had led to his joining the Order of the Penitents had occurred some 10 days before the adventure of Harold Diprose and the magic handbag. Millie Matches had strolled into the main entrance of one of the principal theaters in the nameless city at a time between the second and third acts of the play, when the corridor was not yet occupied. He had presented his basket and a revolver at the ticket office, and requested the man in evening dress behind the trellis to shell out. The man afterward explained that he had thought of dodging and taking his chances, but he had a family and didn't have his life insured. Neither did he dodge. He shelled out. "Good evening to you. It's a large, fine evening," said Millie Matches, and mooched, finding by a fortunate coincidence a horse and buggy near the theater entrance to assist him. At the time when Millie Matches first joined the Order of Penitents in the refuge of which the Great Noker was warden, the Great Noker was not fulfilling the duties of that office for his health. The warden of such a refuge is commonly expected to find it, or to make it, a good thing, and deeply as the scribes deplore the facts, they are compelled in justice to state that he had paid for the opportunity. For the rest, they permit themselves to record certain conversations and bits of narrative which came to their knowledge through their friend, the illustrious Minnick. Thomas Burpee and William Martz, the two great personages in striped clothes that Minnick included in his list of distinguished acquaintances, were men whom he found very valuable to interview when there was an addition to the Order of the Penitents. Although they might not know the newcomer personally, if he had any real standing in underworld society, they were pretty likely to be able to tell the degree of his distinction, and to estimate more or less correctly the probable amount of fall money it was reasonable to suppose he had at his disposal. In such matters, the underworld is very much like the upper world. Both worlds keep tabs on their celebrities, and the number one gun, like the millionaire, is classified in a social register and a who's who. It was the opinion of Thomas Burpee and William Martz, partially because they knew the class he belonged to, and partially because they had heard of some of his most recent enterprises, that Millie Matches was a penitent who would be glad to pay hard cash for mitigations of discipline. Where the hard cash was, they did not attempt to state. The underworld is somewhat more respectful than the upper of a man's private business, but that it would be forthcoming, if sufficient inducement were offered, that had no doubt whatever. Therefore Minnick made haste to have an interview with the omnipotent and worldly wise Noker. "You mean the man has the stuff?" asked Noker, after Minnick had told him of the reported financial status of Millie. "That's what Burpee and Martz say. It ain't hardly right for a man to have the stuff and not to learn the use of it. Seems irreligious-like, and a kind of burying his talent. Think Hell's Kitchen would learn him?" Hell's Kitchen, in the speech of people who do not know what it means to work there, is the foundry. "There's a heap of wisdom in a backache, if the backache's bad enough. Bad enough and just a little bit too bad, so's to set a man a-thinking. What do you say to the foundry? You must be short of hands in the foundry." "I am always short of hands wherever one'll do me the most good. But see here, Charlie, I'm sick of driblets. There's as much risk in this business, and a little job isn't a big one, and it's going to take a pile to get out of that foundry, or there's nothing doing." Noker found, as he expected, that he was short of hands in Hell's Kitchen, and to the kitchen accordingly Millie was assigned. The work prescribed for him was of the fittest sort to give him a backache, bad enough and just a little bit too bad, so's to set him a-thinking. One morning early, when he had had some days in which to do his thinking, and, as Noker said, to get wise off his back, he was toiling with a white-hot bar of iron, when Timlin and Culp found it possible to stray past him and to linger a minute at his side. They had previously had a little chat with the astute Minnick, which may have nothing to do with the case. The scribes know only that in Hell's Kitchen, Timlin and Culp, in their ordinary duties, had no business whatever. "Kind of a foretaste of being fried in your own grease, ain't it, pard?" Culp ventured. "Hot's hell and twice as thirsty," said Millie, pausing a moment to scrape the perspiration from his face and arms with the edge of his hand. "Ain't got a gin fizz in your jeans. I was just thinking I could use one." The three men grinned, and a grin in the place of retirement of the Order of the Penitents is a means of eloquent expression of more potency than an unabridged dictionary. "Seem rather light for this kind of work," Timlin dropped. "Did the deputies see you before you were put here?" The question would have made a much less observing penitent than Millie look the two screws carefully over. They were not in the foundry for their health, and it is not the custom of screws to make inquiries in regard to how and why a light man was assigned to the heaviest work in a prison. He sized them up in the hope to read in their faces what their errand was. Timlin winked at him. Culp also winked. "'Tain't none of my business, but if it was me," said Culp to Timlin, I'd take the first chance I got to have a word with Minnick, and I'd talk business with him. I'd talk rocks, said Timlin. Rocks is business, said Culp. And both men passed on. The opportunity to have a word with Minnick Millie discovered in the prison garden one Sunday afternoon, when the penitents were free to receive their friends. "Say, boss," said Millie abruptly, "I'm too thirsty for the foundry. I sweats more'n I can drink. I'd like to shift." "You are getting pretty white and thin," said Minnick critically, "but the stir ain't no thoroughfare. I can't do nothing for you." "You can try, I guess." Minnick did not admit explicitly that he could even try. He stood mute. "Come," urged Millie. "I ain't in for no free show. I got the rocks." "How'd you like the insane ward?" asked Minnick. "Named a price," said Millie. Minnick was too slick to name a price or to name anything, but any man may ask a question. "Could you raise 500? "Try me," said Millie, "though 500's stiff." "Take it or leave it," said Minnick, and there fell a silence for a while. "Got to put up any loony spiel?" asked Millie. "Possibly you had better," said Minnick, and they discussed the loony spiel. That evening Millie betrayed oddities of an astonishing kind of variety. He was laid off at the foundry, and within a week it was noised abroad that Hell's Kitchen would know him no more. He was crippled under the hat. He was confined in the insane ward, which is a misnomer. Thomas Burpee, too, was confined in the insane ward, and confidences in that ward are as inevitable as in the workshops and dining hall, the only difference being a greater freedom of expression allowed to the penitents who are crippled under the hat. Garrulousness is the inalienable right of the bug-house, if they have rocks. And the ease with which he had got out of the foundry set Millie a-thinking with almost as great lucidity as had the pain in his back. "That bloke Minnick straight?" he asked one day after he and Burpee had discovered that they were both only technically of unsound mind. "How do you mean straight? Can he keep his clapper quiet?" "If it's made interesting for him, I guess. He's got his mid out like the rest of 'em. Case of dough, eh? That's my experience with him. He and the warden graft together." "Ever known him to ditch any of the guns in here?" "Not when there was dough to be made." "I guess him and me'll chew the rag." The conference took place in Millie's cell, where Minnick called on him according to instructions delivered by a trustee. There were very few prefatory remarks. The general principles of both were known to each, and it was only necessary to discover how many details the general principles covered. "See here, boss, this is an A No. 1 shop and all that, but confinement's bad for my health. What's the chance of making a spring?" This was a bold question for a penitent to put, but innuendo is not one of the habits of the insane ward. "How much coin you got?" This counter-question was not bold. Minnick was playing with loaded dice. No penitent's word would ever be accepted in preference to his. 25,000 plunks. I'll give you half, take it or leave it." One of the occupations in the retreat of the Order of the Penitents is the making of shoes. The time was when the working men of the state in which the retreat is situated demanded of the representatives of the state capital legislation that would make it impossible for the penitents to make shoes, or anything else likely to compete successfully in the market with the manufactures of people in the open, it being obvious to anyone that no penitent ought to be permitted to make himself useful. But the insane ward filled up legitimately at such a rate during this period of enforced idleness that the authorities prevailed upon the legislature to make a compromise between its sense of duty and its humanity, and to repeal the prison labor laws. The insane ward in due course became more or less normal again, containing only penitents who were indubitably not of unsound mind, and the order turned out shoes, brooms, cigars, and other necessities by the beneficent carload. 6 months after Millie Matches had demonstrated his sagacity by becoming an inmate of the insane ward, his mental condition was inquired into by the physician of the retreat, and it was decided that he was once more fit to do his task in the workshop. It was the physician's opinion that Millie's trouble had been merely an acute attack of melancholia or hysterics, or an uncertain third somewhat comprehensively called fits, or a combination of all three. And he said that Millie would in all probability serve the rest of his sentence, 9 years, without a recurrence of the disorder, to the end that he might learn a trade, which would relieve him of the chagrin of being a dependence on the public after his release. It was deemed advisable by the authorities that he be put to work in the shoe shop, the cobbler's trade being notably a sedative to perturbed minds. Millie had been in the shoe shop some 3 weeks, under the surveillance of the indulgent Timlin and Culp, when he was reminded of a trade that he had learned in another retreat of penitence in another state. He began to study the possibilities of a shoebox as a temporary place of residence. Contemplation tempted him to put his ideas into practice, and he persuaded the gracious Timlin and Culp to employ him in the boxing department. He was left pretty much to himself in this work, and was able to make experiments. In about a week he was convinced that with a little squeezing, a shoebox carefully constructed might shield a man's body from rain and storm, at least until he was outside of the prison walls. This conclusion was, in itself, of no seeming interest to anyone, least of all to the illustrious Minnick. But Millie displayed a lively impatience to consult the illustrious Minnick in regard to these ideas. It was just possible that the physician had been wrong, that Millie was still crippled under the hat. A bit of the dialogue between Millie and Detective Minnick when next they met might have seemed to confirm the possibility. "Can't nail the top on myself. I suppose Timlin can do it because he's forgot how to wink," said Millie. Why, he was not as fit as Timlin to drive a nail, and wherein remembering to wink was essential to that operation did not appear. "Timlin can wink," said Minnick. Possibly Minnick was bughouse too. "And stripes ain't pretty in the open. Have you thought of that?" asked Millie. "I've thought of it." The two friends separated. The following morning Minnick entered the retreat of the Penitents, looking somewhat bulky, but no one challenged his right to enter. He was understood to be getting wise, and the powers that rule are permitted eccentricities in dress as well as in manner when wisdom is the thing sought after. The season was not cold, but before leaving his lodgings to visit Millie, it stands recorded that he dressed himself in 2 complete suits of clothes. A half hour after his departure from the prison, there was consternation among the employees at the freight house of the railroad. Certain shoe boxes from the penitentiary had been delivered, the teams had driven away, the workmen were about to load the boxes into the cars, when a crash of splintered wood was heard, and Millie Matches made an appearance from nowhere. The workmen were too dumbfounded to do anything but stand with open mouths and stare, and Millie walked unconcernedly into the railway yards and was lost in the multitude of cars by the time the freight hands realized that an escaped penitent had been among them. Had they watched closely, they might have noticed the illustrious Minnick also in the neighborhood, keeping the man from nowhere carefully in sight. What they could not have seen unless they had given quick pursuit was both men entering a cab together and driving rapidly away. For the first 10 minutes the cabby seemed perfectly to know where he was going. Later he received directions from Millie and drew rein at last at the edge of a wood, where both men alighted. When he had been dismissed, Millie led the way to a bit of a lake by which there stood and stands an abandoned ice house. "Hustle now, Millie," said Minnick. "I want this thing over before the stir people are after you." They broke open the door. Millie was taking desperate chances. He was still perfectly in Minnick's power, and the instant he led the way to the hiding place of his treasure, he had played his last card. But even in the underworld, the life of business is faith. Someone Millie was obliged to trust, and he preferred to trust Minnick, who was, after all, an accomplice. The room was little and dim, and full of the smell of the dank sawdust and decayed wood that lay deep and soft underfoot. Millie went straight to one corner, where he kneeled and dug in the sawdust with his hands. At the end of a minute he lifted out a tin box wrapped in oilcloth, opened it, and displayed in it full packages of banknotes. As he did so, Minnick stooped swiftly and snapped a pair of handcuffs upon his wrists and drew a revolver. "It's all off, Millie. You're the bloke that pulled off the AA&B touch. If you'd had that dough, you'd never have touched the theater, and between the time of that getaway and the AA&B getaway, there wasn't anywhere else a graft of this size. I'll be on the level with you. There's bills in them packages that can be identified. I've got you dead, but I'll give you a chance. There's a lot bigger stake in this for me than your 12,000. I want the name of your pal, and you can lay to it I'm going to have it. Out with it. Who was he? It's your one chance. Take it or leave it, and be quick about it." Millie's face was not good to look upon, but neither was Minnick's. "You're putting up a damn big bluff. You don't know what I'd touch and what I wouldn't, nor where I got my pile. If the bills can't be identified and the fellow you touched, Diprose, won't swear to your mug, I'm ditched. I gamble I'm not. You can take it or leave it. Will you let me mooch if I tell you with my half of the stuff?" "Sure. Shorty Hulin." "Thanks," said Minnick. "You're easy. Now we'll go back to the pen. Steady there, you idiot." Millie had given an inarticulate cry of rage and made a break for the door. Minnick caught him and beat him into a sitting posture with the butt of his revolver, once, twice, about the head. The bills were identified, and Harold Diprose did swear to Millie's mug. Shorty Hulin was taken into custody some weeks later, and once more the public pronounced Detective Minnick a second Old Sleuth than Sherlock Holmes. What was of more consequence both to Detective Minnick and really to the future execution of the law, there was a thrill of pride and pleasure in the bosom of Mistress Sadie, who, by the way, received in the public prints no credit whatever. "I told you what you could do if you'd only hustle for the dust," she said. "Please, Mr. Old Sleuth, hustle some more." End of Section 4. Section 5 of The Powers That Prey. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Chris Pyle. The Powers to Pray by Josiah Flynt and Alfred Hodder. The Prison Demon. Until comparatively recent years, the official Virgil who conducts visitors through the great penitentiary was wont to call attention to a wooden door in the basement of one of the prison buildings. It was his sacramental custom to wait until the visitors were very close to the door before explaining to what inferno it led. When the eyes of everyone were directed to the padlock by which the door was secured, he would say in a voice charged with mystery, "On the other side of that door, ladies and gentlemen, lives Harvey Joliffe, the prison demon." And after having paused to allow his words their full effect, he passed gravely on and artistically heightened the curiosity which he had aroused by declining to satisfy it. "We will now pass," he said, "into the laundry department." It sometimes happened that one of the powers that rule arrived at the penitentiary and expressed a wish to see the inferno in all its details. Again, the official Virgil led the way to the wooden door, but with a marked difference of manner. He had received very definite instructions to show the gentleman everything. Arrived at the door, he said nothing about the prison demon. He said simply, "Would you like to see him?" An affirmative answer caused to be unlocked a series of doors which, when opened, partly revealed, still behind bars, one of the celebrities of the Powers that Pray. The celebrity's willingness to talk depended wholly on the mood he happened to be in. The most successful ruse to betray him into conversation was for the guard to say, "Harvey, here's a friend from Catamaran County." Unless busied with a turn at his calisthenics, or fretted about the darkness of the day having diminished the light in his cell, which was never sufficiently penetrating to allow a spectator to see more than the bare outlines of the man when he sat on his bed, he generally took advantage of the invitation to show himself, and walked over to the visitor's side of his dungeon. "From Catamaran County, are you?" he would ask. "Well, that's a damn sight better county than this. I ain't kicking, though. All they can do is coop me up, and I can stand on me head if I like. They don't dare come in here and let me finger 'em over. I can do up the whole push of 'em. I like to squeeze that guard's throat now. Say, you old walnut head, open up the doors and give me a chance to be affectionate, will you?" At close range he did not look strikingly like a demon. It was difficult, on account of the bars, to have a satisfactory view of him, but with the exception of his extraordinarily piercing brown eyes, he gave the impression, both in conversation and manner, of being an ordinary prisoner. A well-built body and general muscular appearance suggested good health, and his complexion was not much worse than that of his less closely confined fellow-convicts. At the time of his imprisonment in the underground cell, he was about 35 years old. On all occasions when a privileged visitor was taken to see Joliffe, the official explained a little how Joliffe lived. "He spends hours every day in gymnastics," he would say. "He is one of the strongest men I ever had to guard. If you ask him why he takes so much exercise, he says, 'I'm trying to keep my mind above my body.' He means that he is trying to keep strong. Although he has been in that cell for over 10 months at a stretch, he can still do up any 3 ordinary men. Oh, he's a phenomenon, all right, no doubt about that." Harvey Joliffe had not, upon his first entrance into prison, been the demon of the place. He had been a most exemplary penitent. Later he had committed a murder in the prison itself, and had escaped the death penalty only by a surmise, to which he himself refused in the least to assent, of insanity. It had been plain, both to judge and jury, that a man with but a short term still to serve, who committed a murder that must be brought home to him, could not be wholly of sound mind. When he got a life sentence, he promised openly to do for the warden, and that is lèse-majesty, and half a dozen other heinous things, besides being foolish. In the meantime, while the warden showed respect for his own skin by keeping out of the way, Harvey kept himself in practice by knocking the screws' heads together, and miscellaneously spoiling them for weeks after they had passed through his hands for a visit to their sweethearts. Therefore, as was but reasonable, he had been scientifically paddled, subjected to hot water in moderation and to electricity, and strung up by the wrists for 36 hours at a modest minimum at a stretch. When he had proved after these delicate attentions that he really did not understand kindness, he was pronounced by the warden and became the prison demon, and was dealt with as such. In connection with the Harvey Joliffe case, as it is sometimes called, there appeared not long ago in the public prints a paragraph entitled "An Experiment in Penology," which read thus: "The warden of the penitentiary has had built a very remarkable cage, in which are to be confined 2 prisoners, who have heretofore been an expense to the state, which it is hoped the innovation will very considerably reduce. One of the prisoners is the well-known professional criminal Harvey Joliffe, popularly called the Prison Demon, and the other is a murderer who, if not so inherently irreclaimable as Joliffe, has had to be confined in a separate cell guarded by extra prison officers. The plan is to put these two men into the cage, and if possible to make them work. Whether they work or not, however, it is believed that imprisonment in the cage is the most fitting punishment to be meted out to such fiends. It was suggested to the warden that the two men might turn upon each other and do grave harm, but this possibility does not seem to give the warden great concern. He said in regard to it, that if the men actually killed each other, he was not sure that would not be the best solution of the problem. To the layman, this form of execution cannot but seem irregular, to say the least, but it is a question deserving of very serious consideration by both specialists and laymen, whether it would not be wise to put such wretches out of the world by process of law. Since the publication of this paragraph, there have been a number of public statements by professional criminologists who have examined Joliffe in regard to his degree of degeneracy, and the consensus of opinion among them is that physically as well as mentally, he is a pronounced type of criminal abnormality. They consider him the kind of criminal that Professor Lombroso suggests might fitly be put out of the world. They see no hope whatever of reforming him, and do not hesitate to offer his case as proof of the need of legislation which will permanently rid a community of men of his stamp. The prisoners in the penitentiary where Harvey Joliffe is confined also have comments to make on his case, but there is a very decided difference between their remarks and those of the criminologists. They do not accept the notion that Joliffe is a degenerate. The majority of them believe that from the time he was first sent to the underground cell until the present moment, he has acted exactly as they would have acted under similar provocation. That the world calls him a demon is evidence of ignorance on the part of the world, which they can only laugh at. But what can be expected of men publicly convicted of crime? This question is rhetorical, which is to say, it is not to be taken seriously. At the time that a professor of criminology was conducting his university seminar through the prison, in order that his students might see in the flesh some of the monsters he had described to them in the lecture room, a convict by the name of Jervis Harpson made a statement to a group of fellow prisoners in regard to Joliffe, which is representative of the opinion concerning him among the more enlightened powers that pray. "'Course these college blokes think Harvey's bughouse," he said, "'cause they ain't next. I've known Harvey ever since he struck the turf. I knew him when he was only a kid traveling that western mob of grafters. The fellow's a wise one, dead wise, but he's got a grouch on. I don't know the whole of the details, but I know enough of 'em to understand that it's a case of grouch and not bughouse." In the life that preceded his time of bondage, Harvey Joliffe was not a man who coveted, or indeed who gave great occasion for commiseration. He did that which seemed pleasant in his own eyes, and what his heart lusted for he took and kept with a strong hand. In particular his heart had lusted for Nettie Ricks, and he had taken her from her father and her brothers by dint of his strong hand in their faces, in what the neighborhood called a mix-up, which occurred when he proposed for her. To be sure, his proposition was somewhat sudden, and was not couched in accents that could in the least be called typical of the lover's whining, wheedling deference toward the guardian dragons of his blood. He had said with Homeric simplicity, after having listened to the family protest against their main wage earner being removed, "You can stow that gas for all me. Ned and me is going to flit right now. If you ain't dead set on being sorry to part with her, you can get away from that door. If you don't get away, I'll walk through you, and it might dysregulate your insides." It was then that the mix-up had occurred. Harvey had walked through Nettie's male kinsman, at all events greatly to the discoloration of their outsides, and quite literally had brought away his bride. He had not beaten her since more nor oftener than she needed. She herself stood ready to testify to this with every outward accompaniment of rage the instant she heard him accused, and she surely ought to know how often and to what extent she was in need. Nettie was more than a little good to look upon, and it is possible that her tolerance was great, because no matter how heavily he struck her, Harvey was careful never to disfigure her face. They had one child, Blanche, of whom they were both devotedly fond. Detective Ackery was not given to what the young lady novelist would call a sordid sentiment. He had heard members of the officially gentler sex cry out insults to which nothing but a good drubbing is an answer, and that an insufficient one, and had seen women tantalize a man to deal the blow which would dishonor him, until from the point of view of a member of the force, He thought the blow had been earned and ought to be delivered. A lady that ain't a lady, and can't act like a lady, don't deserve to be treated like a lady, he had once been heard to declare between his teeth, as he bundled a bonnet and skirt, etc., roughly into a patrol wagon. To be sure, the exasperation had been extreme. The bonnet and skirt had behaved more as if they contained a large member of the cat species than a woman, and one side of Detective Ackery's face had been laid open in broad bands from eye to chin. The point is, however, that Nettie Joliffe did act like a lady, according to Detective Ackery's standard at least, and that he once happened to be present when Harvey Joliffe was executing a bit of matrimonial discipline and threatened to run him in. The discipline was being given in the street, and Ackery would not have been a fly cop had he not believed it to be his right to take a hand in all street happenings. Harvey believed it to be his right to administer any chastisement that he thought his wife needed, wherever it proved most convenient. "This is my circus," he said defiantly when Ackery threatened to pinch him. "You rubber too much with your neck, you know. If you can't do anything better than mix yourself in family affairs, well, I'll help you to get over the habit." "I tell you those two," Nettie declared, boldly championing her husband's right to bring her up according to his own best light. "If you fly cops would take care of your own families the way you try to take care of other people's, you'd save more money. You're an old woman, that's what you are. I wouldn't be found dead living with you. Sock it to him, hit him where he lives, kick him out of the street," bystanders suggested. And Nettie was emboldened to continue her roasting. "You just try to pinch my Harvey," she went on. "Why, you long-legged, leather-headed, front office stiff, I'd rather have my Harvey kick me regular every morning than drink a bottle of sham with you every night. You go home to see if your wife don't need a little trouncing." Detective Ackery was not hurt by the frankness of Nettie Joliffe's speech. Neither did he find that it lessened her ladyship. On the contrary, he was old-fashioned enough to think a generous lie a grace in womanhood, and that a family quarrel is a sacred function so long as the family stands ready to present a united front against the intervention of an outsider. Long-legged, leather-headed, front office stiff is not a hackneyed term of endearment, and if Nettie Joliffe had been searching for a phrase by which to recommend herself to Detective Ackery's esteem, she might not have hit upon it. His taste, however, was mature and sound. He did not mind hard words. They do not lacerate the flesh. He minded only bonnets and skirts with feline, fiendish contents, and it stands recorded that whereas before Nettie Joliffe had ridiculed him, he had pronounced her a clipper. After she had ridiculed him, he pronounced her emphatically a corker. No very definite ideas are attached to either of these words, but they both express admiration, and corker is more nearly extreme than clipper. Later, Ackery was heard to say, "That little woman is too good for Joliffe," and he declared that he would do her a good turn sometime if he saw his way. He was not a man to split hairs about what he thought a good turn, and what she would think a good turn. If she did not know what was good for her, he did. It was not good for her to be beaten. When he arrested Harvey on suspicion in connection with the housebreaking in Rishworth Place, she cried more bitterly than at any time when she had received a beating. She took her beatings for the most part in haughty silence. When he succeeded in convicting Harvey, altogether on circumstantial evidence, and in obtaining a sentence of 4 years, she cried still more bitterly. That was as it should be. He liked her the better because she stuck to her man. The farewell between husband and wife was neither heartbreaking nor prolonged, but it was on the level. "Take care of the kid, Ned, old girl," Harvey said. "I'm innocent all right enough, but there ain't no need for the kid to know where I am." "I'll visit you regular every visiting day," promised Nettie, at the time really intending to keep her promise. "Remember to make good time, and don't get into any rows. I'll take care of Blanche, so you don't need to worry. You'll write me, won't you?" "Sure." "Kiss me goodbye. You ain't kissed me since Blanche's last birthday. So long, Harvey." And the train and Harvey started for the stir. If Detective Ackery had been a mere private citizen and not a prince, or rather a princeling, he must, in mere decency, have forborne for some time to express his admiration for Nettie Joliffe. The customs of an aristocracy are more direct. The business of a prince, and even of a princeling, require haste, and their substantial power makes haste possible. Courtship in the given circumstances was difficult, but courtship in the given circumstances is always difficult, and there are no circumstances whatever in which women have not been wooed and won. Detective Ackery began his courtship on a street corner and continued it in a station house. He had deprived her of a protector who did not protect. He wished to provide her with another who would. He had not hunted down Harvey out of malice. It had been his business to work up such evidence as there was, and he had done his business and got his reward, and the prosecuting attorney had done the rest. These things he told her roundly, with manly straightforwardness that should have touched the heart, or the imagination, or fancy of any woman. When instead of listening to him, she reviled him with feminine finish, point, and fluency, before a gathering crowd of chafing auditors, he proved himself a man to be depended upon in an emergency, one of the strong, dumb souls Carlyle and Ruskin used to celebrate as natural leaders and governors of men. He promptly placed her under arrest as drunk and disorderly. The next morning in court she sufficiently demonstrated her disposition to disorder by treating His Honor with an alternate haughtiness and eloquence which made the audience behind the rail titter and the double bench of bluecoats shake with involuntary mirth. The bailiff cried silence and threatened to clear the court. His Honor passed sentence of $10 or 10 days. Detective Ackeray paid the fine. In the corridor of the magistrate's court, he gave Nettie what he would have been pleased to call professional advice. "See here, Net, the next time I chew the drag with you about cutting up in the streets and boozing, you want to listen, see?" She did not listen the next time, nor the time after, though it need not be doubted that she was impressed, yes, and subdued and attracted, by the might and decision of the prince. She had loved Harvey, mainly because he had vanquished her kinsman, and a little because he had beaten her as often as she needed it and not oftener. In equal logic she ought to have loved the prince, mainly because he had vanquished Harvey, and a little because, if he did not beat her to silence her tongue, he had discovered a method of procedure which much more nearly silenced it than anything that Harvey had ever done. And the strong point of every woman is logic. The women in their conventions and clubs say so. But the second strong point of every woman is her gift for concealing her logic. Nettie Joliffe concealed hers, so far as Detective Ackeray was concerned, as long as in all human endurance a woman could. She became an old offender in the several magistrates' courts in the district throughout which Detective Ackeray had authority. The charge was always drunk and disorderly, and the complainant always Detective Ackeray. And sometimes, as the months passed, she had been drunk, and she had always been disorderly. She could not go back to her kinsman. Her mere presence reminded them too vividly of an unpleasant incident, or coruscation of incidents, which had taken place at the moment of her departure. She could not retain a position, even when she got one, because of the frequency with which she was under arrest, and besides, the fact that she was Harvey Joliffe's wife was not commonly regarded as a recommendation. Ackeray paid her fine, or let her pay it herself or work it out, as a jockey might gentle or punish a spirited horse, which he took a pride in training. Whether he paid her fine or not, he always repeated to her that the next time he tried to chew the rag with her, she had better listen. See? Her absences from home and her proved intemperance made her an improper guardian for little Blanche. When the child was taken away from her, also at the instigation of Detective Ackeray, Nettie Joliffe listened. 3 months afterward she was legally and absolutely separated from Harvey, and was married to a man whom she addressed sometimes as George, sometimes as Dear, and little Blanche, who was restored to her home, was outspoken in her approval of her new papa. Detective Ackeray was George. He was also Dear. It has been remarked in the first part of this tale that Harvey Joliffe, on becoming a penitent in the great penitentiary, had no notion or intention of ever bidding for the notoriety that has come to him in later years as the prison demon. He went to the stir originally with the idea of getting all the good time that the law allows a man who has been sentenced to 4 years, and of keeping out of all rows as his wife had advised. He did that which all wise men who are sent to prison do. In the language of the pugilist, he gathered himself together. Men who go to prison for the first time have more difficulty in achieving this feat than those who have been there before, but to live it all successfully, and even prisoners have their standard of success, all must sooner or later hit upon a plan by which they are to deal with their guards and fellow penitents with as little friction as possible. Even with the most careful, there are moments when they entirely forget their philosophy, and do things which in the open they would never have been guilty of. Long confinement will disturb the mental equilibrium of any man, but all must struggle, and do struggle, to live as unobtrusive lives as under the circumstances are possible. Harvey Joliffe, on arriving at the great penitentiary, knew with a certainty which would have made some men commit suicide that he was innocent of the crime for which he had been convicted. But he knew also that it was no use to let this fact govern his policy as a prisoner. It was not for him to ask the prison world how or why his conviction had come about. It was for him to be an exemplary convict. And so, wondering all the while how things were going on the outside, and continually struggling with an impatience at the way the world is made, he worked hard for 2 years and 9 months to get a good conduct reduction of his sentence. There remained but a few months more of confinement, and they were to be the least irksome of all, because Harvey had climbed to the heights which lead to the eminence of a trustee. He had become the errand boy of the prison doctor, and was sent on commissions to all the different departments. One day, while on an errand to the glove department, he met an old acquaintance who had recently been committed to the institution, and he asked him for news of the outside. "How is the push coming up?" he queried, referring to his old pals. Some were settled, in prisons like himself, he learned. Others were dead, and still others were operating in new fields. "What's the matter with Net? I ain't heard anything from her for 2 years. Ain't no one put you next?" The newcomer counter-questioned him. "Next to what? She ain't dead, is she?" "No, she's live and kicking yet, but that fly cop Ackery is tied up with her. They're married." "Where's the kid?" "She's living with Ackery, too. Calls him Papa." A guard appeared just then, and the conversation was broken off. It had been successful, however. Harvey had wanted news, and he had got it. There were other trips to the glove department to secure the details of the story by word of mouth, but his own imagination had patched them together for him after he had learned the main fact, which was that Ackery had done him dirt. The unmerited conviction and imprisonment became for him now part of a general scheme to ditch him. The injustice of the punishment had troubled him and made it hard to obey the rules, but he had conquered the temptation to be unruly. He had been puzzled by Nettie's refusal to write, but he had not connected Ackery with her neglect of him. In an indefinite way he had planned some day to settle accounts with Ackery for the part he had played in his, Harvey's, misfortunes, but the thought of ways and means had not captured his mind. That could be attended to after he had secured his reduction of sentence. Had he been outside, even the news of Ackery's theft of his wife and child might possibly have been as reasonably considered as had the conviction that he was unjustly a prisoner. Men of Harvey's stamp are much calmer in the open than in the stir, and marriages and divorces take on no such proportions. It had taken all of Harvey's good sense, however, to be a model penitent, and the complete revelation of Ackery's duplicity fired him with a desire for revenge. Henceforth, his one passion was to meet Ackery. He still remained a trustee. Good behavior had become automatic with him, but his ambition was no longer simply to be released. He spoke to the warden and the guards of his wish to have a talk with Ackery. He said there was a suspended sentence hanging over him in another court, and wanted to know if Ackery would be willing to fix things up for him. "He's the only fellow that can straighten the matter out," he explained to the warden, "and I want to have a talk with him." "You're afraid you'll be arrested on being turned loose from here, is that it?" asked the warden. "That's exactly it," said Harvey. "And I think that if Ackery will go to the front for me, I won't be bothered." "All right. Ackery's going to bring some prisoners here in a day or so, and I'll let him know." 3 days later, Detective Ackery arrived at the great penitentiary with a batch of penitents, for whose bodies he was given a receipt by the warden. He was informed of Harvey's desire for a talk with him, and was immediately impressed with the importance to himself of such a talk. Possibly he might find it to his advantage to arrange matters so that the alleged suspended sentence should be carried out. "Sure, I'll see him," he said to the warden. "Where is he?" "You'll probably find him over in the doctor's office. Take him into the garden if you want to be private, and tell the doctor I said it would be all right." The meeting took place in the doctor's office. The doctor was in another part of the prison, and Harvey had been left in charge. No one heard the conversation between the two men, and only 2 of the guards knew anything about their being together. Whether Harvey made use of his suspended sentence story, or charged Ackery immediately with foul treatment of him, has never been decided. The 2 men were in conference, according to the testimony of the guards, about half an hour, and it seemed reasonable to suppose that Harvey could only have interested Ackery this length of time by reference to the suspended sentence. But in view of what happened, one is justified in wondering why he should have wanted to interest him at all. Harvey himself has persistently refused to make any statement one way or the other. When the doctor returned to his office, Harvey was found sitting in a pool of blood on the floor, cutting into small bits with a surgeon's knife the heart of Detective Ackery, who lay dead and mutilated in a corner of the room. At the trial it was reported that Harvey had mumbled to himself as he cut, "So much, for that and for that." But no intelligible interpretation of these expressions could be discovered, and they were eventually accepted as contributory evidence of his insanity. End of Section 5. Section 6 of The Powers That Prey. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Chris Pyle. The Powers That Prey by Josiah Flynt and Alfred Hodder. The Great Idea. It is not for an instant to be supposed that the great idea was possessed in the beginning by Rudrick in the grave magnitude and symmetry in which it ultimately stood revealed. He conceived at first only the vague outline, and worked in the details afterward as occasion served. But it is to him and not to Judge Barwood that the credit of the great idea belongs. Be it known that in the city of Cornville, Judge Barwood, before he went to Congress, was the predecessor of Mayor Renshaw, who was the predecessor of Mayor Hockheimer, whose story has been touched upon in the tale of the four celebrities, and that in Mayor Barwood's day, Rudrick and his clan held carnival, and Adolph Hockheimer became a personage. The populace indulged its taste, which is strong waters and late hours, to the utmost. Every man did that which seemed right in his own eyes, as the doctrine of liberty, duly misconstrued, commends. And the majority, which is the populace, ruled, as in the mathematical theory of republicanism, which estimates men not according to their value, but according to their number, the majority should rule. Therefore Herbert Renshaw, Esquire, who believed in his divine right to govern himself and all men else according to the dictates of his conscience, and Richard Engler, Esquire, who believed in his divine right to see himself and all men else governed in the interest of his bank, and Edwin Cowles, Esquire, who had an ancestor, only one it seemed, and who had been to college, and learned that it is every man's civic duty to take an interest in the government of the great democracy, whether he is fitted to do so wisely or not. These three, their associates and abettors, constituted themselves a power and a party, and used the letter of the institutions of the country to defeat, confound, exasperate, enrage, frenzy the spirit of them. They drew up and caused to be printed in the newspapers an insidious, deceptive, Jesuitical declaration of principles, miscalled a platform, the gist of which principles was personal purity in public office, an honest count in elections, an administration without fear or favor of the existing law. What the men who drafted that document meant really was that they were not Republicans at heart and found the preferences of the majority hateful and intended to take advantage, if possible, of a momentary discontent on their part with Mayor Barwood, a mere passing fit of the spleen, and to make the majority forego its preferences, in some respects at least, until it got another chance to change the city officers and city ordinances, whereas everybody knows that the city ordinances and the state statutes and the letter of the law generally are provisions for extreme cases, are intended not so much to be enforced as to strike would-be transgressors with the fear which begets moderation and discretion, and that for any government to take the people at its word is to defeat its will by mere chicane. If we cannot say one thing and mean another without being misunderstood, a government of the people, by the people, for the people, must become impossible or cynically and even degradingly veracious. Amongst the indispensable preliminaries to true delicacy of nature is the proper lie stated, and not believed but acquiesced in at the proper time. Be it known also that the city of Cornville lies in the midst of a great town and country population who are immaculately good, except when they go to Cornville on a visit. They think it manners to do in Cornville as Cornville does. Also they find manners in this case delightful. It would not be polite to suggest that these things are exemplified in any other spot, the precise location of which is less doubtful than that of Cornville, and it is respectfully requested that no suggestion of the kind be discovered here. What the scribes wish to assert is no more than the undeniable fact, which could be proved in a court of law, or even in a very different place, at the bar of heaven, that the inhabitants of the fields and hamlets surrounding Cornville were fortunate in their opportunities and even in their necessities. They could despise their neighbors, they could be respectable at home, they must indeed leave home to receive any considerable aid from without to be disrespectable. Therefore the underworld was iniquitously encouraged to acquire vested interest in the city of Cornville, and the city of Cornville itself was iniquitously held responsible for naughtiness that pillared temples in the hamlets of virtue, and that held the plow in the meadows of innocence. Therefore there was honest indignation in the underworld when Herbert Renshaw, Esquire, became a candidate for mayor, and the powers that rule met as one man to oppose his election. There was a moment when it seemed they might count on the undivided assistance of the powers that prey, but fate had decided otherwise. Fate was Rudrick and the great idea. Be it known that at the time Herbert Renshaw, Esquire, announced himself a candidate for the office of Mayor of Cornville, there were 3 bad men in the municipality who traveled and transacted business under the names of Fritzy Gaines, Soapy Wadlow, and Frenchy Latane. In the class beneath Rudrick McLeod, they were the greatest and most envied underworld celebrities living in the community. Fritzy was a gamester from London, England, who betted when he knew beforehand that he could not lose because he had fixed things that way. Soapy was a tool from Frisco who could reef a leather in a driving rain and gale of wind. And Frenchy was a stall from Quebec, who was a crowd in himself and could create a push and squeeze on an open prairie if the victim marked for the dip should take refuge there. He could arrange a frame-up and relieve Soapy of the stolen pocketbook after Soapy had lifted it from the victim's pocket with a rapidity that made his less practiced fellow stalls proclaim him a wunderkind. Be it known also that the 3 bad men, with the severe simplicity of taste that belongs to an aristocracy, detested pose. In the event of Renshaw's election as mayor, the 3 believed that Cornville would assume a pose of rectitude, which was the less agreeable to them because it would hurt their business. Therefore, when Renshaw's nomination was announced, they took counsel with themselves and with Rudrick for the defeat of Renshaw and the better government of Cornville. It was Rudrick's distinction in every community where he happened to settle for any length of time to be asked for his view of all matters of importance to the underworld. Speaking generally, he did not give advice unless he felt like it, and for the most part he did not feel like it. He looked upon chewing the rag as a vanity, useless before a man has done his job and ruinous afterward. More good guns talked themselves into the stir in a year, he said, than all the force could cop out in a century. He was by temperament a single-handed specialist. What he had to do professionally he liked to do alone, and no questions asked and no tales told. A gun that works by himself can never turn state's evidence, and there's nobody to blame if the job turns bad and nobody to share with if it don't, was a remark of his which he invariably made by way of reply to all suggestions that he join a push. There were times, however, when Rudrick saw points for his own hand in general discussion, and Fritzy, Soapy, and Frenchy dropped in upon him at a time when he was very seriously considering what cards at the moment he held. He was meditating the great idea. Fritzy was the spokesman of the trio, and he gave Rudrick, from the trio's point of view, very conclusive arguments why Herbert Renshaw, Esquire, should not be elected mayor of Cornville. If he's elected, Fritzy explained, it'll be the same thing over again that we was up against in York when that reform administration was in office. You know yourself that all us blokes had to get out just 'cause we was known, and the outside talent that the front office wasn't next to railroaded to town and copped out the coin. The front office couldn't do anything with the outside gang 'cause it wasn't onto their mugs. If Renshaw goes in, we'll all have to mooch, and the guns that ain't known here will come to town and rip it open and get all the plunder. That happens every time a reform administration tries to run the police of a town, and I tell you straight, Rudrick, I'm getting sick of it. I've got my stake in Barwood, and I think we ought to elect him. He's crooked, of course, but blokes like us that are known can't do business where the mayor and police ain't crooked. Renshaw'll make some old rube chief of police, and we'll all get the chilly mitt. Who you going to work for, Rudrick? Barwood or Renshaw? The great idea had already found lodgment in Rudrick's mind previous to the visit of the trio. It had required numberless trips up and down the length of his apartment to grasp in it anything like its fullness, but once understood and appreciated, he immediately labeled it the biggest graft he had ever thought out. Had the trio called on him a few days earlier, they would in all probability have found him amenable to their suggestions, but they postponed their visit too long. At the time of their call on him, he had decided to throw his influence on the side of the reformers. There's reform administrations and there's reform administrations, he remarked in reply to Fritzy's query, after a pause which was rather irregular for such an intimate conclave. Them of us as was known, of course, got ditched during that reform administration over in York, but you can't prove everything by what happens in York. York is York, and Cornville is Cornville. And I'll do in York some things I do here, and vice versa, as they say in the colleges. You say Barwood's crooked, and that's just what I got agin him. He's too damn crooked. He's squeezed us blokes right and left, and put the dough in his own pocket. He won't live and let live, that Barwood won't. He makes you and me cough up half what we get, and yet he's making 3 times as much as we are himself. That kind of bloke I like to do, and I'm going to do him this election. If I could see him alone some night in a barn, I'd break his face in. He's the meanest grafter in this burg, and you know it and I know it. What you blokes don't know is that the Renshaw push is going to be easy to work. I got a headpiece on me, I have. Of course they're going to try to reform Cornville, but you forget that Cornville's Cornville, and that any reformed police force they put in office is going to be dead. Dead, I tell you. Renshaw and his gang don't know you and me from any other four stiffs in town. He'll change the whole force, thinking they're all crooked, and them that's turned out will keep us under cover out of spite. Things are bound to go that way, and then we get our graft in, and there ain't no barwood around to squeeze the profits out of us. See? You take my tip and turn in and elect Renshaw. These were his words in the first exposition of the great idea, and what Rudrick McLeod recommended with a take my tip, whether it was in York, in Shire, or in Cornville, usually went. So highly did the Underworld appraise him. And thus it came about that in Cornville the Underworld determined to turn down Barwood and his following and help elect a reform administration. Wadlow, Gaines, and Latane were simple-minded men who went about their business with a Homeric directness when once they had decided what was to be done. They had small faith in eloquence, and neither read the public prints, which favored the candidacy of Herbert Renshaw, nor urged among their acquaintances such reasons as they themselves had thought of why it was to the interest of the Underworld that Mayor Barwood should not be re-elected. They simply got themselves constituted the official guardians of the ballot box and judges of the election in a single ward. As Soapy Wadlow, he who was slick with his fingers, expressed it, the people might vote as they liked, as long as they left him to do the counting. They had been judges of election the first time Mayor Barwood had been a candidate for the office he held, and had found the control of the 19th Ward sufficient. The election day came and went. Employers of labor gave a holiday that the workman might dedicate his entire vitality to his sense of thirst, and saloons ostentatiously closed their front doors in order that their patrons might enter side doors in the full delight of discovery. Mayor Barwood counted on the 19th Ward. The judges of elections sat about the stove in the polling booth behind locked doors and smoked Henry Clay perfectos, and drank whiskey and club soda, and received reports from time to time of how the other wards had gone. They sat a long time. They made no effort to count the votes. They took turns sleeping, the sentinels keeping themselves and each other awake at an endless game of 25-cent ante, $10 limit. There was a dispute in the 13th Ward in regard to the admissibility of certain votes which lasted all the night following the close of the polls, and the next day, and the night after that. There was understood to be a dispute in the 19th Ward also in regard to the admissibility of certain votes. At 7 o'clock on the second morning of the 25-cent ante, a message arrived that the dispute in the 13th was settled. Barwood needed a majority of 500 in the 19th to elect him, and as the count stood, he had a majority of but 200 odd. The faces of the four men about the card table were gray and sticky with fatigue, but a glance of understanding passed round as each man turned his hand forward to make his last bet. "There's nothing like an honest count, blokes, is there?" remarked Rudrick with a yawn. "If we hadn't been here to see that the thing was done on the level, the majority had been cheated out of its rights. Ain't it, as Dutchy used to say?" "That's what it would," commented Gans from London. "When a town wants a reform administration as bad as Cornville does, it ought to have it, and the town can thank us for counting the votes. I ain't done so much figuring in 10 years. "Well, here's to the reform administration, as you call it," said Soapy, draining his glass. "Rudrick, you're the father of the beast. You want to train him?" "I tell you those two," said Frenchy. "If he gets us on the run, Rudrick, we're gone." "Trust me to keep a rope around him," replied Rudrick, "and it'd be a damn sight easier than holding that Barwood, and that ain't no dream." When Mayor Renshaw came into his kingdom, he governed it so as to save his own soul. Incidentally, his course exasperated a great many other people who, but for him, would have lost their souls but once, or possibly not at all, into losing them twice over. But everyone bent on saving his own soul is bound to think first of himself and to regard other people and their souls as details in the landscape or scheme of the world. The inhabitants of Cornville and its neighborhood have never been eminent in a gift for amusing themselves delicately and elegantly. About other cities in the United States it is not pertinent to make a statement, and none is made. The law of delight amongst the inhabitants of Cornville and its neighborhood is that they will not accept the first rate at any price. The second rate they will tolerate if it be cheap. But some amusement and quality beneath the second rate they simply will have no matter what the cost. And the better classes of those beneath the second rate are the only ones which it is humanely possible by law to suppress, and once suppressed, the demand that found satisfaction in them is merely added to the demand which found satisfaction in amusements still less respectable. These things Mayor Renshaw knew, but he had sworn to execute the law, and it was no part of his reading of the rules of duty that a man should get himself damned out of a consideration for other people. The scribes wished distinctly not to recommend the entertainment for youth of both sexes offered in dance halls, but they respectfully submit that the program of the dance hall is in part, at least, addressed to the eyes and the ears, and that the youth of both sexes might conceivably go farther and fare worse. Quite positively the scribes assert that the youth of both sexes in Cornwall and the contributory country did go farther and fare worse when Mayor Renshaw closed the dance halls. He closed the gambling hells, too, which is to say he scattered gambling broadcasts throughout the town. Before his accession to office, there had been a limited number of more or less recognized and responsible spots in the town where a man who was determined to lose money might do so without great risk of violence or fraud. After his accession to office, a man never knew whether he was up against mathematics or against the game which, in contradistinction to mathematics, is called the sure thing. Therefore, since the charm of adventure was a new and strange one in Cornwall, everyone who gambled at all gambled more and oftener in Mayor Renshaw's reign than before. Drinking places he did not close, because he could not, though he limited them strictly to the terms of their license, wherefore willful men drank by the bottle after hours instead of by the glass. But his great achievement was the creation of a police force that did not know how to wink. He had no respect for a man who could wink either literally or metaphorically. He held the opinion, which is perhaps audacious, that the man who can wink is not utterly indispensable. The inability of Edward Coles, Esquire, to wink glorified all his remaining inabilities in Mayor Renshaw's eyes, who begged him to sacrifice himself on the altar of civic duty, which was Cornwallese, for accepting an appointment as chief of police. Mayor Renshaw said that neither he nor his subordinates should take tithes from the harvest of sin and shame, and Edwin Coles sacrificed himself. Both played their destined part in the realization of the great idea. Then was the city of Cornwall delivered into the hands of the three bad men who opened it as their oyster, and that was their destined part in the realization of the great idea. Fritzie Gans, with his sure-thing enterprises, reaped a harvest which he had never supposed Cornwall could produce. He had thought that the town had done its utmost as a sporty community under Mayor Barwood's open administration, but he learned that a town is never so gullible as when reform attempts to tell it that it shan't. Soapy Wadlow and Frenchy Latane made similar agreeable discoveries. Pocketbooks were, perhaps, no more numerous than in Mayor Barwood's day, but they came up easier, as Soapy put it. The new police force could no more tell when a pocket was being picked. They couldn't even tell when one has been picked, unless they found the weeded leather on the ground. And Soapy and Frenchy dipped deep with impunity. It is also to be remarked that they were not called on to pay a percentage of their winnings to the wise. Indeed, the three were so pleased with their success and so confident of the innocence and ignorance of their constituents that they determined to combine interests and make a run on Richard Engler's bank. It was decided that the easiest way to achieve the run was to approach the building through a subterranean passage, and the three started to dig a tunnel. When affairs were in this posture and the tunnel nearly complete, Rudrick McLeod stepped one day off a train which had brought him out of the beyond. The great idea had taken him away from Cornwall soon after Herbert Renshaw was elected mayor, and it was the great idea that brought him back. With the letters of introduction and recommendation that he had in his pocket when he stepped off the train, he was officially a much more respectable personage than when he left Cornwall. But in essentials he was still Rudrick McLeod, the slick, shy gun. He went straight from the train to the front office. "I should like to see the chief," he said to the lieutenant on duty, and his name was taken in to the Reform Administration chief's sanctum. The chief granted the desired interview. "Mr. Cowles," Rudrick began, "I have been given to understand that you are looking for a new man for your detective force. I have had considerable experience in the detective business, and I should like to be your new man, if you are satisfied with my credentials. Do you care to look at them?" The Reform Administration allowed that it would like to see Rudrick's credentials. "I see that you are certified to as being a very wise man," remarked Mr. Cowles, after a hasty perusal of Rudrick's papers. "I suppose that the word wise is merely a technical term in police parlance." "That's what it is, Mr. Cowles. A wise man in the police business is just wise, that's all." "You have some acquaintance, have you, with the criminal classes? We very much need a man who understands the ways of thieves. Of course I don't set myself up as anything extraordinary, Mr. Cowles, but you've got my record in those papers. I certainly ought to know something about the criminal classes." Well, Mr. McLeod, I'll take your name into consideration and notify the authorities that you have made application for the position. I will send you their decision tomorrow. Good afternoon, sir." "Good afternoon, Mr. Coles." 3 days later there was astonishment, bewilderment, and profanity in the underworld. Rudrick McLeod had been appointed chief of detectives in the town of Cornville, and the underworld wondered what the appointment meant. When inquisitive, the underworld is like a child. It walks up and asks questions, and Rudrick McLeod's office was besieged by guns who desired to know what was what and what was doing. Among the besiegers were 3 who had come by special summons. So far, the great idea had progressed exactly as Rudrick had hoped it would. The financial value of the idea was still to be demonstrated. The 3 bad men were invited into Rudrick's private office, where, by judicious questioning, they were made to declare that they had nothing whatever on, and had not done any business in the town since the Reform administration went into power, and that they had been ditched by Rudrick's idea, and were sick of the place and ready to quit it. To all of this Rudrick listened with a politeness which was exemplary in a public officer and an old friend. When they had finished, his reply, too, was exemplary and significant. "Blokes," he said, "I ain't much on chewing the rag, but I'm more'n a little glad of what you've told me, and that you're sick of the town. I'm particularly glad you're not mixed up in that tunnel business under Engler's Bank. The fellers that's done that has got to choke it off, see? I can't stand for it. Anything else that's been done before I got here ain't any of my business. But for yourselves, my tip as an old pal, since you're sick of this town, is to get shut of it by the next rattler. I'm responsible for what's done here from this on, and I'll have to make a pinch if you hang around, so you better try a mooch. I guess you've made your pile here anyhow, and it's time to get your graft in elsewhere. I ain't making no pass at you nor nothing, but if you sprint, you can catch that 7:30 this evening. It'd give me a pain to see you here after 8 o'clock tonight. So long, blokes. Take care of yourselves." Judge Barwood was not only a great administrator wise to discern the spirit of his country beneath the letter of its laws, he was also a great attorney wise to remember the letter of the law and of his oath when a client's interest could be served. He was a master of technicalities both in his profession and in the art of life, and had the name of being able to go with impunity the breadth of a hair closer than any other man in Cornville, to the line that it would have imperiled his own and his client's liberty to cross. There were a score of tales, some of which, perhaps, went the length of being true, of legal and extra-legal stratagems put in place by him to his own advancement in fortune and repute, and to the encouragement of a spirit of circumspection in and about Cornville. And it was said of him that he made it a point of honor never to turn away and never to fail to help, and to profit by, a client. One evening, 6 days and a fraction to be accurate, after Rudrick's historic warning to the 3 bad men, Judge Barwood was summoned from his bed by an importunate visitor who had made himself agreeable by opening his business with a tender of retaining fee. The fee was a bundle of $50 notes. The man was, in appearance, perhaps 60 years of age, powerful, deformed, inordinately slouch-hatted, great-coated, long-haired, and whiskered. "The bills, to the best of my belief, are genuine. Your beard, to the best of my belief, is not," said the lawyer. "This looks to me like a fishy business. I do not offer you the beard as a retainer. I offer you the bills. And the voice in which you offer them is so far from being your own that you make me doubt whether the bills, however genuine, are genuinely yours. I say again, this looks like a fishy business." "You seem to be a person of some penetration," said the visitor. "If you had not thought so before you came, you would not be here," said the lawyer. "So long as you do not know my real beard and real voice, I don't care how well you know my false beard and false voice. As for the money, you may take it or leave it." "And that's soon said," replied the lawyer, laying the bills on the table between him and his client with a gesture that neither took them nor left them. "Try a seat," he said, standing before an open fire and toasting a costume which was ostentatiously provisional. "Take off your coat and hat and make yourself at home." Judge Barwood had a good gray eye with a twinkle in it, and the accent of his invitation was jocular. "I am much more comfortable with them on. The room is cold," said the visitor. The thermometer on the jamb of the door registered in the full gaslight 73 degrees. "Just so," said Barwood appreciatively. "And now about the business." "The business is the height of simplicity. I have stolen $50,000. For personal reasons I object to anyone's attempting to pursue me and to take away the money." The visitor also had a good gray eye. Also the accent of his announcement was the least in the world jocose. "And that's a very natural objection, too," said the man of law. "The plainest way to avoid it is to send the money back." If I had been looking for the plainest way, I should not have had to come to your honor for advice. I could have found the plainest way myself." The two pairs of good gray eyes looked into one another with appreciation. "I repeat," said the judge, "that this looks like a fishy business. And what is very much to the point in an affair of this magnitude, that bundle of notes on the table is too small to be looked at without discomfort. That bundle of notes is not a small fee for listening to me tell you that I have stolen $50,000. That is all I have asked for it. When you have told me how to keep the $50,000, the bundle on the table will be bigger. It would have to be a great deal bigger. Would it set a limit to its bigness if the man out of whom the $50,000 comes has done you dirt?" There were not a great many men in Cornwall from whom $50,000 could be lifted. Barwood's face took on a look of intense interest. "Not Engler?" "Engler." Barwood's face broadened into a grim smile. "You are quite resolved not to be advised to put the money back?" "Quite." "It is really my duty to urge the point." "You have urged it." Barwood, with the grim smile still lingering on his face, strode for a time up and down the room, an incarnation of practical intelligence and labor in a dressing gown. He came at last to a halt in his former station before the fire. "Could you steal any more?" he asked gravely. "How much more, for example?" "Well, say a second $50,000. You could hardly make a deal with less." "I have stolen a second $50,000, said the visitor, drawing a considerable parcel from under his cloak and laying it on the table. "I calculated myself that it would take just about a second $50 to protect the first." "You seem to be a client of great forethought," said the lawyer. "It needs a client of great forethought to employ an attorney of great penetration," said the visitor. "It is only left to settle where and when I am to let you know what I have done." "I suppose you can trust yourself not to get caught," said Barwood. This was unkind. The powers that rule were become a joke in Cornwall, and Renshaw, who had been Barwood's rival, was the point of the joke. "I can trust myself a good deal better not to get caught, if I don't trust any one else with my address. When I want to know what you have done, I will come and ask you. Good night, Mr. Attorney." "Good night, Mr. Scamp." The two men parted with mutual respect and goodwill. Barwood had made it a point of conscience in the conduct of his life, when he had a thing to do which was agreeable to himself and disagreeable to someone else, never to procrastinate. There was, besides, another reason in the present case for dispatch. It did not enter into his views for his client that Richard Engler should not have a chance to keep his loss unknown. "Mr. Engler," he said, with the regret which a man throws into his voice when he speaks of the misfortune of a personal enemy, "I am informed that you have just been robbed of $100,000. I don't know whether it is true or not. A man so bundled up that I could make nothing of him visited me at my house just now and told me so. He added that you could not find him, and that if you did find him the money would be either dissipated or spent in conducting his defense. If you guarantee to make no effort to find him, and to keep the affair out of the hands of the state, he offers you $25,000. $25,000 to take or to leave. I don't know whether this offer is real either, nor how he expects you to get the money. Certainly he gave me no name or address. He told me nothing but what I state, and then took his leave. I made no attempt to lay hands on him," concluded the lawyer dryly. "I didn't want to deprive you of your chance of recovering $25,000, nor our new police force of its chance of distinguishing itself. There is singularly little more to tell. Engler and his board of directors had a meeting before daylight that morning, ascertained the truth, and moved motions and passed resolutions. They resolved to get the thief if they could. They resolved that they could not afford to let $25,000 slip through their fingers. They resolved for the present to keep the loss concealed from the public press and from the state. They consulted with Judge Barwood and instructed him to notify his client, if his client should again enter into communication with him, that they had taken his offer under advisement. Secretly they employed one Rudrick McLeod to find out what he could do about the robbery. Judge Barwood's client did not at this time again enter into communication with him, and Rudrick found only that the tunnel by means of which the bank had been entered had been made by one Gans with the assistance of two companions, named Wadlow and Latane respectively. But he soon obtained word that they were in Philadelphia, actually in detention at the time the bank was broken into. There had been a national convention at Philadelphia, and the police had put the three bad men where they would do most good. Of their whereabouts since their release nothing could be learned. Engler said that Rudrick was as big an ass as the rest of the front office, and must have turned fly cop because he could not make a living as a thief, an opinion which was possibly premature. The directors of the bank once more consulted with Judge Barwood and instructed him to notify his client, if his client should again enter into communication with him, that they had accepted his offer. Some days afterward they bound themselves, their heirs and assigns, in a manner and form which Barwood thought worth $25,000 to himself and his night visitor, and in return for the document he paid that amount. 2 nights later he was coming home from his office in the dusk when a quavering voice demanded an alms. The speaker was a patched and battered figure, a decrepit old man, wild-eyed and wild-haired. "It's only a drink I want," repeated the beggar as he shuffled along at Barwood's side. "You see I'm no liar. I don't want nothing to eat. I want a drink. It only costs a dime, boss." They had reached a stretch of field through which Barwood was wont to take a short cut to his home, and as he left the sidewalk and turned into the field path, the beggar suddenly straightened himself, dropped the wine in his voice, and tapping Barwood familiarly on the shoulder said, "I say, Mr. Attorney, hand over that agreement that you made for me with Engler." A fortnight later Rudrick was discharged from the Cornwall force for drunkenness and incompetence. The expectations he had raised when Chief Cowles engaged him he had not fulfilled. Upon his discharge he paid a visit to Chicago, where he kept a safe deposit vault, in which he placed, among other things, the agreement which Judge Barwood had obtained for his unknown client. This was the finishing touch in the realization of the great idea. End of Section 6. Section 7 of The Powers That Prey by Josiah Flynt and Alfred Hodder. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Chris Pyle. Found guilty. Among the graver misfortunes in the underworld is that of being in the right in a contest with the powers that rule. When a man adds to this misfortune the sheer folly of pressing his rights offensively, the gods have abandoned him. The gods had abandoned Howard Slifer, even in the hour of his triumph. From the first his humiliation was a certainty. The precise time and manner of it only were left in doubt. Howard Slifer was a gentleman of the underworld, who allowed it to be generally known that anyone who asked him for a fight would get it. A sensitive recognition of the claims of other people and an austere respect for them does not belong to the point of honor in the underworld. The point of honor in the underworld is for the most part concerned with a man's sensitive recognition of his own claims and his determination to have other people austerely respect them. And Howard Slifer was punctiliously honorable. He was possessed of considerable sums of ready money, kept, with some trifling exceptions, in strong boxes, the formula for opening which invariably included a drill and a bit of dynamite. The trifling exceptions were small matters of loose coin and broken rolls of banknotes, which people of fortune, who had had no previous acquaintance with Mr. Slifer, stood and delivered to him at sight and on demand, and by a solecism in their business habits, asked no quittance or receipt. His physique was a patent of nobility, in which all who stood might read a power to levy taxes and to assume possession of his personal estate, wherever he might find it. He was of the build that led men to follow him with their eyes and to speculate upon the amount of punishment he could take and could inflict. And while they speculated, they respected him greatly, him and his manservant and his maidservant, his ox and his ass, and everything that was his. Captain Brigstock of the precinct was not a man. He was a deputy divinity, and respected nothing except the archdeputies, his official superiors. Technically, there were sharp limitations to his constitutional powers over mere mortals, but in practice technical distinctions so seldom obtruded themselves upon his notice that his sense of them was apt to become quite vague. What the precise occasion was of his entering Mr. Slifer's domicile, nobody in the outer world ever plucked up courage to ask him. When Slifer was asked, he said that the captain had dropped in unofficially on private business and added no comment beyond a malign grin. There was an impression in the outer world that the captain had made his visit expressly at a time when he knew Mr. Slifer was not at home, and that Mr. Slifer had returned unexpectedly. What was certain is that the captain made his exit from the Slifer domicile in unconventional haste, and that no mention of the incident was ever made in the public prints. He had reached the street from a second-story window, through which he had backed with such violence as to bring away the sash. This was the hour of the haughty Slifer's triumph, and the hour when the gods abandoned him. 3 weeks after, there occurred a manifestation of esprit de corps among the powers that rule, which it was not pleasant to contemplate. Patrolman Hooper, of Captain Brigstock's precinct, had been murdered overnight while on duty, and not only in Brigstock's precinct, but throughout the city the force was of one mind. It was not only that if an officer on duty is not safe, not a man of them was safe. There was an element of insult and effrontery in an attack upon a patrolman that stirred something more in his associates than personal fear. It touched their corporate pride. "Somebody's got to croak for this," Detective Swinton declared sententiously to a group of his brother sleuths. I don't care if Hopper was only a flatty. He was a copper, and we fly cops have got to send some bloke to the chair for basting him. There's a push of guns in this town that thinks flatties don't count, that there won't be much of a kick when one of 'em's keeled over, and they'll croak some of us fly cops before long if we don't learn 'em a lesson. It was a great bull somebody wasn't croaked for the killing of Patrolman Stimson 2 years ago. Stimson was a fool right enough to go up against the gang that did him, but if one of 'em had croaked for basting him, Hooper'd be alive now. I tell you, guns are just like kids when it comes to learning 'em anything. If they see to you mean business, they'll crawl, but if you monkey with 'em, they'll throw you down. There's some that thinks that guns will act on the level with coppers whether they got to or not. That's damn rot. Of course, there's some squarer than others, but I've known all kinds for 25 years, and I give it to you straight. They ain't built to like us. They got the same class feeling that we have, and if we don't croak one of 'em for doing Hopper, they'll get so nervy the coppers will be dropping in their tracks every month. They got to be called down. The law for the powers that pray is that it is better 99 guilty men should escape than one innocent man should suffer. The law for the powers that rule is that an example must be made. The powers that pray must suffer as a clan for an offense against the powers that rule. The clan must give up its offending member, or must stand in terror and uncertainty of where precisely the hand of the force will strike. That it will strike somewhere, there must not be the slightest doubt. The orders of Captain Brigstock were laconic and smacked of his divine authority. He recognized no impossibility in the case. He spoke with the accent of omnipotence. He said simply, "Find him. I don't want to hear a word about difficulties. Damn the difficulties. I want him found." There were for the moment but the slightest indications to go upon. Hooper must have been struck from behind, must have turned upon his assailant, and in the scuffle lost his helmet. At least he had been stabbed twice in the back, and had received a heavy downward blow in the temple, from which his helmet would have saved him. The mainspring of his watch had been broken, and the hands marked 5 minutes past 4, thus determining almost with exactness the moment when he was assaulted. His assailant had been hurt and could be traced by bloodstains to his sheltered doorway half a block distant, where he had seemingly bound up his wounds and changed his clothes. 100 other details were reported, but for 3 days these remained, in spite of the command of deputed omnipotence, the only ones that were significant. Then came a statement that a short time before his death Patrolman Hooper had had a difficulty with Howard Slifer, and that high words had been exchanged. It is said that Slifer attempted to break away when he found himself safe within the walls of the station house in the precinct. He was at all events soundly clubbed before he was locked in his cell. The blows given were accurately measured according to his power for taking punishment. It may be doubted whether Captain Brigstock had been more thoroughly bruised when he measured his length in the street. It is, perhaps, a chance coincidence that the captain was present when Slifer was being taught the power of the law. The evidence against the prisoner was worked up with systematic vigor. The negative evidence especially was significant. It could not be discovered that at the time Patrolman Hooper was struck down the prisoner was not near at hand. Patrolman Gundy, in a misguided moment, opined that almost at the precise time of the murder he had seen the prisoner enter a house a dozen blocks distant from the scene of the affair. The outburst of disapproval with which this statement was received made Patrolman Gundy uncertain first about the precise time, then about the precise man, and finally about whether or not he had seen anyone. Patrolman Connard opined that at 4:45 he had passed a man who might be the prisoner within a block of the scene of the affair. The captain asked him what in the name of things unprintable his glims were for, and told him point blank that anyone not an ass could say whether a man that he had passed was the prisoner or not. And Patrolman Connard became certain that he was not an ass, and certain that he had passed the prisoner, and not at all certain that the hour was 4:45, or 4:45, or 3. A safe had been blown open in the building immediately in front of which Patrolman Hooper's body was found, and the prisoner's method of collecting the living that the world owed him was well known. There were a number of other people who employed the same method, but that is a detail. The abandoned clothes were much too short in the arms and legs for the prisoner, and much too small to have been drawn on over a second suit, but clad in his underclothing only, it was just possible that he could squeeze into them, and the less perfectly they fitted him, the better the disguise. And at the time he was stripped and examined in his cell, he had so many recent wounds that the only difficulty was to decide which of them his captors had not given him. The indictment before the grand jury was secured by evidence which, as the newspaper said, was so overwhelmingly convincing that murder in the first degree was the only charge permissible. The district attorney publicly complimented the police on their handling of the case and declared that never before during his activity as a public prosecutor had he known of a murderer who was not actually seen committing the crime, being brought to the bar of justice with proof of guilt so thoroughly established and ably presented. In an interview with the representative of the press, he said, "Captain Brigstock's men have not only avenged the murder of their brother officer, they have demonstrated afresh the remarkable ability of the city's police force." It is no light matter to protect a city as large as ours, which, in the very nature of things, becomes a Mecca and Medina for criminals, and it is gratifying to know that our safety is looked after by so conscientious a band of officers. The patrolman ordered before the grand jury not only distinctly remembered seeing Slifer in the near neighborhood of the scene of the crime soon after it was committed, but they produced the weapon with which Hooper had been struck down, and showed the jury several rolls of bills taken from Slifer's pockets, which there was no doubt were part of the plunder he had secured in the safe robbery. Free to indulge his imagination as to how the struggle between Hooper and Slifer took place, the prosecuting attorney portrayed the villain discovered by the virtuous Hooper in the act of blowing open the safe, or in the act of endeavoring to escape, no matter which. The intellectual and wholly impatient jury, who had business of their own, which they were not attending to, saw in their mind's eye the prosecuting attorney's vivid picture. Saw the villain Slifer blow open the safe, saw him make his escape, saw the devoted Hooper attempt to arrest him, saw the struggle, the blows, the gleam of the knife. Finally they saw in private, with eyes not of the mind, Slifer's mishandled body. To add force to these specific arguments, Slifer's record, both as peterman and convict, was produced, and he was declared to be one of the most desperate offenders in the country. There was nothing for the intellectual and wholly impatient jury to do but indict him, and he was bound over till the next term of court. Francis Peary and James Shell were two travelers of the underworld who had just returned from Europe to secure fresh letters of credit. They had made the fashionable grand tour of the continent, had blown themselves at the Monte Carlo crib, had seen wonderful things in forbidden Paris, and had come back to God's country to attend to business until their bank accounts should permit of another trip abroad. Shell had suggested while they were in Paris that they recoup their fortunes on the spot and avoid the seasickness and miscellaneous locomotion, but Peary's counsel had prevailed, and they arrived in God's country about 3 weeks previous to the murder of Patrolman Hooper. "There's dough on this side, all right," Peary admitted in reply to Shell's suggestion that they establish themselves in the French capital. "But it ain't our kind of dough. I've been rubbering round pretty strong since I've been on this side, and I'm next to how the money market stands over here. You remember that fellow from Vienna that I borrowed 100 from in Rome, and how he kept telling me to be sure and return it by the time I said I would? Well, he shows up the whole business. He was a nice enough bloke, and had the rocks and all that, but he ain't the kind of bloke that lets you and me live and take trips abroad. When he figures up his accounts at the end of the year, everything was balanced. He'll have a whole string of items just called Man Ain't Made of Wood, but he knows where them contributions went. See? Well, it's the same all over Europe. They got to know where and how their dough went, who got it, and what they got for it. It'd kill 'em to figure up one of the columns in their account books and have to write after it, 'Gone and damn me if I know where.' They got dough, but they ain't got no dough to lose without making a hell of a beef about it. See what they did with Bidwell when he made that Bank of England touch in the early 70s? Gave him life. Why, them Englishmen thinks money is something sacred, holy, religious-like. I gamble 1,000 that old bank could be touched up again for $1 million or $2, but they'd hang the bloke that done it. It's not like that on the other side. Every year there's just so much dough lying around loose to be swiped, and if it ain't swiped, it's put down in the profit column. It's the same kind of dough that's looking for circulation in poker games. It wants to keep moving and changing hands, and guns is there to give it rope. See, it's a kind of providence." "And the coppers is there to make the guns trouble," retorted Shell. "It's all right about the loose dough, but how about the loose fly cops? I'd rather take my chance with 10 of these rube coppers here in Paris than with one of the fly elbows in York." "Ah, everybody's a copper on this side," urged Peary. "You remember that gun in Berlin trying to make a getaway after he picked the mole's pocket, and how the whole street sprinted after him? That's the way they do things on this side. The crowd is in sympathy with the copper and not with the gun. In the States they give a gun a running chance, and let the copper do the chasing. That's what's what, and the way it ought to be." The morning of the day following the murder of Patrolman Hooper, 2 men were in earnest conversation in a gaudily furnished room in an uptown hotel. One lay on the bed with a bandage around his head, and from the bloodstains on the clothes it was evident that he was nursing a wound. The other sat at the bedside. The 2 were registered on the hotel's books as coming from Sydney, Australia, and had signed the names Richard Wamperson and Jackson Mather. "You put his light out all right," the man at the bedside remarked. "They picked him up croaked." "Serves the duffer right," mumbled the invalid. "Anybody been copped out yet?" "The pipers say, just listen to my furrin education. that the police had pinched that Michigan bloke Slifer. We done a bit with him in Cherry Hill 8 years back, remember? The bloke had made old Brigstock take that quick sneak out of his flat one day. They're going to railroad him for fair. The World says the police found the weapon on him, and the Journal claims he had some of the bank's dough in his pockets. Them newspapers is getting real wise. What a lot do they know? Seems like a gun can't do nothing anymore without being pinched for something else. This comment was certainly ungrateful, the invalid not having been pinched of late for anything. More than that, it was unintelligent. The invalid did not understand the arrangement of things which makes imaginative news columns indispensable. I'd sooner be pinched for what I didn't do than what I'd done. It riles a bloke's sense of justice to be accused false, and helps him put up a front, declared the other. But you kicked in payee about everybody being a copper in Europe, and a gun having no chance. What do you call the newspapers in this country but coppers? Fly ones, ain't they? They ain't copped out you and me. They're as dead as the stiffs in the front office. They say Slifer got away with the full 50,000 'cause they only found a few rolls on him. They're smart, they are. They think he's made a plant somewheres. Shows you how dead they are. They know 'bout's much who copped that coin as Slifer does, 'cause the police have got to put up a bluff, and they're glad to pinch anybody. But you'd think them papers might take a tumble to themselves once in a while. Good job for us we wasn't mugged that time old Freckleton got his glims on us. 3 years ago, ain't it? Longer than that, and besides, old Freck's croaked. He's the only man on the force knew us. Oh, I ain't leery, I ain't. But it's pie to take your constitutional without everybody rubbering. Say, I guess I'll take a bit of a leg loosener and see about banking that dough in London. That's where we need it in our business, and the sooner we get it there, the quicker. We want to mooch soon as you can stand for the ante. All right, but don't be long. I'm dead to the world up here alone. So long. So long. The night of the beginning of the 8th week after the murder of Patrolman Hooper, Francis Peary and James Shell were sitting at whiskey in a fashionable midnight resort on 6th Avenue. Peary should have been at home and in bed. Almost any layman could have told him that he was gravely ill. He was a dime novel specter, and the flesh had drawn back on his bones till they began to stand out in sharp angles. The inference of an outsider would have been that he was another of the victims which the life in fashionable midnight resorts sometimes demands. But inferences made by outsiders showed their wit and not their knowledge. The only person present who really knew what was James Shell, but he would not have admitted this even to Peary. There was a look of disgust in his face while he watched the sick man reach feebly for his glass. It's a wonder you wouldn't take a bracer. You've been belly aching around these joints for the last 2 months, and I'm getting tired of looking at you. I want to mooch to the other side. Anyone would think that copper had hit you with a baseball bat the way you play the baby act. He just gave you a love tap with his mace, that's all. A couple of love taps like that would have put out my light then and there, Peary answered wearily. I'm a sick man, Shell. Sick nothing. Why the devil don't you stay to home if you're sick? You've been following me about for the last 8 weeks like a cur perp. I never asked you to. Stay at home and nurse yourself if you're so knocked up. I'm agreeable. I'm getting bally tired of hearing you whine. You don't need to be afraid of me. I ain't going to knock against you. Nobody'll ever find out from me that you and that flatty couldn't hit it off together. I can keep as dead about that as you can. And I ain't going to do you out of the dough either. You'll get all this coming to you when we get to London. It's banked there, and half of it is your'n. But I give it to you straight. I'm going to give you the chilly mitt if you don't stop dogging me round to all these joints. You give me the chilly mitt? Peary sat upright in his chair with an obvious effort. The hand of death was upon the man really, but he had his grit with him. That's what I said. You're all right when you want to be. But I won't stand for any more of this shadowing me about, see? What I think is, you're bughouse. Merely to acknowledge that he was sick was a confession which, in the circumstances, it had cost Peary more than Shell realized to make. To sit at a table with a man whom he looked upon as his pal and hear that he was bughouse was a challenge which even his weakened state could not keep him from accepting. Take that, you duffer! He hissed between his teeth and threw his beer glass with all his might at Shell's head. The fight was over before the attendants could interfere. Shell tried to throw Peary to the floor, and Peary sent a bullet through his heart. His light went out without a flicker. A man lay dying in the hospital ward of the prison. Captain Brigstock of the precinct sat beside his couch. Scheduled to croak all right, ain't I? Raise me up a bit, Cap. Thanks. That's what they call it, Peary. Well, Cap, I might as well tell you now as later. You got the wrong bloke in that Hooper business. Slifer didn't do Hooper. Give me some more of that dope there, quick. I'm dying. Lord, but it's a dirty job to die. And me too. I die bad. That's why I'm telling you. The stimulant revived him for a moment. Say, Cap, me and Shell, you listening? Put it on paper, blokey. I'm getting kind of weak in me tubes. Got the pencil there? Me and Shell, we croaked. Getting it down? We croaked Hooper. Me in front with a billy when his helmet dropped off, and him behind with a knife. That stuff in the papers was rot. And Shell, I put his light out, damn him. He tried to do me out of the dough. That's why I'm here, see? His mind was wandering. Brigstock's pencil paused, and Brigstock himself took it for a sign of some special care of Providence for him that Peary's confession had been made to no one else. What kind of Providence would naturally choose him out to care for, and whether in highest heaven or deepest the other place, he had not leisure at the moment to inquire. "Where's the dough planted?" he asked. The sick man's eyelids fluttered open, but with no recognition of Captain Brigstock or of his question. There was a great light of anger and pain in his eyes, and the lips drew back from the strong, discolored teeth. "You give me the chili mitt!" he almost shouted, half rising in bed. "Take that, you duffer!" And he flung himself bodily on Captain Brigstock. It was quite true. Peary died bad. That evening Brigstock in his lodgings meditated afresh on the special care of Providence. At the end of his meditations, which he had assisted by striding up and down the room, he knelt by the open fire and tore out and burned certain leaves from his notebook. The night of New Year's Day, some 10 months after the murder of Patrolman Hooper, Howard Slifer sat in his cell in prison and talked through the bars of the cell door with his death watch. The evidence given at the time of his indictment had been repeated, with additions at the time of his trial, and among those additions the confession of Francis Peary was not found. "You hear what I'm telling you, Jackson?" Slifer said that night. "I ain't turning soft and kicking about going to the chair, not me. It's up to me to sit in it, that's straight. And I've done enough to deserve croaking 10 times over. But, Jackson, it ain't up to me to stand for the killing of Hooper. I didn't do it. Of course, the evidence don't look that way, and they think they've got me dead to rights. But that just shows how bughouse some of the things in this world are. Jackson, if Hooper could get up out of his grave now, he'd say Slifer didn't do it. I don't mind croaking for anything I've done, but I hate like hell to croak for something I didn't." End of section 7. Section 8 of The Powers That Pray by Josiah Flynt and Alfred Hodder. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Chris Pyle. On Sentence Day. Some have waited nearly a year, others for several months, others for but a few weeks. The jail was old, and inside and outside looked much as it did in 1840 when it was built. Tramps liked it on account of the roomy corridor where they were permitted to lounge in the daytime, and because the prisoners cooked their own food. The raw materials for the meals were passed into the jail through a little window in an iron door, and the men took turns in cooking. The cells were placed above the corridor, and at night the sheriff came and locked us in until morning. We numbered, all told, 19 men and boys, 16 of whom were court prisoners who had stood their trials and were waiting for their sentences. The remaining 3, including Rudrick McLeod and myself, had had their punishment beamed out to them by the wisdom of a local magistrate and were serving it out then and there. Rudrick and I had been unfortunate enough to fall asleep in a boxcar in the local railway yards, and the magistrate before whom we were brought had been inspired to make an example of us. "I want you men to learn to sleep where civilized people sleep," he explained. "It is possible that you need a little training to get into the habit again, and I shall send you over to the sheriff for a month. If you behave yourselves, you will find him an agreeable host." We behaved ourselves and found the sheriff an agreeable host, and he took the most interest in what he called the transients, the men whom justice had weighed in her balance and found wanting, to a degree which she had not yet taken off her bandage accurately to ascertain. They presented a subject of speculation and mystery which we did not, and in return for the interest they gave him the sheriff offered them gruff little courtesies which he hoped would help somewhat to keep their minds off their coming ordeal. Some of them were culprits of long standing, men who had taken their stretchers, as they called their terms in prison, regularly and without flinching, but none of them knew what his next stretcher was to be. Some of them were lads sure to go to reform school, and all of them, men and lads, were to retire from the world for a certain period. But how long? The limit that each of them could get was well known, but no one believed that he deserved or would get the limit. Prisoners the world over feel that the fact that they have been caught at all is a punishment, and justifies them in expecting a compromise with the judge who is to sentence them. If detection itself is a punishment, any further discipline ought to be measured according to the disappointment and chagrin which the detection has caused. This is irrational, and all men are irrational according to their opportunities. It was the uncertainty as to how far justice, in the person of the old man, would be willing to compromise on this basis that kept the men on a strain. Morning, noon, and night, the constant word was, "What will the old man do?" The first thing we heard, even before the sheriff had let us out for the day, was the call from cell to cell of the men to be sentenced, that they were 12 hours nearer the appointed time. Even during the night, mutterings reached Rudrick and me from the men who had been waiting longest. One night we heard an old man of 70, who might have been the grandfather of nearly all of us, cry out in his sleep, "Make it a year, Judge, just an even year." And he threw into the words all the pleading and pathos that he could have commanded had he been awake. At last the morning came when justice was to take off her bandage, and the sheriff told his wards that they must hold themselves ready to go to the courtroom at any moment. He was not sure himself of the exact time when his honor would call for them, but he cautioned them to be quick in responding to the call when it came. Everyone rushed to his cell to get his clothes in order. "Want the old man to see me in my best," one said. And the others followed him up to the cell gallery and began to overhaul their scant supply of togs. They discussed the merits of a patched waistcoat or a frayed necktie, as women do the most delicate finery. "How do you think the old man will like this?" a man called Boney said, holding up a coat. "Get it sterilized, Boney. It's full of graybacks. The old man will give you the limit if they get to parading around the courtroom," another remarked, not untruthfully. "How do you think this white rag'll take?" queried another, dubbed Jedeyes, exhibiting a boiled shirt, which he kept under his pillow for weeks for fear it would be swiped. "Keep it to swinging, Sammy," advised his cellmate. "It's too good just to get 2 years in. Put it in a safety vault till croaking time comes." In an hour they had all put on their best, and a dress rehearsal in the corridor was in order. One of the oldest prisoners was appointed judge, and the men lined up in front of him. This was play, and in a measure comedy, but not wholly so. The culprits expected to catch from the mock judge and the mock sentence some omen of what their fate was to be. The judge carried off his part with impressive dignity and severe eyebrow. He borrowed a clean collar and a sky-blue necktie for the occasion. He had absolutely refused to officiate except in costume. The men practiced attitudes and gestures which they expected to use with effect later in the day. "Hungry," he said in a voice which was proper to the majesty of the law, to the man at the head of the line. "You was caught into act, wasn't you? Now that means bungling. Blokes what knows their business don't get pinched into act. But you's getting old, Hungry. We all knows that. You must be nearly 50. The law says that for what you done, I ought to give you 15 years. But I don't believe you'll last that long. You's got so many diseases, you's going to croak before a great while. Now, it ain't right to give a man life for bungling. And that's what it'd be if I gave you what the law says. I'm going to be square with you. I'm going to give you a chance to die outside. You's good for about 2 years yet, if you take care of yourself. So I sentence you, Hungry, to 18 months to the penitentiary." "Thank you, Your Honor," said Hungry, bowing awkwardly. A faint murmur of approval and applause arose in the audience. "Silence in the court," cried Rhadamanthus with truculent majesty. "Bring up the next prisoner." He was a boy of 18 called Eddie, who had been convicted in company with an older companion of burglary. "Kid," the mock judge went on, "you started out too fast. You's too young to do climbing. If I sent you to the penitentiary, you'd learn a good deal. But you get your head turned talking with the men, and you tackle 2 big jobs for your years and experience when you got outside again. If you's going to be a number 1 gun kid, you want to go through your apprenticeship. You want to begin at the beginning, and a good place to do that is in the ref. All fly crooks have been trained in the ref. So I sentence you to the ref till you're 21. But I'll be square with you, too. I won't consider it any reflection on my connection with the case, as the old man'd say, if you run away before your time's up. Don't send me to the ref, Your Honor. I've been to the ref, and it's nothing but a kid's joint. I can't learn nothing there." He went through the line of men and boys, sometimes the scene being comical and sometimes pathetic. The rehearsal finished, the crowd broke up into little groups. Some of them gathered around the table, others took their stand near the iron door, impatient for the sheriff to call them. Rudrick and I took seats on a bench in one of the corners, and the boy Eddie and his pal strolled up and down the corridor. His pal urged him to take advantage of his boyish appearance and try to get a reform school sentence. "You can run away after you's been there a while," the man said, "and then you's free, see?" "Damn the ref," the lad replied. "I'm going to the pen." "Know that kind of kid?" Rudrick asked, nodding in the direction of the 2 when they had passed out of earshot. "I can read his future for you. Did I ever tell you about the Michigan kid? It began way back in 77, when I was doing a bit for the state, having done and bungled a bit for myself. The jail was over in Pennsylvania, and one day the sheriff brought in a young fellow who had been bound over for biting off more than he could chew, which is grand larceny. They caught him red-handed. He was a nice, plucky-looking little chap, and I saw right away that he was new to the business. He didn't have much of a story to tell at the time. Perhaps that was why he wouldn't tell it. I found out later, however, that his father was a swell lawyer over in Michigan, and his people had sent him to a boarding school, and he'd mooched. His money gave out, and he done the touch, or tried to do it, to get some dough. He was not quite 17 then, a tenderfoot as far as you could see him. He'd been with the hobos a little before he got pinched, and he knew some of their lingo, but just the way he shaped up and asked us all when he first come in what we was shut up for was enough to put us next. Well, I liked him just 'cause he was a tenderfoot. Wise kids is interested in all that, but you don't always like 'em, just as you don't always like wise blokes. It takes all kinds of people to make the crook's world, same as to make the good people's world. And there's been tenderfeet that I've liked better than anybody else. I forgot what the kid told me his name was. Probably didn't remember to give me the right one anyhow. But I just called him the Kid. I call him that still, and I guess I'm the only one that does it. He's a pretty big stiff today, and everybody can slap him on the back. I sort of brought him up, you know. And he ain't one of them that forgets things except his name. Of course, I'm proud he's turned out a fly bloke. But things was different when I first got to chewing the rag with him in that jail. I tried to persuade him to go home. I told him to write to his governor and get the thing fixed up. I can't tell you exactly why I done it, but it's God's truth that even now, and I ain't no chicken, past my 48th birthday last month, yes sir, even now I hate to see a kid who's been brought up decent hit the road. With me 'twas different. Both my old folks was crooks, and I never had a home anyhow. Stealing came natural to me, and Chicago, where I was born, made me wise. If a man's got a bent for swiping, Chicago will tell him how to get his graft in. You know that as well as I do. New York ain't no saint neither. Some mighty good thieves have come out of that town. But if a kid is looking for a place to get dead wise, let him railroad for dear old Shy. I like the place, God knows, but it's crooked. Crooked as a fish hook. Well, this kid I'm telling you about, he listened to me all right, but he wouldn't write to his governor. He was stuck on himself, see? And right, too. I wouldn't have the governor find me here, he says, if I had to take 10 years in the pen. Well, I didn't know anything better than to tell him to ask the judge to send him to the ref. I know what the ref is as well as the next bloke. I know that it's where a lot of kids gets wise. Old Fraxy, when he was make-believe sentencing Eddie a few minutes ago, he told the truth. The ref's the place where a thief goes through his apprenticeship. Just the same, I'd rather see a kid of mine take his chances in the ref than in the pen, and I gave it to that kid straight. I told him what he'd find at the ref, and what he wanted to steer clear of, then I explained to him how he could get a mooch on and give the shop the slip. He was a nervy kid, and there's mighty few refs that a nervy kid needs stop in if he's got a hankering for the open. Why, they had me in a ref when I was 12 years old, and I didn't stay there a week. They got me back after a while, but I mooched again, and they're looking for me yet. Well, the judge, he gave the kid what I told him to ask for. I'd explained to the kid how he wanted to put in his plea when the judge asked him if he had anything to say why the court shouldn't pronounce sentence on him, and he got off his song and dance all right. I can hear the kid now when he came back to the jail. He came up to me and said, "Rudrick, if I can beat that school, I'm going home to the governor. You've done me a good turn, do you know it?" Of course, I jollied him along a little, and told him not to get too Sunday schooly all of a sudden when he got home, and the next day the sheriff took him away. And for the next 2 years, Rudrick McLeod used to pat himself on the back every now and then when he thought of the kid. I pictured him at home, you know, living with his governor, going to school, falling in love with nice girls, and getting to be one of the town's promising young men. I had to do a bit in the pen about 18 months after the kid was sent to the ref, and whenever I'd get real down in the mouth, like about the latter end of things, and what's what, I used to say to myself, "Well, Rudrick, you did that kid a good turn anyhow," and I'd brace up. I remember once waking up in the middle of the night out of a dream. I'd been up to heaven, and Peter, he wouldn't let me pass the gates. "You're a bad lot, Rudrick," he says. "I couldn't let you in if you was me own son." I remember that I said to him, as well as if I'd said the words out loud, "Peter," I says, "ain't you forgetting that good mark that I got for being square with that kid?" And then I woke up. I'm just telling you this, you know, so you can understand how things was. There was a pause in Rudrick's narrative, and the bolts of the iron door of a place quite other than heaven were shot back to remind us how far from heaven we were. Everyone thought that the judge had sent for the men to be sentenced, but it was a false alarm. The turnkey had a letter to deliver to one of the court prisoners, and we separated into groups again, and Rudrick nodded the broken thread of his reminiscences. "Are you listening?" he asked. Sure, I replied. A man cooped up is interested in everything. If he wasn't, he'd go off his head. He continued. About 3 years after meeting the kid, I got settled in the pen across the river from this town where we are now. The same judge got hold of me once before, and he was hostile and gave me 5 years. I guess I'd earned it. The place began to get crowded after I'd been there about a year, and we had to double up. And who do you think they gave me for a cell companion? That kid. There he was with his hair cropped and the stripes on him. I knew him the minute they shoved him into the cell. Kid, I says, this ain't regular. How'd this happen? Did the governor cut up rough? Rudrick, he says, I never went back to the governor. I done as you told me and mooched from the ref, mooched the second week, but they got me again. A farmer that I went to for breakfast the morning after, he sent for the copper at the ref, and they took me back. The super gave me a licking for fair, and told me if I give him the slip again, he'd stick me in the dungeon. Well, I seen kids bigger than me come out of the dungeon. I ain't a baby, but I couldn't stand for it. I ain't going to lie about it. I stayed there a year, and got to be one of the boss kids of the shop. And you know what that means, Rudrick, he says. The kids that ain't bosses look up to you and think you're a dead fly bloke. They keep cracking you up as a professional, and after a while you begin to think yourself that you're hot stuff. That's the way it went with me anyhow, and at the end of the year I didn't think any more about going back to the governor. I'd made up my mind that I would be hot stuff and a professional. And one night another boss kid and me, we jumped out one of the windows and got away. He knew of a place where there was simoleons lying loose, and we went and got 'em, and I've been hitting it up that way ever since. He's in here too. We got pinched for going on the dip, and the judge gave us both 3 years. I thought they put us together, but they didn't. He's in the cigar factory, and I'm over in the foundry. Gosh, it's hard work in that foundry, Rudrick. The guard's got it in for me, too. He does me every time he gets a chance. I've been in the dungeon twice already. Well, I don't need to tell you how I felt. That kid that I'd been banking on. I suppose I ought to have braced him up again and talked to the warden about him and got his governor on his track. But a fellow like me ain't good for 2 stabs at reforming, and I done just the opposite. A man's skill aches in him till he gets it out, just like the right words for a thing, and I trained him to be a professional. I didn't do it right away. For nearly 6 months I kept squeezing my brains to figure out what I ought to do. But it's a temptation to a fellow like me to have a chance to make a good thief out of a smart kid. I don't know if you've ever been in the same fix yourself, but to me sometimes the temptation to hand on what you know is worse than whiskey. You see, I've always been a crook, and I can't help figuring out what I can make of a nervy kid if I get my blinkers on him. Of course, after what I told him 3 years before in the jail about going back to his governor and bracing up, it seemed eating my words to give him the steer I did. But I was square with him. One night I told him what I would or wouldn't do, just as he wanted. Kid, I says to him, I can put you next if you like and make you a first-class grafter. But you want to make up your mind for keeps whether you want to be one or not. You can't play with the business. You got to forget all about the governor. Once a grafter, you've got to stick to it if you're going to succeed. Rudrick, my governor, will never see me again. I'm a thief, and he'll feel better thinking I've croaked. He meant it, and for the next 12 months, he sailed with me a year, I done my best to make him a wise one. I don't know if you ever trained a kid or not, but let me tell you that there ain't nothing nicer in the world than fashioning a youngster with brains. It's just like training a kid of your own. You watch him getting next, day by day, and you keep saying to yourself, I'm doing this. They got to give me credit for him. It's discouraging as the devil when the kid ain't smart. But that kid that I had was smart as they make 'em. He'd catch on to what I was describing to him before I'd even finished what I was saying. I see, he'd say, and I could go on to something else. What surprised him most was the privileges a bloke can get in the pen if he knows how. I had him out of the foundry and in the feather-picking department, the softest snap in the place, a week after I took hold of him. There was a detective had the run of the place, and he and the warden grafted together. The fly cop would find out which prisoners could raise the stuff to make it interesting for him to go to the warden and ask favors for him, and then he and the warden would divvy. I knew the fly cop from way back, and I worked him without money. He knew I was pretty wise, and he came to me one day and gave me a straight steer. Says he, McLeod, if you'll put me next to anything that you know's going on outside, I'll stand for something soft here in the pen. He knew I knew the blokes outside and was likely to be able to tell him what they was doing, and he wanted to get wise off me. I pretended to take the tip, and he began showing me favors. I ain't done such tall lying in a tenor as I did to that copper. But he never got on to me. I'd say to him, there's going to be a safe blown open out in Chicago next month, and you want to get next. He'd thank me and tell the warden to do something for me that I wanted, and then go gallivanting all over the shop. Of course, the safe was never blown, but all I had to say was the crooks had probably got scared off, and he took it all in. I even think that I could have got the kid out of the pen through the copper. I might have had to put up a little cash to grease things, but the fellow had an all-fired big pull. He knew about the wardens being crooked, and the warden knew about him, and both had to square each other, see? But I didn't try to spring the kid, just kept on training him. You know what he is today? The old ones call him the Michigan Kid, but the coppers all know him as the Fly Detroit Crook. He ain't been in prison in the last 10 years, and yet he's doing stunts right along. He's got a block of houses out in Frisco, and owns a big gambling joint in Chi, and I guess he grafts $10,000 every year besides. He's so slick they can't touch him. He shows up in Detroit every now and then, and they lock him up as a suspicious character if it's circus day, or there's some big convention on, but they have to let him go in a few days. There's blokes that call him a freak. Said he had luck. That's rot. If all the crooks in this country had that kid's brains, they'd be just as successful. I tell you, brains count for as much in this business as they do in banking. If you ain't got 'em, you can't be a number one. I saw the kid about a year ago over in York, and he told me that his governor still had a reward out for anyone to'd give him news of his son. He read about it, he said, in a Western paper. He asked me if I thought he ought to write to the old man. I told him no. Kid, I says, you decided about that way back when you and me was in the pen together. You couldn't stay home if you went there. So why make a bull and show up now? I hate to make the governor feel bad, he says. That may be, kid, I says, but you ought to have thought that out years back. It's too late now. He agreed with me. Once again the bolts of the door, not of heaven, were shot back, and this time there was no letter to be delivered. All ready, boys, the sheriff called. His honor's waiting on you. The men and boys were handcuffed together in couples. Good luck, fellows, we cried after them. And in solemn procession with the sheriff at the head they went to their fate. Some of them are still doing time, others are again waiting for sentence day, and a few have passed on to that final court from which there is no appeal, and which they dread least of all. End of Section 8. Section 9 of The Powers That Prey by Josiah Flynt and Alfred Hodder. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Chris Pyle. Peggie Niven. Every human being would perhaps question the statement, but the fact is that every human being lives on a theory and acts 9 times out of 10 as the servant and interpreter of an idea. Fate intervenes the 10th time and converts the servant of an idea into a hero or a poltroon, according as God or the devil has created him. But these interventions are episodes. The idea which Peggie Niven served and interpreted was that the world is a graft. She did not go the length of claiming originality for this idea. It does not differ at all from that held by many eminent persons in all ages that everything anyone possesses belongs to anyone else who is strong enough or cunning enough to take it and keep it, and that honesty is, strictly speaking, one of the luxuries of personal pride, taxed heavily as are all luxuries of pride. She was exceptional only in the frankness with which she acknowledged her idea to herself. It seemed to her simply the self-evident maxim on which all the people she had ever known from her earliest childhood had consistently acted in moments when they had their wits about them, and her wits she intended to keep about her always. She needed them in her business. Lyle Prankard and Edwin Parlby had also their ideas, but neither they nor their ideas are of any consequence whatever, except incidentally. Late one evening, while the persons of this story were many years younger than at present, Lyle Prankard was making his way to the lodgings along one of the ill-lit streets in the outskirts of Omaha. He did not lodge in the outskirts of Omaha, because he regarded them as an ideal place of residence, but because since his college days he had been looking for his fortune and had not found it. That afternoon, indeed, it had occurred to him that he might never find it, which notion being to him so unnatural as to be morbid, he had taken counsel with his wisdom and invited certain of his acquaintance to try whether it is possible to dine in Omaha. When the bill for that experiment was paid, he carried in his waistcoat pocket his last banknote, and hadn't an idea in his head where the next banknote was to come from. As his uncertainty on this point, however, did not trouble him, he regarded the wisdom of having dined as unquestionable. He stepped lightly and briskly and hummed a bit of a street song much in vogue in those remote days, and when at an obscure corner he was summoned to throw up his hands, he laughed aloud. But he threw up his hands. "Keep 'em up now, young man, keep 'em up," commanded the knight of the road. "I've got some more dates tonight, and I can't linger with you long." "Hope they'll bring you in more than this one," answered Prankard, while the stranger rifled his pockets, taking from him his lone banknote and his gold watch. "You might be fatter," the robber admitted, stepping back with his plunder in his left hand. Beggars can't be choosers, though, can they? So long, Blokey. Don't you want to give me back that watch? My best girl gave me that. I'd like to accommodate you, pard, but I need it in my business. Besides, you probably hawk it tomorrow, you're so hard up. So long. So long, Blokey. Glad I met you. Take care of yourself. I guess that won't be hard now that you've got all I had that was worth taking care of. If it's just the same to you, I won't mind if we don't meet again. Don't be unpolite, young man. If you ain't got no respect for yourself, at least think of the reputation of this city. Take care of yourself. And the stranger disappeared in the darkness. What measures the following day Lyle Prankard took to fill his pockets need not be told. The point is that for the time being they were wholly unfruitful, and that evening also he stepped lightly and briskly homeward, humming a bit of a tune. He had not a cent in his pocket, but he had dined, by invitation, and he had telegraphed collect for money, which would be delivered in the morning. Having at the moment nothing to lose, he had nothing to worry about, and when at the same obscure corner he was once more summoned to throw up his hands, he laughed even louder than before. "You're a merry one, too," said the robber, advancing to inspect Prankard's pockets. "Keep your hands up. I can't go through you without help." "Seems to me that I've heard that voice before," returned Prankard. "Perhaps you have. Let's swap looks at each other under this glim here." And the robber drew Blankard toward the street lamp. "Why, you're the bloke that I touched last night," the stranger exclaimed on verifying his suspicions. "You oughtn't to keep such late hours." "You oughtn't either, pard," said Prankard. "If you don't get any more for your pains than you'll get from me tonight." "Can't tell, my boy, till I've looked you over. Ain't sewed anything up in the lining of your coat." Again the robber rifled Prankard's pockets, but this time without getting even a cent of plunder. "You are dry," the robber exclaimed, still covering Prankard with the revolver. "I almost feel sorry for you. Come nearer the lamp and let me get a good squint at you. Say, you ain't such a bad sort. Ain't you got no one you can touch?" Prankard laughed. "No, I'm up against it all right. Suppose you let me put my hands down." "Not on your life. You're more comfortable with them where they are. You're young, too, ain't you?" "Not so young as you." "Pard, don't get passing them remarks about, or I might get generous. Say, on the level, are you really busted? If I hadn't had an invite tonight, I couldn't have dined. Is that straight? Straight as I can make it." The robber lowered the revolver and drew a $5 bill from an inside coat pocket. "Dine on me tomorrow, pard," he remarked, handing Prankard the banknote. "The watch I needed in my business, as I told you, but I ain't going to have you running around hungry on my account. When you're in luck, perhaps I'll touch you up again. Take care of yourself." "Same to you," said Prankard, and the two separated again. It is the supreme distinction of business in the United States that it possesses the interest of roulette, and that a man never knows what is going to happen next. A year after Lyle Prankard consulted with his wisdom, and dined accordingly, he had found his fortune. He was at least at the moment hard in pursuit of it as fast as the New York-Chicago Express could bear him. It was a momentary check to his satisfaction that he found as the train was drawing toward Columbus that he had lost his purse. Columbus is no place for a man who has found his fortune and lost his purse, and Prankard knew it, and he told the conductor that he knew it. He told him also that he knew the general superintendent, and that this gentleman would not be pleased to hear that passengers on his train were deprived of their purses. He indicated further that it would be politic for the conductor to make an effort to recover the purse before Columbus was reached. Fortunately for the conductor, the detective of the division was on the train, and he was immediately advised of the theft. There are railway detectives and railway detectives. Some are dead and can do nothing more profitable than ride on their passes. Others are half dead and are equal to but little more than arresting tramps and train jumpers. And others are very much alive. Franklin Izod, the detective on the train drawing into Columbus, belonged to the last category. "How much dough was in that purse?" he asked Prankard. "What has that to do with you?" Prankard counter-questioned. "All you need to know is that I've been touched, and that I want my purse back." "Think you'd know your leather again if you saw it?" Izod queried with justifiable sarcasm. "Find it and see," said Prankard. Prankard's alleged acquaintance with the general superintendent impelled Izod to make a search, but he was tempted to tell Prankard to go, well, to Europe. Wise railway detectives should be taken gravely, but of course Prankard had not been let into the mysteries by which fly cops are rated dead and wise. The first thing that a wise copper on a train does on learning that a passenger has been touched is to go through the train and see whether he recognizes among the passengers any known thieves. Izod began in the smoking car and went through the train to the last Pullman. In the last seat of the last Pullman he saw and recognized his old acquaintance Peggie Niven. He bowed, shook hands, and sat down beside her, not at her invitation. Wise detectives get on without invitations. Suppose you've thrown the leather out of the window, haven't you, Peg?" "What leather?" demanded Peg, foolishly giving away her knowledge of the world by repeating the word. "That leather that you pulled up in the next car." In polite society it is bad form to make a woman formulate a bluff without giving her time to make a guess or two, but they do things differently in the underworld, and Peggy had to indicate her bluff in the next sentence she spoke, and she had to speak quick. "Sir," she said, "if you do not leave me instantly, I'll call the conductor." "I'll call him anyhow. Conductor," she called. He came. "This man is insulting me, and I wish you would order him away." It was a poor front, but the woman was at bay, and she had to take big chances. The conductor was soon advised by Izod how matters stood, and was told to ask the gent that had been touched to come and size up the slick mall. The slick mall had attracted the attention of the other passengers, and by the time Prankard appeared, there was a willingness on the part of some of the men present to interfere in her behalf. It was just as well for the men that they did not act upon their willingness. "Did you see this woman in your car?" asked Izod of Prankard. Prankard admitted that he had. "She sat for a while in the seat behind me, and later she asked me to rise from my seat while she looked for her gloves." "That's all for the present, sir," said Izod. "If you will kindly take a seat at the other end of the car, I'll join you in a few minutes." Prankard took the seat. "Now, Peg," continued Izod, "you better cough up and have no rows, 'cause I got you dead to rights. You just dive down in that stocking of yours and haul out the roll. If I can, I'll fix it up and let you mooch." Peggy knew of nothing better than to keep up her bluff, and she kept it up with vigor and force. "You dirty louse, you," she was moved to say. "I wouldn't dive down in my stocking for you or any other slob like you. You leave me alone. Want me to pinch you? Oh, pinch your clapper tongue, will you, and shut up." Peggy saw fit to make these remarks at the top of her voice, and her ordinary manner of speaking was not quiet. "All right, then," said Izod. "Put up your dukes while I put the cuffs on 'em. If you can't appreciate kindness, I'm not going to fool with you. Put 'em up." And Izod drew out his handcuffs. It was an unpleasant scene for a Pullman car, but Prankard knew the general superintendent. Peggy had no more than seen the handcuffs when she changed her bluff. She screamed and wept like a woman in a fit of hysterics. Prankard and other men in the car rushed to the rescue. Couldn't they, perhaps, do something for the woman, they asked, and crowded about Izod and Peggy. Prankard pushed his way through the gathering, and he and the woman looked each other full in the face. Suddenly, the woman again changed front. "Aw, get away, it's my pal," she said, laughing, and grabbed Prankard's hand. "You've got me, my good woman. That's what I had in Omaha. Don't you remember Omaha?" "Yes, I remember Omaha, but what's that got to do with pal?" "Don't you remember the 2 nights you were held up out there? I'm sure you're the bloke. Ain't forgotten, have you? How the fellow that held you up divvied with you? He had on a brown coat, don't you recollect, and talked with you about dinin'. You wouldn't send a fellow like that over the road, would you?" The detective saw things coming his way and released the hand he held. Prankard scrutinized the face before him, and did not ask it how it came to belong to a woman. He only expressed an opinion in regard to the judgment to be passed upon him after death. The spectators tittered. "Sure, we're pals. Shake," said the woman, not meaning to assent to Prankard's expressed opinion, but to his unexpressed recognition. "Seems to me you've changed since Omaha days," said Prankard, accepting the invitation to shake and laughing. Prankard was not a snob, and the titter of the spectators had brought the humor of his case home to him. "Changed my duds, but not myself. I'm just as square as I was then, and you ain't going to see me railroaded just for making a little touch. I didn't know you when I saw you in the other car. You can gamble on it. Fix the thing up, will you?" Prankard meditated. He liked Peggy. "Divvy and divvy, turns about fair play. Hand out the roll and I'll split it with you. I'll give you half." Peggy produced the roll from her stocking and handed it to Prankard. He counted it and handed her back half. "You's a man," she said. "So are you, sometimes." The detective viewed the exchange with greedy eyes, but said nothing. There was nothing for him to say. By rights, as rights go in such circumstances, there was nothing for anyone to say. But one Edwin Parlby, also a passenger, thought otherwise. Edwin Parlby had a Calvinist somewhere among his forebears. He did not know just where, but no matter for that. He spelled government injustice in large caps, and had ideas of public spirit. He had watched the transaction between Prankard and Peggy with a mixture of astonishment and indignation, and when people did in his presence what he thought wrong, it was his habit to tell them so. He knew the habit was unpleasant, and he said it was a duty. He stepped forward and addressed Prankard. "I beg your pardon. Do I understand that you mean to allow this woman to go free?" Prankard looked at the speaker with exasperating good humor. "I'm sure I don't know what concern that is of yours," he said, "although you know absolutely that she has picked your pocket." "Although I know absolutely that she has picked my pocket. I repeat, I don't know what concern it is of yours. The pocket was not your pocket. The lady happens to be a friend of mine. She is at liberty to pick my pocket whenever she likes. Indeed, she has exercised that privilege from the first time she met me." "Get a mooch on, you snipe-nosed galoot," interrupted Peggy. "Mind your own business if you got any." Edwin Parlby's nose did bear a striking likeness to the bill of a snipe, and one of the bystanders hummed the chorus of a popular song. "Why don't you get a lady of your own? Oh, I dunno." "I'll soon make it a concern of mine," said the virtuous Parlby. "Detective, I call on you to arrest that woman as a thief, and the man as a witness or worse, leaving the state. If you don't, I'll do it myself, and I'll make it damned hot for you." Fate, which makes history, and is much concerned to make it worth reading, ordained that 10 years after Edwin Parlby's exhibition of public spirit, the 3 actors in the little scene in the railway carriage should find themselves settled in the same municipality. The place was in the far west, and need not be designated otherwise than the city of Blank. People in the far west are sensitive and prone to show their appreciation of scribes who report ill of them with a vivacity which the present historians are anxious to avoid. The 3 had prospered greatly in the interval. Edwin Parlby's concern for the welfare of the public was quite compatible with the concern for himself. He had recently got the leading bank of the city of Blank, where he could squeeze it and had squeezed. The intelligence of the board of directors was so stimulated by the pressure that they discovered he was just the man they had long wanted for president. Lyle Prankard was one of the directors. It had been in the city of Blank that he had found his fortune. He resigned from the board and parted with his interest in the bank when Parlby was elected. He said he did not like the union of so much public spirit and so much private enterprise in the same man. Peggie Niven was the local queen in the city of Blank of the Underworld. In the under, as in the upper world, there are some women born queens. They take supreme positions and command and exact obedience as their natural right. Such women are amusing and entertaining, and at times very powerful, but are often more easily overthrown and deprived of power than the woman who has made her power secure by first being unobtrusive. Peggie Niven was such a woman. It may indeed be said of her that in the early part of her career she had never so much as dreamed of queenship. She never possessed the gift of allurement. From the first she was obliged to win her way without the woman's strength which is beauty, and without the man's which is muscle. She had to make up for both by pluck and audacity, but the latter quality was a comparatively late development. Pluck she had as a child. She was born in one of the slums of New York, and from the very beginning of things had to suffer privation and brutality. At 7, she was one of a crowd of children who fed themselves from the grocer's sidewalk display. At 10, she was selling newspapers and sleeping in cellars, in spite of the Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Children. She knew about this society. All wise slum children have to know about it, but the society did not know about her. At the age of 15, she was an expert pickpocket, and buzzed around malls at funerals and relieved them of their leathers. She had seen how this trick was done while vending papers, and her gift for mathematics made it clear that mall buzzing was much more remunerative than sleeping in cellars and peddling Park Row literature. Some girls come to this conclusion earlier than did Peggie. It must be admitted that it is not founded wholly on mathematical proofs, but Peggie, even as a child, required that things be definitely demonstrated to her before being satisfied that she was not being stuffed. Later she was not so exacting in this particular. Her audacity had developed, and she had learned to trust her nerve. She was 22 years of age when she first introduced herself to Prankard. She had shifted from New York to the West out of motives of personal shyness. The metropolis wished to show her public courtesies, which she would have found embarrassing. The police had made her acquaintance, had demanded and secured a photograph of her none too attractive countenance, had given her a number in their gallery of celebrities, and were eager upon the first opportunity to show her still other marks of their esteem. Her career in the West for the first few years of her residence there is remarkable mainly for her ability to assume a man's responsibilities and to take a man's chances. She drifted soon into a mob of grafters and did anything which came to mind and promised to be profitable. Eventually she later became leader of the mob, but before long she decided that her talents and self-reliance were suited better to going it alone. Sentimental attachments and interest in men merely as men were not reported in connection with this period of her life. Her reappearance in the East, if it be no offense to Columbus to classify this burg with Eastern communities, was intentional and in pursuance of a carefully planned tour. But it chagrined her very much to be told in Columbus by the judge before whom stockholder Parlby succeeded in bringing her, that it was the will of the Commonwealth that she settle in its penitentiary for 5 years. "It's my last trip East," was her resolution on receiving the sentence, which was shortened by good conduct to 3 years and 9 months. Time enough, however, for her to come to some conclusions, the most important of which was that Grafton doesn't pay, and that she was going to chuck it. As a rule, it takes women longer to come to this conclusion than it takes men. They allow instinct to regulate their crimes as well as their affections. Men appeal to their reason, and reason is never so long suffering as instinct. At least so say criminals. By this it must not be construed that Peggy was prepared to join the ranks of the discouraged. Not she. When Lyle Prankard offered what was to her, and at an earlier time would have been to him, a great sum of regret money for his unwilling participation in her compulsory residence in Columbus, to make a stab at something else, she immediately went west and cast about for a new business. The possibilities in the West for a woman of resources are infinite. Rudyard McCloud is authority for the statement that a woman with a good mug and some dough in her stocking is the best investment in the West a man can go in for. And he is reported to have expressed a regret that he wasn't born a woman. Peggy at different times in her life sincerely regretted that she had not been born a man. Whether as a man she would ever have amounted to what with Prankard's age she did as a woman may be doubted. On her return to the West, she took a fresh deal in the game, and her name appeared in the tax collector's books in the city as that of the owner of certain temples, where men sacrifice to fortune and to other heathen deities whose worship is not extinct. Beyond the limits of her own clique, she was neither queen nor priestess. She was that coarse woman that you always see at the races. Within the limits of her clique, and it was not small, she was the swiftest rag on the coast. No one ventured to name her title to her face. She was Mrs. Peggie Niven, but the push of her world claimed the right to speak of her in the vernacular. They took a proprietary interest in her success, and accepted her as their exponent and benefactor in matters of underworld importance. If a crook of prominence died, it was naturally expected that Peggy should help to bury him, if he had forgotten to invest in a burial association. If a gambler went broke, he betook himself to Peggy for a fresh stake, and if a friend got pinched, Peggy was the one to bail him out. It is even reported that the upper world levied upon her for contributions to charity, and got them. It is not reported, however, that she was ever seen in an upper world drawing room. In the words of the Underworld song, she wouldn't be a lady if she could. Her horses often raced with those of upper world celebrities, and her money was deposited at the same bank which held the securities of all the virtues, but personal contact with her was essentially an underworld privilege. She had not even found it convenient to get square with the officious Mr. Parlby, the old acquaintance of Columbus days, and a near neighbor in the city of Blank. But it must be confessed that she was a woman who seldom did anything that was not convenient. At the time when the directors of the Bank of the Occident discovered that they had long wanted Edwin Parlby for president, the citizens of the municipality of Blank were universally occupied in a game of beggar my neighbor, which cannot have been gambling, because there was and is an ordinance against gambling in public places duly passed and made a part of the effective law of the city. It makes all the difference that town lots are played for instead of chips, and that the expanse of heaven itself serves as walls and ceiling of the gambling hell. The last great game of Beggar My Neighbor had been played to a finish about 10 years before, and with a handful of exceptions, everyone's neighbor had been beggared with such completeness that there had been neither money nor pluck in the possession of citizens sufficient in number for playing the game since. But of late everyone had begun to assure everyone else that the cards were cut and shuffled for a new deal. Everyone had begun to assure everyone else that good times were coming, when everyone would say in chorus that he believes the price of real estate is going up, and, the voice of the people being the voice of God, by a fiat of lies would increase its value and make something out of nothing. All of which means that in the city of Blank, where any man might become a millionaire or president of the United States, every man felt it no more than respectful to Lady Fortune to give her a chance to do something handsome by him. There had been 10 years of labor and saving, which made no one happy because it was not the custom for anyone to consent to be happy on what one man may make by the work of his brain and hands. It was but common sense seemingly for them to pool their savings from time to time with the understanding that everyone should cheat and be cheated until the luckiest or most skillful half-dozen gamesters got possession of the pool. By this arrangement, some few at least were made happy. Lyle Prankard was one of those whom the last division of savings had made happy. In the conviction that history repeats itself, it is perhaps not unnatural that he was also among the first to encourage another division of savings and should expect to be made happy again. His fellow citizens did not hold him either hateful or infamous for this. On the contrary, inasmuch as he had cheated them in all honor and had dedicated some portion of his winnings to public improvements, they held him a shrewd fellow, and were humbly grateful to him. When he said the good times were coming, his words were bandied from mouth to mouth, and everyone who heard them, instead of being rationally sorry and tightening his purse strings, was irrationally glad. This cheerful unreason in a community is called a spirit of business enterprise, When it is known that he had bet good times were coming, and had staked almost all he had realized on his interest in the Bank of the Occident, then he had quietly bought options on bits of town and suburban property, for which there had hitherto been no market, the cheerful unreason became more cheerful, as there was an instant disposition to back his bet. What checked their cheerfulness for a moment, at least, was not that they perceived its unwisdom, but that backing Prankard's bid was precisely the way to make him win it, and win it from themselves. It was that Parlby had made a bet on the other side. He had for a long time bought in whatever realty was offered at forced sale in and about the city, and was become the largest holder in the city. When the spirit of business enterprise stood erect because of Prankard's investments, Parlby reduced it at a stroke to a state of limp dubiety and surmise. He began to offer his holdings for sale at any price, at whatever he could get. Prankard was admitted to be shrewd, but it was just possible he was losing his grip. It was quite certain Parlby had done him in the matter of the Bank of the Occident. It was obvious to anyone that if a man is bent on gambling at all on a rising market, the ideal course for him is to hold off until he cannot win much and may lose everything. This cheerless unreason is called a spirit of business caution. Lyle Prankard did not want the property which Parlby offered. That was why he bid it in. It was also why Parlby offered more and yet more for sale, and why Prankard continued to bid it in, until it became plain that if the good times really did not come, and that suddenly the last man that anyone need wish to become would be Lyle Prankard. When matters were in this posture, a card was brought one morning to Prankard at his office. "Yes, it's me," said Peggie, entering. "Always on hand when I'm wanted, and sometimes when I'm not. I come to talk business, and you can send away that young man if you don't want him yourself as a protection or a witness. I want to place some dough. I want to know on the level what all this shindy means between you and Parlby. The town's a good town, and I believe in it. I want to buy some lots. And you come to me for advice? I advise you to hold off. The boom's coming all right, but it won't come till Parlby wants it to. Parlby's got me treed." "You mean it's just a case of freeze-out?" Prankard laughed. "You speak as if a case of freeze-out were easy. Yes, it's just a case of freeze-out." "Damn Parlby," said Peggie. "Just my sentiments, only much more elegantly expressed," said Prankard. "All right, I guess I know all I want to," said Peggie. "So do I," said Prankard. "Yes, I guess you do. But I give you a pointer. I don't know whether I'm going to take a hand in this game or not. I don't mostly tell what I'm going to do beforehand. It mightn't be convenient. But just you don't cash in your chips before you have to." And with this oracular metaphor, she started to take her leave. She paused at the door. "I owe that Parlby one from way back. It's about time his luck took a tumble." The precise logical connection of the matters still to be narrated with each other, and with the matters already detailed, must be left in some measure in an obscurity which the intelligence of the reader no doubt will penetrate. The plain facts are that immediately after Peggie's interview with Prankard, there was a second fund in the market to oppose Parlby. Peggie had strained her credit, which was considerable, to the utmost, and became a reckless buyer of options. A few days later, a rumor ran like mad through the town, in especial through the Underworld, that the Bank of the Occident was not safe, and depositors in a passion of haste to withdraw their accounts fought on the bank floor for priority. The story ran that the bank had been robbed in open day. The story was scoffed at in the streets and in the clubs. The deliberate opinion was that Parlby had overreached himself, and that the robbery was a fake. And the deliberate opinion was confirmed when it came to be understood that after a hasty meeting of the directors, Parlby was held to have overdrawn his personal balance, and was, in the opinion of his associates, discredited. Parlby, the deliberate opinion was, had been sacrificed, justly enough because of his private ventures to save the bank. After a day or two, a definite account was made public, but the account was too sensational to obtain immediate belief. The bank was solvent, but it was indubitably weakened. The sporting world needs its capital where it can lay its hands on it at a minute's warning. The sporting world's capital is considerable. The sporting world is not trustful, and it had been long in the habit of banking with the Occident. What had happened in the Occident was this. On the morning of the day when the panic had occurred, a low, thick-set man with shaggy whiskers and a handbag had entered the Occident as if it belonged to him and demanded to see the president. The president's sanctum in those days was a space of park walled off by slabs of plate glass a quarter of an inch thick and screened from vulgar gaze by silk curtains in baby blue. The visitor announced that he had business of importance for both of them and requested Mr. Parlby as they entered the sanctum to give orders that they might be uninterrupted. When this order had been given and the door of the sanctum was closed, The visitor dropped his handbag in front of his chair, and with one hand covered Parlby with a revolver in excellent condition, and with the other produced a pint flask. "I guess I got the drop on you, Pard, all right. Don't move, 'cause I'm kinda nervous in my fingers, and this here gun's got a blamed easy pull. Besides, this flask's full of nitroglycerin, and I might drop it, and you and me in the bank and all make our bow in hell together. Sit down careful like, so's not to set off no electric buttons nor alarms. There's no knowing how little it'd make me lose my hold on the bottle. There now, that's real homelike and comfortable. Reminds me of Mother. Suppose we talks." Parlby was not a coward. He said so afterward. But he remembered that he was president of the bank and a citizen of value in the community, to say nothing of his being engaged at the moment to marry Miss Anstead of the San Francisco Ansteads. It was Parlby's steady practice in life to say nothing of private motives, when public motives could honestly be put forward, and the man certainly did look as if he meant business, and nitroglycerin is not to be despised. "It's up to you to do the talking," said Parlby, putting up a creditable front. "As far as I see, you've made an ass of yourself, whoever you are. All I've got to do is just to sit quiet. You can't get out of the bank. You couldn't win clear into the street if you did get out of the bank. You'll go to the pen for this morning's joke. If there's anything to be said, it's you can say it." "Sure, I'll say it fast enough, but you can come off your perch just the same. If I was leery of the pen, I shouldn't be here, and you know it. I'll talk business with you if that's what you want. I'm on my uppers, see? Either I get the dough I want, or I croak. And if you don't give me what I want, we croak together. You're my last card, and I'll play you, by God. What'd you say of just sitting still's tommyrot? You make out a check payable to yourself for the sum I name, and have the stuff brought in here and stowed away in that bag, or you've seen your luck, and we'll both of us know what's what." Parlby's visitor had been speaking with a fierce intentness that was convincing. Parlby thought him mad. Perhaps that was why he attempted to reason with him. "Even if I got you the stuff and stowed it away in that bag, you couldn't get away with it. You'd better talk sense if you've got any. I'm not to be bullied in my own office with 40 clerks in call, armed as well as you. That's the last word I have to say, and be damned to you." There was a battle of looks for a moment between the visitor and the president. It was the visitor who spoke with extreme coolness. "Mr. Parlby, you will take up that pen and write what I tell you. I take my chance of getting away once the stuff is in my hands. You won't give an alarm till I've got clear of the bank. I can throw a flask on the floor outside as well as here, and you're much too careful of your skin to take any risks. You put up a bluff that I'm bughouse. Well, I'm not so bughouse, but I can see you're so scared of me you can't sit in that chair without holding on. You take up that pen and write what I tell you, and be quick about it. I'm kinda nervous, as I said, and this gun's got a blamed easy pull, and the outside of this flask's kinda slippery." There was another battle of looks between the two, at the end of which Parlby shrugged his shoulders and dropped his eyes and searched for a pen. It is said that the special officer of the bank and half a dozen clerks started in pursuit before the man with the handbag had fairly reached the pavement. There must have been 2 men with handbags. Such coincidences happen. Possibly the coincidence was not accidental. At all events, they assailed a man with a handbag, and so quickly did the police patrol respond to the private alarm from Parlby's office that the man was not yet overpowered when the wagon arrived. When he was taken into custody, he proved to be the wrong man, and the handbag proved to be the wrong handbag. It is possible that this mistake might not have been made if Parlby had personally superintended the chase, but he remained in his office. He was accurately acquainted with the properties of nitroglycerin, which is quite as effective in a paved street as in a marble-floored building, and though he may have had no regard for his own life, he had other things than himself to think of. He thought of them. The next day there was found in an alleyway at the rear of the bank a suit of clothes, a revolver, and a flask, all identified by Parlby as belonging to the robber. The flask was found to contain sweet oil. In the minds of some of Parlby's fellow citizens, this discovery confirmed the notion that he had himself contrived the robbery. In the minds of others, it served simply to make him ridiculous. In the minds of all, it still further discredited him. The directors began to suspect they had been mistaken in their idea that Parlby was just the man they had long wanted for president. Certainly, as it afterward turned out, he had made a great blunder in parting with his real estate. Peggy was never again heard to say that she would get even with Parlby. In the city of Blank, there was little of anything that she was again heard to say. She soon closed out her interests there at a great profit and left the place, disappearing into the beyond, where she still remains. It is just possible that she feels she has got even with Parlby, though it is questionable whether she would hold her hand if the chance should offer itself to get even with him again. All things considered, it is doubtful whether Peggy's ruling trait is gentleness. End of section 9. Section 10 of The Powers That Prey. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Chris Pyle. The Powers That Prey by Josiah Flynt and Alfred Hodder. A Dead One. At tramp camps in the United States, a favorite topic for discussion is the whereabouts of Bernard Carr. He has become for the hobos a mysterious celebrity whose disappearance from the road they spend hours in trying to explain. Some think he is again doing time and will appear among them once more when released. Others hold fast to the opinion that he has croaked. He was never a great celebrity in the sense that he had become noted for a mastery in some one branch of underworld skill, but he was considered by the profesh and the powers that rule a remarkably clever all-around man. Hobos liked him because, as they put it, he was not stuck on himself. It was his custom when in luck, and for 10 years he seemed to be always in luck, to visit them at their hangouts, and hobos have always admired a crook who was sufficiently independent not to fear loss of caste on being seen in their company. They like such a man in about the same way that certain middle-class people like a titled aristocrat who receives them and visits them as equals. In the underworld, tramps are men who have tried to earn titles and failed, or having earned them, have lost them. The successful criminal in the underworld is given a title irrespective of his wishes. One of the present scribes met Carr, while he was at the top of his reputation, at a tramp camp in the minutely tramped state of Pennsylvania. It was at night, and a circle of men and boys were lounging about a great fire, with the dome of the stars for a tent and selected railway ties for camp chairs and cots. On a tie apart, a tie of state, sat a well-dressed stranger who was obviously the guest of the evening. Even a tenderfoot would have picked him out for a distinguished foreigner in Hoboland. His stylish garb, white hands, and polite manner were evidence enough that he was no ordinary traveler of the road. Newcomers at the camp were not left long in ignorance of the man's identity. The scribe had hardly taken a seat on one of the ties when a lad at his side nudged him, and said in an awestruck whisper, "That's Carr, the great professional." A heathen could not have directed attention to one of his deities with more reverence. The man seemed to be oblivious of the regard in which he was held by the camp. His eyes were fixed on the fire, and he spoke only occasionally. "How's Slim coming up?" he asked once, turning to a man on his right, referring evidently to some absent roadster, and he commented on the weather and the like, but he had little to say about himself and answered questions in monosyllables. When he got up to leave, he dropped a $10 bill on the tie, saying, "Wet her up on me, boys," and disappeared up the track. The tramps commented on his career and personality after he had gone. "How that bloke holds out," one exclaimed. "If he's done a day in the pen, he's done 15 years. He's got the nerve. You can't see a sign of weakening in him. Be hanged if I can explain it." "He'll go to pieces all of a sudden some day," another declared. "You see if he don't. There's men like that. They don't crack nor bend, they bust. We'll see him here on the turf yet. I tell you, the bloke don't live that can take stretchers in the pen the way Carr has and not bust. 'Tain't in human nature. Course he's holding out longer'n some. He's nervy, and he's got good health. But I gamble coin he'll be hitting the road after a while. He's a nice bloke right enough, but I'm telling yez the truth. A crook's built like other folks, and can't live on nerve forever." "They say he's salted down a big pile for old age all the same," a Westerner remarked. "Frisco Blackie told me the other day that Carr was one of the richest crooks in the country." "Rich in your eye," sneered an old man from Chicago. "I'll bet Carr don't salt down anything from one year's end to the other. Crooks ain't bankers. What the devil's the matter with you? They blow their dough as fast as they get it, and right, too. Some lawyer or front office stiff would cop it out if they saved it up. I'll bet Carr ain't got over 10,000 put past, and he'll spend all of that probably the next time he's pinched. I tell you, it's the fly cops and lawyers that get the crook's coin. I ain't heard of a chief in a big city that didn't retire, as they call it, with his pockets full of dough. Them's the blokes that does the savin', 'tain't the crook." "What about Detroit Fraxy and his blocks of houses?" asked a kid. "Detroit Fraxy, you make me tired. He'll lose 'em. He'll get in a hole some day, and have to cough 'em up them houses. Look at Carr. He had one of the best paying gambling joints in Frisco 4 years ago. He had to deed it over to his lawyer for chewing the rag for him in that murder scrape. It's all right about crooks making dough, but it's holding of it that counts. God never yet made a crook that has stuck to the graft long, taken chances and stretchers, and come out rich." The hangout broke up soon after this statement, and the men took trains in different directions. During the following 5 years, the scribe saw Carr twice and heard of him once. On both occasions when he saw Carr, the man was apparently still in luck. He was dressed well, had money to burn, was courted by his companions, and had no complaint to make beyond the statement that he felt that he was getting old. "Had a year to do in Alabama not long ago," he explained at the second meeting, "and the stir was so damp that my bones got wet. I don't mind when they give me steam heat in my cell, but it rather uses me up otherwise. A fellow gets cranky, you know, after he's been shut up a good deal. As a kid, I didn't give a damn where they put me. But the guards get all my money now for things that I think I got to have. That's about the only thing that I keep a bank account for, to get privileges when the pinch comes. And do you note, I don't feel comfortable anymore in a large room. I ain't done such a hell of a lot of time compared with some blokes, but I've been living in cells off and on for the last 16 years, and I've got so used to 'em, I always ask for a small room now when I go to a hotel. I have enough dough sometimes to pay for a whole suite, as they call it, but I wouldn't feel right in one. Give me a chair, a washstand, and 6 feet to stretch out in, and old Carr's happy as the rest of 'em. You see, crooks sometimes tain't content till they got a whole house to themselves, but I guess they ain't done as much time as me. I tell you, pard, on the level, the pen does change you. I'm sure that I'd been a bigger man if I hadn't been cooped up so much. Didn't no more'n begin to grow that I got pinched, and I ain't had a fighting chance to grow since." "Your nerve's all right, isn't it?" the scribe asked. "It's all right so far, but you never know when it'll go back on you. I'm going to try and put past a stake before long for old age. I'm bound to weaken after a while, and I ought to have a bank account to live on. About 5 years more will see me settle down, I guess. I ought to plant a good swag by that time. Of course, it'll be hard to chuck the business, but you got to cool down a little when you're getting shaky on your pens. And I'd rather like to die easy. God knows I've lived hard." About 2 years after this conversation, there appeared in a Western newspaper an account of Carr's arrest for an offense committed on the coast. It read thus: "Bernard Carr, alias Cincy Shorty, was arrested by the local police last night. The details of his crime have not yet come in, but there is no doubt in the minds of the police that Carr is the man wanted. The dispatch from Blank said that one of the local banks had been taken in by a forged check calling for $15,000, and the description of the alleged forger fits Carr exactly. The man has one of the longest police blotter records in this country. He has operated with one graft and another in practically every state of the Union, and is not unknown in Mexico. On account of his neat appearance and unobtrusive manner, he is sometimes called the gentleman crook, but he fraternizes with tramps as well as professional criminals. He is reported to take crime as seriously as an artist takes his art, and the neat jobs that he has planned and done bear out the report. The sheriff states that he was welcomed by the other prisoners in the jail as a most distinguished personage. They gathered about him on his arrival, shook his hand, and offered him the best cell in the little prison. He is said to be very popular among criminals of all classes. If guilty of the crime for which he has been arrested, the probability is that he will be given a severe sentence. Carr has employed the best counsel in the city, and a telegram has been sent to the famous criminal lawyer Ames in Frisco, so a hard fight may be expected. But the county has a poor opinion of forgers, and will probably back up its opinion with a very pugnacious prosecution. We will report the trial in detail. It will probably come up during the present term of court." 6 months later, the Underworld was notified that Bernard Carr had received 8 years. A short time ago, the two scribes were taking a stroll in Lime Street, Liverpool. At night, it is one of the most instructive promenades in England for a man who wishes to know things, and one can complete investigations that have been begun in the main stem of towns thousands of miles away. The four continents contribute to the life on the pavement as well as in the places of entertainment, and the passers-by and performers jabber in many tongues and dialects. The scribes drifted into a free and easy, where men and women sing songs and then pass their hats and bonnets around for pennies and halfpennies. It was a sordid little place with a smell in it that was composed of all smells of neglect, tobacco, and alcohol. Anyone in the audience who had a voice in a song, or thought he had, might take the floor and put his opinion to the test of popularity. When volunteers are few, or backward about exposing their talented jibes that are none too delicate, a master of ceremonies jumps up and says, "Who'll sing? Come on now, be sharp. Somebody give us a wheezer or a clog." And the piano player strikes the ivories, and someone bursts forth into song. On the evening in question there had been a lull in the proceedings, and to break it the master of ceremonies turned to a shabbily dressed little man sitting alone near the piano player. "Barney, little tramp, are you sober enough to give us a song?" he asked. "There's a good house tonight, and you'll get a swag if you let her run right." Barney gave the house the old jail song of the Boston burglar, which runs, "I was brought up in Boston, a place you all know well, brought up by honest parents, and now I've gone to hell. But my character was taken, I had to hit the trail, and his honor he shoved me into jail." The song was none of the best, and the man's voice was cracked, and the piano player knew but little of the tune, but the audience cried, "Ear, ear," and clapped, and Barney's hat was well lined with copper. The collection finished, he took a seat near the scribes. "I ain't much on the melodious howl," he said, with a significant grin, "but I can toss off a glass of something hot. I guess you fellows is Yanks, ain't you?" He was told that he had guessed right. "Thought so. What do you take? On me. Can't give you sham, but I'm good for anything in reason." "You're a Yank yourself, aren't you?" one of the scribes queried when the drinks had been brought. "Well, that's as may be. Name's Carr, isn't it?" The little vagrant gave both scribes a searching look. "Who are you blokes? Do I know you?" One of the scribes reminded him of previous meetings in the States. "Well, I'll be hanged. Say, come down to my hangout, will you? You paid for this stuff. I'll get some booze and a candle, and we'll chew the rag. There's a lot I want to know about old times. Too public here." We left the free and easy and the smell, and Barney led the way toward the docks. He insisted on purchasing some beer and a candle in a shop in the last street before turning into a maze of murky alleyways, and then guided us to a great barrel or hogshead hidden away among broken boxes, discarded ship timbers, and assorted debris. "'Tain't no parlor car, pals," he explained, lighting the candle and setting it in a tin socket in the barrel. "But it fits me, and that's all I want. Will you sit outside or come in? Can't all get in, that's sure." The air was stagnant and warm to the touch, and even in the open the lungs labored. We declined the hospitality of the barrel and sat on some planks outside. It was a short time before Barney's talk turned naturally upon himself. He kept asking about this pal and that pal, how things were coming up over home, who were still holding out in the profesh, who had gone under, which coppers were in power, which stirs were easy or hard, what good touches had been made lately, who were settled and who free, and about various other things connected with the life, in which his imagination still dwelt with a certain pride. At last, however, when the scribes had answered his queries as best they could, he said suddenly, "I suppose you want to hear my rag chewer now?" The scribe smiled and nodded. The little man's shoulders twitched. He took a fresh piece of snipe from his pocket, bowed his head for a moment as if ashamed, looked up again and began, "It's none too nice to tell, but you blokes has known me when I was top of the heap, and you will understand. Of course I could have croaked myself, and the whole thing would have been off. But the fact is, I didn't have even nerve enough for that. That last stretcher on the coast dreened me out. They used me hard, that's where it is. And I didn't make any good time either. I basted a guard for calling me a liar, and the warden didn't remember to forget it. They tucked me away in the dungeon 10 times just for luck like. I had a few thousand when they turned me loose, and I spent 'em traveling. I thought that I'd brace up, perhaps, if I got a change, so I came over here, and for a while I drifted all over the shop. If my dough had held out, I'd be on the mooch yet, I guess. I only had 20 pounds when I got back to London, but my nerve was no good, and I tried for a job on the level, but it wasn't no use. A bloke that's used up for swiping ain't up to no kind of work, good or bad. Of course, I could have turned fly cop. A Yank copper in London offered me good money if I'd worked for him. But I didn't want to be a mouthpiece, and that's what I'd have been if I'd taken the job. A fellow that the push has treated square is a dirty sucker to go and live on what he knows after he gets used up. If I had my way, I'd shoot every son of a cur of a mouthpiece. Well, I tried gambling for a bit, but I couldn't win nothing. A man that's down on his luck shouldn't touch the bones. Luck brings luck, and bad luck brings bad. You take my tip. I came here to Liverpool with some London gamblers, but I was out of it here, too, and got flat on my uppers. I could have raised some dough, I guess, if I'd have telegraphed home. My rep was good for 1,000 or 2, and the boys would have sent it over probably, but a bloke don't like to go home after he knows his nerve is gone. Crooks is a charitable lot, right enough, and stand by a feller when he's just hard hit, but they're queer as the devil when they run up against a dead one. I know how 'tis, 'cause dead ones have tackled me when I was on my legs, and I hated to look at 'em. You feel the way you do when you're in an insane asylum, 'cause a dead one ain't bughouse or anything like that, but when you look at him, you keep thinking that perhaps it'll be your turn next, and you get shivery like. 'Tain't nice in any push, respectable or otherwise, to rubber at a bloke that's gone to pieces. And I was too proud to let any push rubber at me. I knew I couldn't steal worth a damn if I went back. Any dead one knows that when he's really lost his grip. And I wasn't going to have the push and the coppers over there belly aching around about Carr being laid on the shelf. The coppers in the States are the very devil on a dead one. They keep trying to make him cough up what he knows, and if he don't cough, they're liable as not to pinch him for a vague. Why, I've seen 'em actually railroad a dead one to the pen on a fake charge, just 'cause he wouldn't help 'em get wise. I ain't stuck on England or the coppers here, but the coppers can't cut up with a bloke here the way they do in the States. Of course, they hammer me every now and then, when they take me to the station house, but that's just a habit they've got into. You see, the people over here won't let 'em do any hammering in the streets, and as they've got to get exercise somehow, they do the hammering in the station house. They ain't so wise as our coppers, but they ain't so crooked either. I'd have been dead long before I was if I'd have been an English crook. A bloke's got to take his medicine over here if they catch him, and it's the medicine that kills. Of course, some holds out longer than I did, but 24 years inside ain't a bad record, and that's the time I spend in the pen. They've had me shut up nearly half my life. If I'd stayed in the States, I suppose I'd be living with the hobos now. They ain't bad blokes to pal with, but it'd hurt to have to drop down into their push. Of course, that's what the dead ones do over there, go tramping. But I ain't sorry that I'm not with 'em. I don't know how to beg as much as a piece of bread. After I've sung a song or done a bit of a double shuffle, I don't mind passing my hat around in the pub, but I get ashamed when I ask for something outright. You wouldn't think that a bloke that's been mixed up in as much crooked work as I have would be that way, but I'm giving it to you straight. If I should go to a back door tomorrow morning and ask for a poke-out, I'd blush and stutter like a bashful kid. I tried polishing shoes for a while, but the shines guided me so I quit. I wasn't no good at it anyhow. All I can do is to float around, sing a song when people listen to me, and hold down this old barrel. This place has been my hangout for nearly a year now. I used to sleep in an old cellar, but I had to mooch last flitting day, as they call it. When they move over here, they say flit. Sometimes I think I'd like to go back home, but of course I'll never get there. When I'm sober, I try to make out that I'm English, but I guess the blokes is next. The other day I got pretty jagged and forgot all about being English. Some jays over in a pub I go to was running down in the States, and I called 'em down. I told 'em we could stick their bloody little island in one corner of our country, and it'd take Stanley 20 years to find it. Of course, they basted me. I always get it in the neck when I'm jagged. But I didn't mind. After you're dead, a big quiet light comes on you, and you don't care what happens. It'd be nice to see some of the boys again, and I'd rather like to croak on the other side, but I don't think about such things much. They got to bury me wherever I croak. Some of the girls up in Lime Street took up a collection for a pal that I had that croaked, and buried him in style, but I told 'em they'd better have given a big feed to his friends. I used to be a great bloke for style, but style don't cut no ice with me anymore. Of course, 'tain't nice to wind up in a barrel the way I have, but you can't keep on top forever, and I'm glad enough sometimes that I don't have to worry about my reputation anymore. You get just as tired out trying to hold your position in the crook world as you do with the millionaires. There ain't a fly crook living that don't worry about dropping down into a low class. I don't have them worries, and it's a bigger relief than you'd think. There ain't no place for me to drop to. I've reached the limit. If the blokes over here knew me and pointed me out to strangers, of course I'd feel my tumble worse than I do, but nobody bothers me. You're the first blokes I've talked to this way since I struck Liverpool. I don't mind if you tell the blokes at home about me. It'd hurt a little couple of years ago 'cause I had some hope then, but it don't matter now. Nothing matters, see? No one can do anything for me. A city missionary got me round to his shop a few months ago and tried to brace me up, but I was square. "You're all right, boss," I said to him, "but you can't help me 'cause I'm a dead one." He didn't understand what dead one meant, and I tried to explain, but he couldn't catch on and kept talking away about religion. I give it to him straight. "Religion, boss," I told him, "is for them that cares. I don't care. I'm dreamed out. You can lock me up or do what you please. It won't change me a bit. My clock's run down. Of course, there's them that laughs about a bloke losing his grip and don't believe in it, but they're foolish. The time was when I wasn't leery of holding up an express train single-handed. It's all I can do now to scrape up nerve enough to kill the fleas in this barrel. Some people calls the disease the shivers, and others calls it the blind eye. I calls it the staggers. You stagger in front of everything that it needs grit to do. Someday I'll stagger into a hole, and the barkeeps won't have any more Barney to baste, and the girls won't have to chip in and help pay for my song. But I've had my fling in my day, men, and don't you forget it." And for an instant his eyes snapped, and he held his head high. End of section 10. End of The Powers That Prey by Josiah Flynt and Alfred Hodder.